Right, greetings everybody. Welcome to another edition of the Breakfast Club, and it's very nice to be able to start off with a nearly full screen right off the bat. That's pretty cool. Sometimes we have to sort of work our way up to it in two, and then three, and then four. Kind of like a good novel, you build up to the best parts. Anyway, so say hi everybody.
Hi everybody.
Hi. Hello.
There we go. There we got a bit of a Brady Bunch moment there. Listen, I already know what I want to talk about, but if anybody has anything they would like to bring up, please feel free to jump in and start the conversation. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say it's Kate's fault because she said it and she put it out in there in the air and she jinxed us all, and now we have a Superman with a black suit.
Is that true? Is there is there actually like the new thing?
They can't just leave well enough alone, can they? And they can never improve anything, can they? It always has to be they go in the worst possible direction. Well, I mean, because the Zack Snyder Superman, the colors on his suit were starting to get a little darker, a little muted, a little kind of, I don't know, you might say if it was music, it was in a minor key, where Superman's always been bright and colorful. And now all of a sudden his suit's black entirely? No, I expect neon colors. If he doesn't glow under a black light, that's not Superman. Just, say it.
Well, I think the whole Superman's supposed to be a superhero, and so making him dark just seems a little bit like, I suppose it's a sign of the times, because optimism is total outsville, daddy-o,
See, and that's something I've never quite understood, because when the world is shit, optimism in my fiction is exactly what I want. Optimism in my music is exactly what I want. I'm after an escape. I don't want to wallow in pathos and ennui. What's the point of that?
Right. Well, that's an interesting thing. I've said this before in videos, but I mean, like back at the end of the 60s and beginning of the 70s, when the hippies were like more of an actual thing than they are now. And all the protest music of the time was very sort of, like, come on, people, now smile on your brother. Let's everybody get together and love one another. And songs of that sort of ilk. I mean, I could go on and on. All you need is love and blah, blah, blah. There's loads of them. All about optimism, about the future. They actually thought the future was a good thing, and we wanted to welcome it.
But there was also, there's a man with a gun over there telling me I've got to beware. I mean, there was.
So we need Superman more than ever.
Then go on with the rest of that song, though. The rest of that song is all about taking control and doing it. Being that guy out there.
What the Green Machine there said. Yes, you want dark, you got Batman. Yes.
Well, then again, back then, though, we actually had optimism for the future. Right now, we don't have much optimism for the future. So.
Which is perfectly fair comment, and is that the correct viewpoint about the future, or?
I mean, like Man of Steel. When Man of Steel came out, right, the very first one, at first glance, right, first watching the movie for the first time, not even getting all the way through it, I was like, oh my God, they did Superman right. By the time I got to the end of the movie, it was just like, no, they really didn't. They really, really, really didn't. People died, and he let them die. And there was no sadness, and there was no remorse, and he didn't have a feeling of failure. No, this isn't Superman. He is far too dark. He was far too willing to allow mass death. So, yeah, I mean, even all the way back when Man of Steel came out, even though at first it was like, wow, somebody did him, and he's not a nerd, and he's cool, and they got him right. But yeah, by the time the movie came to the end, it was just like, no, they didn't.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I'm going to get into it, but yeah, I was not happy with the most recent incarnation of Superman. To me, the big thing to me is, like, if you look at Superman 2, where they're fighting Zod, and he realizes, hey, if we fight in this city, lots of people are going to die. So let me get him out of the city, and I can deal with him on my own turf and not endanger everybody else.
For some reason, I'm reminded of a comic book I had. I guess you could more call it a graphic novel, but it was really just a one-shot deal called Destroy. That was the whole name of it, was Destroy. And it was huge, too. It was like this big. right? And it was just these two superheroes battering the crap out of each other in the middle of New York City, but in the middle of geographically exact New York City. Like there's this big map at the back of the book showing exactly where the fight took place and when and what monuments were destroyed when it was happening. And it's so silly because in the end you discover they're fighting over a girl who happens to be like the mayor's daughter. It's one of the goofiest things you've ever seen. It's yeah. Anyway.
Hey, how's it going? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Perfect. Uh-oh. I don't know about that face. Am I too loud?
A little too.
Yeah, it's a little bit, but it was.
Is this better? Does that just turn me down? How do I fix this?
That's good.
That's better. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, when everybody goes like this.
Now, the latest incarnation of Superman. The latest incarnation of Superman as a person. I don't know Kazum's type. I have no idea. I think he's beautiful. He's a beautiful, beautiful man. Every scene without a shirt, I am there for.
Okay, I'm looking this up. What are we talking about? Superman, latest incarnation. What's this actor's name?
Henry Cable.
Oh, him.
Henry. Oh, I would not even say that as Cable. I would say Cavill or Cavill.
Cavill.
I think it is Cavill.
Yeah. One or the other. It doesn't matter. I mean, some people don't matter what their names are.
He's very chiseled.
Name.
I don't know. I seem to remember, like, for the longest time, I thought Leah Remini was Leah Remini, and I thought she was Italian. So it matters a little.
Wait, that same dude is the guy that plays The Witcher, too?
Yeah, that's him.
No way.
Well, and The Witcher is another part of the problem. It's that whole grim, dark, everyone's unhappy thing that seems to be pervading fiction these days.
Well, that's what I didn't like the most recent incarnation of Battlestar Galactica.
Exactly.
There was nothing hopeful about it at all. And I was like, I didn't watch, I watched it in the very beginning. I didn't like it. And then I didn't watch it. And I actually met Richard Hatch. And he implored me to give it another shot. And it's like, well, if Apollo was going to give me a personal plea to watch the show, I watched like 7 or 8 more episodes. And I'm like, I'm rooting for the Cylons. I hate these fucking people. I hope they all die.
The first season of Star Trek Discovery, everybody on the show is an asshole. Everybody's angry. Everybody has an attitude. Everybody's an asshole. And it's just like, well, this just isn't Star Trek.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, it got better. It got better in season 2. But yeah, season 1, I watched the whole season going, I don't like any of these people. They all suck.
Yeah.
Yeah, I often describe like the movies and TV shows and books and all of that I like. Generally speaking, the single thing they all have in common is I wish I could hang out with these people in real life. Well, either that or I wish I could watch the utter dumpster fire that is their life. Hello, It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. But, I mean, for things like sci-fi and fantasy, almost all of them have a cast of characters I care about, which is part of why I can't stand the new Star Wars movies, because every last one of those characters is unforgettable, is completely forgettable, is unmemorable, is unlikable. I don't care about any of them. So, like, to the point where I barely remember their names. They had so little charisma.
Well, I like tanks and military stuff, and I saw the movie Fury, Brad Pitt, and the same thing. Like, I was actually like, okay, I know this crew's gonna die. I can't wait for them to all die in a gruesome fashion. And when they died, each one of them died, I clapped. I'm like, yeah, this is.
Well,
bad.
I mean,
so basically, Reservoir Dogs.
They've traded away storytelling for lens flare and action.
Yeah.
Movies these days are like watching somebody else play a video game.
Yeah, well, especially just for Star Trek, because yes, Star Trek has always had action in it overall, but it was never an action series. It was a series that had action in it on occasion.
Yeah, it wasn't the primary driver.
No.
That is how I feel about Battlestar Galactica, actually. That it's not supposed to be action. It's supposed to be they're moral plays.
Yes.
The episodes of that.
Absolutely.
And so, like with that said, though, and you didn't like it, huh? Because I thought some of the issues that were brought up in the most recent BSG were like mind-blowingly profound. I mean, not that like many of them I've thought of before or whatever, but like having that on a major screen where everybody, could look at it and consider.
Well, But they're doing that in the Orville as well. It's just they also include likable characters in the occasional poop and fart joke.
I have not.
Exactly.
I think I've only seen like one episode of the Orville, or maybe it was a trailer. It is a thing I know I will like if I watch it.
Well,
It's a
I
good
mean,
show.
they do a lot of what Star Trek did, where they have morality plays as the ultimate goal of each episode. That's what the storytelling is all about. So, I mean, it's not noticeable at first, but by the middle of the first season, you're like, I see what they're doing here.
Well, it's a thing. Orville started off slow. The first couple episodes were a little choppy, but each episode, as it goes through that first season, just gets better and better and better. And and again, you said about the morality plays. That's why I laugh when I like run into right wingers who are. That's one thing I do get annoyed at people the criticism is that any of the new stuff is doing morality stuff, and I'm like, well, it always did. Star Trek always had some sort of thing.
Oh, yes, I mean, it wasn't one of the first TV shows to even have like a black woman and a white man kiss or date or something like that. I mean,
it was the first
accident.
biracial on-screen kiss. Yeah. Now, one thing I think is kind of funny, like I've been rewatching Next Generation because pandemic. What else are you going to do? And it struck me as odd how rarely they actually boldly go, right? Like so few times they actually explore an alien planet. It's inevitably like, oh, a couple of members of the crew are trapped in the holodeck again, or oh, look, a couple of members of the crew are having some moral issue again. It's like so rarely do they actually explore. Do they fulfill the mission that is the basis for the whole show?
That's true. Well, especially with the holodeck stuff. I mean, I like Next Gen, although not as much as the original series. But yeah, that was to me one of the failings of the show was it's way too much dependence on the holodeck, and way too much dependence on technobabble and reconfiguring the deflector array. Like Scotty didn't never conflicted the deflector array. They didn't need gimmicks and they didn't need like gimmicky language. They just instead of or like Warp Core breaches every other week. Like Jesus, who put these engines together, man? They're ready to explode all the time. They take somebody drops a coffee mug. Oh, Warp Core breach imminent.
But you were okay with Captain, we found a space anomaly.
I think the psychology behind gimmicky language is impressively amazing, actually. Just slap together some words that sound engineering and
everyone into the Jeffries tube.
Well, see, the thing is, as an engineer, I feel kind of proprietary over that kind of stuff. I'm like, you kind of getting in my. It's kind of like I know people are in the medical field, and when they watch medical shows and medical, just starts throwing out like random bullshit that has nothing to do with anything. They're like,
I mean, speaking as someone who had to go through brain surgery to get rid of seizures, every time they stick someone in an MRI without their head wrapped in something to baffle the sound, I'm like, this person's coming out deaf. You realize that?
I have never been in one of those things. Are they like the way that they show in shows that you lay on a flat thing and slide into a tube?
Yeah, but then it starts making these loud banging and buzzerting noises at you. And if you didn't have your head covered, it would be so freaking loud, you might as well just step inside the engine of a 747. I mean, it is loud.
It's loud.
I've never been in one, and I think I've only ever been in a tanning bed twice. And I found tanning beds to be quite creepy. When I was in high school, my mom used to like to go do the tanning thing, and so she tried to get me to go with her. And I did that like twice and did not like it. It was just weird. I just felt I could not get this out of this feeling that I was like being cooked inside of a, like I was just being cooked to death. And
it's a giant George Foreman grill.
It is. Like, yeah, those long fluorescent lamps and it was just weird and terrible. And the thing is that I don't particularly feel like it's because I'm claustrophobic or anything. I mean, I once for a movie allowed myself to be nailed into a coffin that we dug the grave for, and then third on top of me, and then the scene was was basically a grave digger, a body snatcher, cracked me out of the coffin and pulled me out of it. So I'm like, well, that wasn't all that freaky or whatever, but tanning beds, no go.
Well, there's this like contest that's been going around. There's like these memes and things where it's like, would you lie in a coffin for 24 hours for some crazy small amount of money? I think it was like $600. And in the end, what it turned out, like the coffin is open. So your face, you can see everything, and you can get out for regular bathroom breaks and that kind of thing. And I'm sitting there going, okay, but they're giving you like double minimum wage tops for that. And I'm like, you're going to have to pay me a couple of grand just to sit on my ass like that. And it's not even that scary. You can see everything on, and you get to use the John. It's like, where's the challenge?
Right? I'm not claustrophobic in the classic sense. Like I can work, and I have worked in like enclosed spaces and no problem. But if you put me in a confined space where like I can't get out, so you put me in a closet, I can sit and work in a closet all day. Literally have done it. Lock the door, and I will freak the fuck out. So like being in a casket that's nailed shut. Oh my! I probably would have crawled. I'd like bloody fingers by the time they got me out of the thing.
Man, what are those chambers called where you deprivation chambers? I don't think I could handle a deprivation chamber.
Yeah,
they're supposed to be trippy.
Yeah, sensory deprivation chambers. Yeah,
I would love.
I'd pay good money to do one of those chambers.
Yeah,
no. In Britain, some gyms have them. You can. Some good sleep. I never went to a gym that had one, but I would love. Can I overstress how much I would enjoy checking one of those things out? I don't know if I'd have to check it out tripping first and then straight, or straight first and then tripping. But I want to do both, and I don't know which way I would do it. I'm going to let Michael back on.
I think I could probably. It would probably be cool if I was on shrooms or something like that. But just doing it alone, my own thoughts would drive me nuts.
It depends on whether or not they lock the thing or not. If I can get out at any time, I'll probably be okay.
In my time away, I noticed that the description box says blowhards blowing hard. You guys notice that's how we're being described each week?
What?
The description box of this video, it says blowhards blowing hard.
Isn't that Goff that set that up though?
Yes, and then he leaves the panel alone, and then he's probably taking screenshots and just laughing.
Well, he's not wrong.
I see him there now in the comments. He's like,
Where do you see that?
It's in the description box on YouTube.
If you look on at the YouTube. Yeah.
Link the channel because I didn't.
Yeah.
See, he knew that. He knew that we never watched the actual channel because we're on the video. Why wouldn't we? We were here.
Right.
See, the thing is, I've been called so much worse that I don't even mind.
Yeah.
He also calls this the Powow Jamboree. I don't know if any of us are Native American, right?
No.
But I noticed that it's the one that comes after Jamboree number 20. So he ran out of fingers and toes. Couldn't count. He's like, what do I call this one?
Well, he could have. Sorry, I don't even want to go there. Never mind. I was just suggesting another way he could count past 20, but
21 anyway. 23.
Can we give it a Letterkenny twist? Can we just start coming up with, like the hockey players, right? Blowhard's blowing hard, right? And then just like go with that for the rest of it for forever, right? Blowhards blow hard, boys. Like, I don't know. We could go on with that, I suppose. If you guys have ever seen Letterkenny, I don't know if you have. If you haven't, you should. Oh God, you should go watch it.
It's a band, isn't it?
No, it's a TV show. It's
a Canadian show.
Oh, yes. Maybe I'm thinking of the Dead Kennedys.
The Dead Kennedys is a band. Yes.
Yeah.
No, it's like super. It's very, very hilarious. I would recommend it to pretty much everybody. Let's see. The intro sums up basically the whole premise of the show. There are 5,000 people in the town of Letterkenny. These are their problems. Like, that's it. And it's just like this.
Like Law and Order, but
Yeah, it's like, but it's like this backwater Canadian town where they're just like all like it's just crazy stuff all the time. So I don't know. You'd like it. I think you would like it. Like it gets you on. It ropes you in episode 1, season 1.
Of course, I also listen to a lot of Irish drinking songs, and they mention the town of Kilkenny a lot. So maybe that's part of it too.
well,
Too many Kennys.
yeah, well,
Maybe we should kill them.
I've been to Kilkenny City in Ireland.
Okay, nobody got the ref. Or okay, never mind. I'll
Or is there a Kill Karen? Okay, sorry.
Well, I assume that was a South Park reference.
Yeah. Oh my God, they killed Kenny.
Yeah.
There's a Kill Cranky.
I actually haven't watched South Park in more than 10 years. So
It sucks anymore.
yeah.
I tried
First
watching.
was The Simpsons.
I tried watching this past season, and I hadn't watched in ages, and I'm just watching. I'm like, oh yeah. After like 10 minutes, I'm like, a lot of it's like the same shit, recycled from before, and then the other stuff is just dumb. And they also, it's weird because the earlier stuff. I mean, I know they never really got super political way back, but their leanings were at least like center left. But now they definitely kind of gone more like right libertarian a bit, and it's just like,
Have they?
yeah.
I did like the it was either 2016 or 2015 when they were poking fun at identity politics and a number of other things, and that was a funny season. But other than that, they haven't been funny for a long time.
Yeah, I mean the thing is, they started. That was the same season too, when they were like making fun of the election, and they had Garrison as a proxy for Trump. There was some good stuff there. But,
Who's Garrison?
Mr. Garrison.
Oh, as in MK.
No, that's Mr. Mackey.
Okay.
Mr. Garrison Mr. Garrison was the teacher, like for the kids.
It's been a long time.
He was their third grade teacher, and then they advanced on to Miss Chokesondik, but then she died, and he came back.
Okay, I'm getting the names mixed up. Is that the one? Mr. Garrison's the one with the puppet, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Now I remember. Okay. That's right.
Trans
You know-
teacher, the puppet.
I have to wonder, like, if you were to pitch that show today, do you think anyone would say go for it?
No.
Probably not.
Ew.
I think about a lot of 90s shows like Ren and Stimpy. Could Ren and Stimpy or Beavis and Butthead be made today?
They're redoing Beavis and Butthead is coming
Beavis
back.
and Butthead's coming back. Yeah.
Archer.
What channel?
Could Archer be done today?
Never actually watched
that
one.
old.
Okay. I mean,
Well, I thought Archer was still like semi-current.
as far as I know, I don't know. I haven't watched it in quite some time, but it is very politically incorrect, I guess. So I'm like, well, I don't know.
I've had multiple friends tell me like, "Oh, you got to see Archer. You got to see Archer." One good person even gave me a DVD with Archer, and I watched it. I like. I've seen. I didn't really like it. I mean, I didn't hate it, but it was just kind of like it was weird because the Ben, whatever his name, who was like who does the main voice. I liked him from other things, but I just couldn't get into the show. And something Brothers. What the hell's the name of the?
Venture Brothers.
Venture Brothers.
Yeah.
I had people like, Joe, they're like, I know what kind of comedy you things you like, and you're gonna love Venture Brothers. And I watched it. It was one of the most insipid things I've ever seen in my life. I would like this.
Everyone and their hamster told me to watch Rick and Morty, and I watched it. And the first episode pissed me off so bad. I mean, I've never actually stopped watching a TV show that angry. Now, the problem was that apparently in the first episode, they wanted to see just how many times they could get Rick to say Morty. 96, apparently. In the first episode alone, he says that. And that was what pissed me off so much. It was just like, hey, Morty, you want to go to do this thing? Morty, come on, Morty, we're doing the Morty. And I just like, I felt like I was being battered over the head with the name Morty. And so I never watched it again.
Isn't that like when South Park did the shit counter? Was it shit or was it fuck? Sorry, because yeah.
Well, I was just going to say what happened with Rick and Morty is they made you think about a lot of things on the first couple seasons, I guess, And then they switched to a new mode where they had Pickle Rick. And they no longer cared about making people think about anything. It's sort of like what happened to The Simpsons. Simpsons was great for the first several seasons, and then, because they were making fun of celebrities, they were making fun, and then suddenly The Simpsons was propping up celebrities. And I mean, they totally changed. So Rick and Morty kind of went through a similar metamorphosis.
Yeah, it became too self-aware, I think.
They kind of strike me as just being goofy for the sake of being goofy, and that just drives me up the wall.
I'm with you on that. I've never seen Rick and Morty, but I'm with you on the premise that I don't like people just doing doofy stuff for the sake of doing doofy stuff. So,
man, you must have hated the 90s.
Yeah. What do you all think of Family Guy?
I have never seen Family Guy.
Family Guy was good the first season, which is like a long fucking time ago, like 20 years or more ago. The first season and a half. And again, it was a show that tried to make you think, and then it just got stupid. Like, I remember, a lot of people don't remember, the first season they were Jewish. And then they changed that because they wanted to, like, do other kinds of comedy and whatever. But yeah, it was just like, and then it went off the air, and actually probably up to the point it went off the air was probably decent, so like the first 2.5, 3 seasons, and then it came back and it was just like dumb. And then they finally did something good when they killed off the dog, because the way they did it, I gotta say, it was actually really beautifully done. And then they erased that like a few weeks later because people were upset, and it's like, no, that was the good part about it, was that it was like permanent and it hurt, but it was done in an artful way, and they screwed it up.
Who is the best character in animation entertainment, going back to the beginning to the present?
Yakko Warner.
Oh my God! I can't even believe you just said that. I was like,
Yakko Warner.
He's one of the Animaniacs, man.
You never watched Animaniacs? Oh, man, imagine how lucky you are to still have that ahead of you. That is such a great experience. Go check it out.
Aren't they bringing Animaniacs back, too?
I caught little bits, but I mean, it was after my time.
Yeah, Bugs Bunny. Yeah, Yakko is cool. Bugs Bunny.
Didn't they have there was a new version of Bugs Bunny and Friends that they kind of, they totally changed the nature of the show, and I guess I wasn't able to get much into that. Anyone see that? And Bugs Bunny was kind of purplish.
Was it
there was a lot of the newer stuff. They tried to breathe new life into those characters, and it never works.
So you're trying to breathe new life into just about anything. Usually it results in crap.
Yeah.
I just watched The Mandalorian.
Why not just give us more of the same? Because that's mostly what people want, is more of the same.
Scrappy Doo, anyone?
I remember Scrappy Doo.
I mean, I remember, but not the best character in animation history.
Yeah, no. The best character, in my opinion, it's Bugs Bunny. Bugs Bunny.
Shaggy and Scooby.
I feel like there are so many that I cannot think of all of them all at once. In order to, I feel like I want to see a good, well-rounded list that I can look over. But then again,
that would be thousands of names.
Hong Kong Phooey.
Hong Kong Phooey. Oh my God. It's good old Hanna-Barbera.
Yeah, Scatman Crothers was the voice.
Well, do we count movies, like animation movies, like Who Framed Roger Rabbit?
Sure. Although I still want to see a movie like Who Framed Roger Rabbit, where you have live action and animation interacting, but instead of like Disney and Looney Tunes style characters, G.I. Joe, Transformers, Ninja Turtles, all the action cartoons, all of the sci-fi and superheroes, instead of the more wacky stuff. I'd love to see that.
The taxi cab from Who Framed Roger Rabbit. He was pretty cool.
Kira said something good. Captain Caveman. Who remembers Captain Caveman?
Captain
Caveman.
For some reason, when you guys did that, all I could think in my head was Leroy Jenkins.
Captain Caveman was Leroy Jenkins before Leroy Jenkins.
I like Mojo Jojo from the Powerpuff Girls.
Oh, Mojo Jojo.
I only saw the very first Powerpuff Girls. It was like actually was the one that they used. They won some contest, and that's how the show ended up getting picked up.
I
That
don't
was
know.
like '95. It was a long time ago.
I'm not sure I've ever watched more than one consecutive minute of Powerpuff Girls.
Teacher, can we be excused to save the world?
How about Dexter's Lab?
Yes.
Dexter's Lab.
How about Dexter's Lab? Yeah.
No, I never saw
Dexter's
it.
Lab was fantastic.
Two Stupid Dogs.
None of us mentioned any ponies.
Who?
I mean, I liked My Little Pony.
You did?
I will admit to being a bit of a fan of Rainbow Dash, but other than that,
Wait, Angry Beavers.
Are we still talking about cartoons?
Yeah.
Remember the Angry
Yeah.
Beavers?
Yeah.
Oh, actually, Underdog.
What? You have a My Little Pony doll?
There's who need to fear. Underdog is here.
I have actual My Little Ponies.
yeah, I kind of went a different way with my bobbleheads.
Uncle Pop.
Hey, that's Sean. Yeah.
And, Paul said Muttley the Snickering Dog. Him and Snidely Whiplash.
Oh no! Ah!
Green Machine. Muttley was in a couple shows. One of them was like a race, and I forget what the show was called. But
With Penelope Pit Stop.
yes, Penelope Pit Stop. Right.
So many things to knock over.
Does anyone remember the old pole position cartoon show from the 80s?
Oh, I remember the video game. I'm like, yeah.
Well, I mean,
I heard
the show
about
was so loosely based on the video game that it might as well not have been at all. But it was weird. It was like this brother and sister team who had these two cars with like sentient computers as part of them. They had their little sister that was their pit crew, and then this weird raccoon sort of koala looking thing named Kuma that was not this I don't think it was a real animal of any sort. They never identified what it was.
Red Wolf Racer?
But apparently their parents had gifted them these cars before they died, and then the kids go have adventures all the time. It was a crazy weird show, and it was one of those ones that was not very great, so they stuck it on Sunday mornings.
Actually, it reminded me of another show from the '80s based on a video game, Qbert.
Cool.
And then every episode they has some excuse for him to be jumping on the top of cars, and he would turn the top of the car a different color. It was like, what the hell?
Well, but Qbert was part of the whole Saturday Supercade, where it was like a block of shows based on video games.
Remember
So,
that.
like, what year was it that they finally, not finally, I shouldn't say finally, because it was kind of a cool thing, but what year was it that they got rid of Saturday morning cartoons?
Have they? I haven't watched
They did.
in ages.
What do they do on Saturday mornings?
Stupid.
Yeah.
I remember years ago, I hadn't watched anything. I'm not usually up on Saturday mornings. I got up early, and I was like, hey, what the hell? I'm going to see what they're playing these days for Saturday cartoons, and there wasn't any. Like, what the hell happened?
I feel like I feel bereft. Are you actually serious that there's no more Saturday morning cartoons on network TV?
You go
correct.
across the
No,
pond
it's been at least a decade that they haven't.
So what do
had
they
it.
have
Really?
instead?
I mean, I've been gone. I was
Yeah.
gone a long time, obviously, and it wasn't something I did immediately before I left either. Thank you, my love. It wasn't something I did immediately before I left either because, life. I didn't really watch cartoons in the '80s. I was too busy. But and to be honest, I don't know. The fact that's to me, I can't even imagine what my childhood would be like if I didn't get up early on Saturday morning and watch cartoons every week. It was the only thing I got to do that I wanted to do before I had a fucking list of chores to do because I grew up on a ranch and there was chores every weekend. So Saturday morning cartoons was like my only thing to look forward to on the weekend for years. I can't imagine. I suppose I get busy for cartoons now, are they? Or are all cartoons worth making?
No, I just
nowadays or something.
I just looked it up. So NBC ditched them in '92, CBS not long after, and ABC ditched them in 2004.
Wow.
So what do they show now?
Yeah.
I mean, because all I'm picturing is like the Farm Report or something.
Golf.
Oh,
basically, and news and
Commercial. There we go.
Yeah. Well, now here's one show. I think Kazum, how old are you?
47.
His eyebrows fly off his head.
I don't know if you're old enough, but I know Paul. Well, the reason why, because there was one. It wasn't a cartoon, but Paul may remember this. There used to be a show. They would come on in like the wee hours, like 6 o'clock in the morning, called the New Zoo Review.
I remember that.
And that was one of my favorite shows. And I was never been a morning person, but whenever I woke up early, because it was like during the week, and if I woke up early enough to watch the show, I'd go tear off and watch it. It was like there was Henrietta the Hippo, Freddie the Frog, and I forget what the owl's name was.
Gary Gnu.
Different show.
That was the Great Space Coaster.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. The News Review was one of my favorites. That and one show that was regional, unfortunately, so I don't think anybody besides Rob's going to know it, was Magic Garden. It was only in the New York market, but it was a great show.
That was a great show.
Well, wait. What channel was it on?
It was on the local PBS channel, I believe.
Oh, okay. Because I mean, like I was raised in Vermont, but our I want to say NBC affiliate was in Plattsburgh. So if it was New York, we might have got it.
Yeah, basically it was two women.
Lesbians. There are a couple lesbians with a guitar.
Yeah. Yeah, you would. Yeah, exactly.
There was a couple lesbians with a guitar.
Yeah.
And singing songs on a swing under a fake tree.
Yeah, Susan and
Caroline, no, or Carolyn?
Caroline, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm checking now. Yeah, from
That
72
does
to
not look familiar.
No, it was PIX channel 11 in the New York area.
WPIX? We got WPIX when I
Did
was.
you? Okay.
Oh,
You might
yeah.
For my sexuality. I blame the magic
Carol and Paula.
Paula. Yep.
Here in the garden of make believe, the magical garden of make believe. Rob does it. Yeah, it's a great show. I'll drop the link in the chat if you guys want to see the thing.
So before Transformers and GoBots, you guys, I don't know if anybody remember this. I think it was called Goldar. Does that ring a bell?
Under the Barbarian? No?
Goldar. Giant gold robot with blonde hair. And he had a son, Nico.
Oh,
that turned into a jet. Do you remember?
I never watched it, but the character I'm looking right now, very familiar looking.
Goldar. I used to watch that when I was a kid.
At first, I thought you meant Galtar and the Golden Lance, but completely different.
I remember that.
I dropped a link in the private chat, so if you guys get a chance, you want to see the Magic Garden theme song.
Magic Garden. Cool.
You can
go.
It
was a very odd show.
Yeah, well, I think it was because it was very 70s. It started in 72 and is very kind of trippy. So there was Talking Flowers.
And the Magic Garden, yeah, Talking Flowers.
Kids loved the show, but also like teens liked the show because they would, especially back then, everyone would get baked and watch the
right.
The squirrel's name was Sherlock, right?
Yes.
I can imagine that being a thing for sure. Talking Flowers is pretty Alice in Wonderland. So.
Well, most of them just giggled. Most of the time, they just kind of giggled and
around. But there was another thing was the Sid and Marty Krofft hour or time on Saturday mornings, and you had like
stuff,
Land of the Lost and Far Out Space Mud,
the Bugaloos.
See, I remember Land of the Lost being much better than it was when I watched it a few years ago.
Yeah, Peach and I actually, we did that experiment where I was talking about how great it was, and she looked it up, and I was just like, oh my God, that's awful. Why do I remember it being so much better?
I remember being terrified by the Slee Stacks, and now I'm like, wow, that's silly.
Well, you were 6. What did you know? Yeah. I mean, when you're 6, a lot of things are scary. No, I got it on DVD. I still love it.
HR Puffin stuff.
HR Puffin. I didn't like HR Puffin stuff as much. But that was, part of the Sid and Marty Krofft stuff.
We were probably our age group. We were the last probably to watch that.
Yeah. Yeah, the Cross Super Show, and they had remember Wonderbug?
Yep.
Wonderbug.
Wonderbug was like a dune buggy, and it was all like broken down and everything. It was called Schlepp Car when it was in its normal form. But if they honked the horn, it had this little like kind of like weird horn. And when they
sounds like a disease.
yeah, they squeezed the horn, it turned into this tricked out jalopy with candy apple red paint and it had a mouth on it and it solved it. It was very much of like a 70s version of Scooby Doo, but with a car instead of a dog.
Don't remember Danger Island.
No.
No, that's not familiar either.
Oh, I remember one actually when my oldest, when Devin was really little, there was a show that I actually hated that came on all the time, was Gullah Gullah Island.
Never heard of it.
No, I don't know that
So
one either.
lucky.
What was the name of the show? Gulliver's Travels. That was on part of the. Now I can't remember. Banana Splits show, and it was sort of taking. It was a. Now I can't remember the. Never mind. That's all right.
Okay. Well, Gullah Gullah Island was cool in a way because it was very diverse, right? Supposedly the show took place like on an island, Gullah Gullah Island, and it was very diverse. A cast of kids, every race and shade and everything, very, very diverse. So it would be really, really popular today. But the problem with it was that the two white kids on the show were stupid.
So it wasn't fantasy enough for you, because that seems like too close to reality, right?
They didn't know how to do anything. Like they had an episode about sports, and the white kid couldn't play sports, so the black kid taught him how to play basketball. Then there was another
That's
episode.
not racist.
And then there was another episode where the white kids didn't know how to dance, so all the Spanish kids taught him how to dance. I mean, the white kids were stupid. They couldn't do anything. They couldn't get out of their own way. They had no imagination. They couldn't do anything. And the show was great other than that. It was just like every single episode, the white kids are the laughing stock.
I don't remember that show at all. Well, actually, do you remember Dr. Shrinker?
No.
Oh, that was part of the Sid and Marty Krofft Super Show.
Was Dr. Shrinker a psychologist out of curiosity?
He was an evil scientist, and well, I forget if it was accidental or on purpose, but he shrunk 3 people down, 3 like younger people, and he was constantly trying to catch them and do some horrible experiments with them, and they were constantly trying to get away. It's very much like the Smurfs. I think they were the archetype for the Smurfs. Really,
I love the Smurfs.
And Billy Barty played like the Igor character for Dr. Shrinker. And then another one was some Wonderbug and Electro Woman and Dyna Girl.
I don't remember those either.
No.
Yeah, two women. Well, there was a woman, I guess, in her 30s, and then there was a Dyna Girl was probably 15 or so or 16. It was supposed to be anyway, and they were just like by day they were just regular lesbians, and then then they do the magic thing, and then now they're solving crime.
By day they were regular lesbians.
Yeah.
And by night they were bionic dance.
Honestly, given my dating history, I'd rather not date a regular lesbian. Thank you.
So I saw this meme today, speaking of like lesbians and gay folk and whatnot, and it said it was a pretty right wing, maybe even alt right, like maybe way out there. But it said that when whatever the position may be, if the woman is on top of the man during sex, this is gay sex, right? And so, because basically the woman is in the dominant position and the man is in the subordinate position, and therefore this is gay sex if the woman is on top of the man. You shouldn't be doing that. But then I had this question that arose in my head of, well, what if 2 women or 2 men were having sex? because one of the people on top is going to be like, does that ungay it? Is that like two negatives canceling each other out? So if it's two men having sex, but one man is like the man on top, right? Is he now the dominant one, and therefore he's ungay, but the man on the bottom is gay? Like, how does that work out? I don't know. Like,
it'd be nice if these like fundamentalists and homophobes and whatever would just come right out and say, I want the world a certain way, and you're making that harder to do. You know, just because it's like all of their rules, they try to justify them in some way, and it never works out. You know, so why not just say, look, I want it my way?
Well, I don't know if you guys heard what Ben Shapiro said earlier this week, that he kind of let the cat out of the bag on something that he's taking a lot of guff for with good reason. He basically said, that vaginal wetness is actually not normal, and that's a result of some sort of vaginal disease or bacteria. And his wife told him this, and I'm like, so maybe they're only dry for you, Ben, only for you.
Yeah, have they ever had sex, those two? Or is this a marriage of convenience and Ben Shapiro's actually gay?
Well, probably through a sheet, because if he's Orthodox, it's through a sheet.
I hope not. It sounds terrible.
I feel like the people that make these memes never have actually had the kind of sex that they're talking about. I mean, really. I just can't imagine anybody always and forever wanting to have the sex in the one position for forever.
And for no reason other than procreation either.
Eat rice for the rest of your life. I mean, what?
Well, every time Ben Shapiro does it, though, he closes his eyes and puts his head upward and just hums like the Energizer Bunny, going, "I can't believe I'm doing this. I can't believe I'm doing this. I can't believe I'm doing this."
Well, I'm convinced you're right. You're right, Sister Danger. Because I mean, that when I always want to say to these people that they criticize certain types of sex, and look, there's types of sex I like, some I don't. But the thing is, the way they act is like, you know what? You've never had any of this. In fact, I'm wondering if you've ever had sex. Period.
Sometimes I wonder.
You know, it's like the way they describe, like particularly like, women's anatomy. You know, they're it's like, have you ever been up close with one?
Like, and by up close we mean like within a 10-foot radius, right? Like.
And Spider, by the way, is correct. The submissive position is really the one that's in control. So just so everyone understands that.
So I actually don't know if I totally agree with that. I guess that I would say that there are subs, but then there is also topping from the bottom. Yeah. And so I'm kind of like, well, I mean, I know where it's coming from. The submissive is the one that is totally in control, because ultimately it's their limits that are setting the boundaries for what the dom can do, right? But at the same time, there can also be relationships where the submissive literally relinquishes those boundaries, and sometimes with nothing more than I only have the safe word, right, and. In those cases, right, sometimes it is even becomes a sex play kind of challenge to do things to push those limits and push those limits and push those limits, and to also withstand those limits, right? And I guess like in those scenarios, I see this as like the submissive not really, like they've got their one word but no other boundaries. So the dom can kind of do everything until they can't. Right. And to me, I find that
this all assumes that it's being done consensually and healthily. Yeah. But
should it not be done that way?
I'm just saying that, like, let's face it, in a rape scenario where it literally is rape, the rapist is a little bit on the in control side. I'm not saying they should be, but I'm saying they kind of are. So, I mean, you're completely 100% right, assuming consent.
Assuming, yes. I will say that I do assume those things.
And in that regard, I have a friend who's a former pro dom, and she used to tell me all the stories about things, and like how many people that come, they're supposedly they say they're subs, and they have literally like pages upon pages of what they want and what they don't want, and scripts and all.
No, Yes, and there's actually there's a word for that. It's a type of BDSM relationship based on a dude's name. I think it's a dude's name because he's the one who kind of maybe it's not a dude's name, but it's very strict though, and they codify everything, and they have the whole collaring ceremonies. You know, it's like, oh man, it's like right on the tip of my forebrain. I hate it when I can't remember things like that. Anyway.
Please excuse my interruption, but I just saw this comment go by, and I have to say, if sex is casual, you're doing it wrong.
Oh, I don't know.
That's all I've got to say.
Walk into that one.
Right.
I suppose that depends on how you define casual.
Well,
I mean, let's put it this way: if I were to sub in for casual the word lazy, that can actually be pretty nice. Just some lazy Sunday morning sex, just growing closer between two people. Could be nice.
I agree with that. Although, see, yes, now that you're doing that, but I was realizing you're talking about that meme about what's gay and what's not. It's like, hey, half our panel.
What?
Half our panel's gay, at least. I don't know about Mike.
I feel like I don't understand the words coming out of your mouth. All I hear is paddle, and I'm like, how are paddles gay?
Panel.
No, I said half our panel is gay or gay.
Oh.
To begin with, in my concept of sexuality, it's still a bit rapey if you're assuming.
From here to here is straight, and then half of our paddle.
It's so funny. Why would you divide your paddle that way? Can't you just have like this side is straight, but this side is gay?
That's a gay side.
I don't even have a paddle.
I don't know when the last time I watched one of my videos, but if someone films in vertical video, I tell them that's a paddling, and I think a prop would be a good thing to have for that. So,
you know what? I'm Sister Danger, and I approve that message right there. Vertical videos are out.
Suddenly, when people are talking about paddles, I think of Atari 2600 game controllers. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll try in television sometime. You want to talk paddles?
You could paddle somebody with those.
And man, that shit was serious business right there. That was like just like some solid wood. That there was no fluff and stuff at all. It had the air holes on it so that you're not like buffering it in any way, shape, or form. And you leave some nice little.
And the part that amuses me is that I got it on Amazon. For that matter, you can get some wacky stuff on Amazon. Like, again, I don't know if you've been watching my videos, but every now and then people send me stuff and I unbox it on camera. Well, I got this one package that I was kind of suspicious about, and I managed to get Amazon to look it up based on the tracking number and tell me what it was. And it was a black rubber 18-inch marital aid that I decided not to unbox on camera. So, yeah.
I've actually got a wish list on Amazon with some wacky stuff on it.
18 inches.
I've had
people.
Well, here's
I've had a couple of my subscribers send stuff from it. It was like, wow, I can't believe somebody actually paid for this.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Well, you guys, is Spencer's a national chain or is it just in the Northeast?
National.
Oh no,
Yeah.
we have Spencer's out here.
Okay, I don't know about now, but I remember when I was like teen or maybe just preteen, going into Spencer's, and they used to have all kinds of stuff, but of course they had to package it differently, especially in the 70s and early 80s. So it was the personal massager, and I'm looking at that thing and I'm like, yeah, it doesn't look like a massager to me.
Spencer's isn't as wild as it used to be.
Yeah.
I actually was a manager at Spencer's for a while, believe it or not.
Oh, way back in the day though, like in the 80s and 90s, like early 90s, but mostly in the 80s. That was, I mean, they had the whole section that you had to be 18 or over to go into, right? Like, yeah, I remember that, and I went in those sections anyway because I just didn't care. But
you know that Spencer's is owned by Kiss, right?
What, the band?
What? Really?
Yeah.
That explains all the underwear and shot glasses.
That's why they have all the Kiss merchandise,
I
because
think that makes the store so much better. Like, it suddenly gained points in my mind.
yeah. Spencer's is owned by Seagram's, and Seagram's is owned by Kiss.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Well, my high school jobs were almost exclusively video stores, and there was one that I worked at that was nominally a regular video store, but it was about 80% porn. And wow, some of the customers we get in some of the videos where I only saw the cover, but wow, I gotta tell you, there was one guy came in with a little notebook with all the titles he wanted and hadn't seen yet.
When I first moved back to New Jersey, I joined. There's video clubs still existed. So we're talking like '99 or so, and I joined one that was right nearby, and they had a porn section, and in addition to like the typical porn stuff, they had like the imports, and they had a German section. I just remember looking at the German stuff and like, what the fuck's wrong with German people?
Searchofchocolate.com, baby. Google it. Good luck.
I remember the title of this one video was Pissen und Spritzen, and I'm like, oh god.
Okay, all right. Back in Seattle, when cable access was still a thing and people were still doing cable access shows, there was this one that would come on around 2 a.m. or so, and I stumbled across it completely by accident because as I'm flipping through channels, I happened to notice a familiar face, one of my fellow students at the Art Institute. And I flipped back to go, what the hell was that? And just in time to see him get his dick pierced on live television.
Wow. That
When
would
I saw
actually be
him
kind of
live,
cool to watch. I mean, was it like a Prince Albert? Was it what kind of a piercing was it?
It was the one that goes through and then back around.
So not through the head of the cock, but kind of at the top of where the foreskin is.
It goes through the glands.
Through the glands. Okay.
And the urethra. So it's like looping around that way.
Gotcha.
Okay. Kate, you said that was a cable access show?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, because I, as you know, used to be a body piercer, and I have been on a European TV show doing exactly the same thing.
Well, this was Seattle, but I get you.
Yeah,
cool.
piercing someone down below.
Yeah.
I can't remember. I think the show's called Eurotrash, which was a show back in the 90s, which was like all over different European countries where people were doing like alternative, crazy, or wild shit. And I guess getting your dick pierced qualifies as wild and crazy shit. I've done hundreds of those. Yeah, back in the day. Don't miss being a piercist, but it was cool.
Okay, now I have a question. All
okay,
right.
I've got an answer.
Directly related to penis piercings.
Okay, go on.
So when you pierce the penis, it is not erect, correct?
Which part? Which piercing?
It
There's any number of different piercings you can get down below, which are all have different names and different places and different functions or non-functions, as the case may be.
But
some piercings are decorative and some piercings are functional.
By functional, you mean you can keep them in or whatever, they're meant to improve sex?
Yes.
Yeah, that's they have a purpose beyond their appearance. Yeah.
Okay, so I guess my question is that if you are piercing the penis when it is not erect, then how do you know that when it then becomes erect, that it is not going to rip or tear at the flesh or skin?
Well, if you've been trained properly, and you also, I'll actually beyond training, let's get down to the personal. I've got a dick, man. I wouldn't want someone to fuck my dick up, and I'm not I'm not going to be the guy that fucks your dick up, right?
Yes, but how do you know that it's not going to?
You can trust me with your dick, is what I'm trying to say. I'm.
Well, it would depend.
Go on, Rob.
It would depend on the size of the ring that you put in.
Well,
if you have a ring if you get like a PA and you get a ring that's too small in diameter, that's going to cause a problem.
It'll cheese wire its way through.
Oh.
So you need something.
Oh, that sounds terrible.
You need something to start off with, like, for example, Prince Albert. You need something that's like 2.4 thick or thicker, maybe even 3 mil. But 2.4 is a good starting one because it is going to stretch over time anyway, and therefore want to start with it as small as possible, but also still as safely as possible. And 2.4 mil is about as safely as possible for your initial prints.
There is not one part of this topic I find pleasant.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I find it all quite fascinating. I don't know these things.
I told one anecdote from the 90s, and now we're on this.
Piercing.
Believe me, I've been trying to think about how to turn the conversation for a while, but this is not what I expected. I gotta say.
And now we're on how to gauge your Prince Albert. Okay.
There's a taint piercing. That's called a guiche. A guiche. What the hell is that?
Oh.
Guiche, yeah.
Yeah, guiche.
Or you get your perineum pierced, yeah.
Yeah. There was a time when I wanted to get a PA and guiche and match them together.
Whoa, because then if you got an erection, it would totally tug on the other one, and that would be like some kind of crazy right there. Dang.
Okay.
I once tried to get a cartilage piercing up here. That was it. That's like when that got infected and had to be lanced, I said, screw it, I'm just going tattoos.
I have one of those here.
Yeah, but nobody's looking to fuck your ear, Kate.
No, you're wrong. There's a fetish for everything.
Sister Danger, to more directly answer your previous question, though, without being flippant, you never 100% can be sure if you're going, like, for example, right through until you do it. There's stuff inside you can't see. You know, you can make your best educated guess and mitigate any ensuing problems, but that almost never happens. And believe me, anyone brave enough to do that is ready for it, because that's the kind of thing that just anybody decides to get done, right? So yeah, and the reason you want to charge a lot of money for this kind of thing isn't because you're greedy. It's because you need expertise to do this in the first place, and you're paying for my expertise, and that's why I charge what I charge. But also for something that's that serious, I want to make sure you've considered it. If it's 20 pounds or something like that, you might do it on a bet.
Like,
for example.
So
I'm just thinking, like, go into Claire's and pay 20 pounds and get your dick pierced. Like, well, like, what?
So real quick, I don't know if you've got anyone like waiting in the queue to come in and talk, but I do have to go feed my cats. So if you do, it's the perfect opportunity.
I'm sorry to put you off, Kate, but that's fine. I do. Joe's down there waiting to get back on. So listen, thanks for hanging out.
Sure. Later.
Okay, yeah, pop in if you want. Here we go.
And Paul, in regard to what you were just saying, I had a friend who he kept talking about it, like all the time, talking about it, getting the PA. And I was getting kind of annoyed after a while because he wouldn't shut up about it. And at the time, I mean, I guess, there's more people who do it now, and there's more care about doing it, safely, like you're professional. But back then it was relatively, I mean, it's always been around, but it was becoming more popular. So it was like new for a lot of people. And a lot of people were just doing really bad jobs, and it was causing like permanent damage to people. And my friend was going off about it, and I just got sick and tired of hearing about him. So I said, because I was like, well, how much is it? And he was like, I don't know, I think it was $140. And I'm like, I got 40 bucks, Johnny, you got 40 bucks. I'm like, Vin, we're all going to pitch in and we're going to get it for you. But I'm going to watch. I want to watch. And he was just like, he just got like sheet white. And I was like, because I want to be there when you're in pain. I want to hear you scream. And he was just like, and he never talked about it again. And he apparently never did it either. So
that's funny. Hey, Sister Danger, on my YouTube channel, back when I was a body piercer, I've got 3 videos. I encourage you to look them up. Just search Got That Funk, Tales from the Studio. There's 1, 2, and 3. Number 3 is a dark tale. You have to have a cocktail or, be otherwise sedated to watch that video, because it is a little bit dark. But yeah, there you are. Yeah. Put that in your notebook, fans.
I'm looking it up now. It's funny though, because so here we go. We have Tales from the Studio Part 2. That's what comes up first, at least on my search feed. And then we have YouTube roasts Got That Funk. And then we have Chappelle Show's Charlie Murphy's True Hollywood Stories, Prince Uncensored.
Hey, Paul.
Yeah.
What was really funny is when you started talking about that and you said that when you started to say you had to have a cocktail first, given the subject matter you were saying, when you said you have to have a cock, I was like, women don't want it, or people without penises don't want to watch this one.
I mean,
Yeah, yeah.
I've got them. They're just not attached to me bodily, is all. I mean, nobody said that was a rule.
Kate left, and she was saying about, like the worst thing that she had thought about doing is getting the cartilage in her ear pierced. And I have a belly piercing, and I had a nipple piercing for a long time. I mean, body piercing is pretty cool.
Yep. I have my belly button pierced. That was a surprise for me. I was 19 when I got that done. I had no idea how any kind of body piercing at all worked. Like, there was nobody in my world to tell me about those things. I just saw belly button piercings and thought they were very pretty. And I decided, well, I am old enough to do this on my own now. I do not need parent permission. And so I will go do it. So I just walked into this tattoo parlor and I was like, I want to get my belly button pierced. And the guy's like, okay, well, are you old enough? I was like, I am. Here's my ID. And so we get back into this room, right? And I lay down on the table, and he puts the iodine on my belly button, right? And then he gets out these clamps to clamp the skin so it's taut. And then he gets out this enormous, big ass fucking needle, right? And I'm like, what's that for? and he's like, what do you mean, what is this for? And I was like, well, what are you going to do with it? And then he was like, oh dear, right? And so he explains at this time with me laying there the whole process of how the needle is actually bigger, so you can put the gold ring into the end of it, because that's how you get it through the skin and around. And I'm like, oh. And he says, and he says, do you still want to do this? And I was like, well, I thought it was going to be like an ear piercing, with a gun. And he's like, no. And, but there I was already there. So I was like, let's do it. I was like, but I have to watch, because that's a thing. There it is. I do. I actually, I have very, I've used very unkind words on people that try to poke me with needles while I'm not looking. Like when I go to get blood, I'm like, don't just put that needle in my arm. Freaks me out. I've got to watch it. Because and too, when I at the dentist, when I got, so my front teeth are porcelain, and because I knocked them out when I was 8 years old, just broke them. Different story. Anyway, but when I went to do that, I got a root canal on one, and I was like, gotta watch. They literally will give me a mirror so that as long as I'm awake, I can hold the mirror and watch what they're doing. Because otherwise, become so tense, waiting for something bad to happen. You're waiting for the pierce, right? And you don't know exactly when it's gonna come. And I can't stand that. It just it builds and it builds and it builds, and then by the time it happens, it's ah! But it doesn't actually hurt. You just think that it's gonna hurt, and so
that's totally a thing. I mean, I learned from 14 years of being a body piercer that half of pain is your fear of the pain, and if you can let go of that, and if I was good at anything, I was good at putting people at their ease. And when you put people at their ease, they're not afraid, and when they're not afraid, they're not so tense, and when they're not so tense, they're surprised you did it and super thankful. And every time you do a piercing that's straight and doesn't hurt, they tell 10 people. And so that's why body piercing was a good business to be in, because you literally don't have to advertise. Your work advertises for you, And literally, of course, especially when you're talking about teaching, doing belly buttons for, kids, late teens, early 20s, because every single person they know, they'll show it to first thing they do, right?
Yep.
The first two questions will always be, did it hurt and where'd you get it done? So when the answer to did it hurt is no, where'd you get it done? It's just thank you very much.
Yeah.
I did in the 14 years I was a piercist, I did 26,000 piercings. I've done literally every single thing you can conceive of. I pierced a big toe. Okay. I did a ladder up some guy's back in between every vertebrae with these bars. It looked
that sounds awesome.
Absolutely stunning, though. It looked amazing. But whether they grew out or not, I don't know, because you know he moved on, whatever.
I mean, I've seen people do that though for literally just like a day or two because they're like at a fetish.
No.
convention,
If you do it right, and they have the thing shaped a certain way, that they should survive it as long as the person takes care of it. You know, I myself, back in the day when I was at the peak of my piercing phase, I suppose I had 31 piercings myself.
Wow.
Even though I don't have the great big dangly glass earrings like I used to have, and a lot of the other piercings that I have, my belly button grew out after 15 years.
You have 31 piercings currently?
I used to. Now I only have 20, but I used to have 31.
Where do you put them all?
I have.
That might be too personal.
I have 9 in this ear.
Oh, okay.
That's 10 right there.
Yeah, okay.
My tongue, that's 11, 12, 13, and 7.
Ooh, that's fancy. So I used to want to get my tongue pierced until they told me that because your tongue was a muscle, if you took it out, it would just heal right up like within 3 days. And then that ruined the entire reason why I wanted to get my tongue pierced, which was because I wanted to be like 80 years old or 90 years old in a nursing home. And I just wanted to be able to like squish applesauce through it at the orderlies. Like that was literally my whole reason. They're like, but it'll heal up. And I'm like, well, this is bollocks. Not doing it then.
I went into a tattoo shop, and I asked the guy about nipple piercing, and I was like, does it hurt for women more than it does for men? He said, a little bit. Why? I said, oh, you'll see. So I said, let's do this. And I took off my shirt, and he said, oh, okay. He said, okay. And the guy was great. He was just very respectful, and he just like cupped it and he did it. I was like, it hurt like the motherfucker, but yeah, he was as gentle as he could be and very respectful. But yeah, the look on his face when I took my shirt off, that was great.
Sometimes getting an epidermal, like right here or right here, would be cute.
I used to have those as well. I had one right here. You see these bubbles? I had one right here above this bubble. Okay. And I also had one in my chest tattoo right in the center above my heart on my sternum. So it's like I got these pyramids. You can follow.
Oh yeah, those look cool.
You've seen the ones on my Facebook page picture. That's my heart tattoo. It's right over my heart. And I used a little diamond right in the middle of that, which was a microdermal, which I lasted until I started working in construction, and then I had to carry lots of heavy shit all the time and just got it brushed out, you know, because they're not very deep. So.
Well, if you see my face. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I've only ever had one piercing. I had my ear pierced when I was in college. But what's funny is like I got it, and then I'm figuring out I lived with my grandparents, so I was like living at school, and sometimes I would go home, and I figured they were gonna say something, they would get mad at me or whatever, and I was home from school, we were on a break, and I was home for almost a week, and no one said a word. I'm like, well, they probably saw it. They don't want to have a fight or anything, and then. One morning at breakfast, and my aunt just happened to notice. She's like, "You got an earring," and I'm like, "I've been home for a week. Did you just notice it now?" But I used to have. I found it. Someone left it behind after a party. It was a silver scimitar, and I used to like to wear that at parties because it was a very, very great conversation piece. So I'd be standing there, and then usually girls would see it, and they'd be like, "Oh," and they would zoom in on me because I had the scimitar hanging from my ear. It's a good, that was a good conversation starter.
Good icebreaker.
Hey, listen. Speaking of the conversation, I'd like to take a.
Oh, don't fall over.
Yeah,
Ma'am.
Because I can't think of a clever way to segue, so I'm just gonna slam on the brakes, crash into the nearest building, and back up and blame the next guy. Right. So
you're like the right winger in our protest.
One of the things that I think is inevitable that we're ending up talking about is the whole vice president thing, because obviously for the past 2 weeks we're going, why hasn't he done it? Why hasn't he done it? Why hasn't he done it? And finally, after much hullabaloo, he's done it.
I was trying to segue. I swear, the whole Superman black costume thing was going to be a segue to Kamala Harris. I swear.
I believe you. I believe you. I believe you. But then again,
I was directing it at Kate. I wanted to know what Kate had to think about it, and now she's gone.
It's actually better now.
Yes.
no, that's right. We had a really good conversation. But like I said, I couldn't think of a clever way to drive it here, so I just wanted to drive it here directly. I suppose I'll throw it out to you, Michael, because you've been quiet for a while. So, what do you think? Wise pick, not a wise pick? Surprise, not surprise? Give me your lowdown. What's the uptake?
Well, she was definitely a possibility the whole time. After the George Floyd riots, I think my expectations shifted a lot. It wasn't just that he was going to pick a female running mate like he promised with Bernie by his side. I expected it to be black and female. I know I could have made this Superman segue. I know it. I could have.
Missed opportunity.
Yeah.
Well, for me, I'm not like overly disappointed considering I'm pretty much of a lefty, but I had already like contended with the possibility because before the primary races even really started, she was picking up a lot of steam, and I thought her profile was getting pretty high, and it just seemed to me that it was obvious that she was going to run, and quite frankly, I thought her candidacy was going to fare better than it did. But I think she made the strategic decision back when she pulled out of saying, hey, look, the race is too crowded to make enough headway right now. So by pulling out, she made herself available for what's happened. And I think from her point of view, that's pretty strategic and it obviously paid off, as it were. I know there's people I haven't watched. I do normally, I like to watch secular talk on YouTube, and I agree with a lot of the things he says, and some of the things he says I don't agree with, but like this whole thing about how Kamala's really insulting to the left and whatever. I mean, I want to get rid of Trump so bad. And the fact that Kamala Harris is a cop is a little bit problematic, especially in the current atmosphere with the not just because of the George Floyd protests, but partly because, and also the fact that Trump's been putting troops into towns and shit like that. So, but right now, I think I personally thought it was going to be Susan Rice, but I'm not disappointed that it's Kamala. I think that's what I thought.
Words being important. Calling her a cop is like a right-wing talking point.
Yes.
Fair enough, but I've also heard that from others, but yeah.
Also, she's running for an office where, let's say Biden dies, she would be the top cop. She's like the executive. So
prosecuting attorney, I believe, is actually.
So like her having experience as a cop, well, it's part of the job she's applying for.
Right. Right. I mean, a lot of the stuff that people are saying against her is nonsense. I mean, a lot of it is nonsense. And, they talk about when she was DA. When she was the DA, it was Joe. Was it DA or when she was the AG? When she was AG. The issues around truancy. How if there was going to be legal action against parents if there was issues with their kids not going to school, and people have an issue with that. But that's actually the law in almost every state. Yes. So it's not something that's specific or unique to Kamala Harris. And not a single parent was incarcerated during her time. So it's kind of like attacking her on it is shooting blanks, because there's nothing there.
Yeah, red hammer. Well, especially that's the thing, because first off, you're right. I mean, parents are responsible for their minor children. That's how it works. The other thing too, some of the cases people brought up. I remember I had arguments with Shayra about this, actually why she ended up blocking me. But I said at the time, you're treating her like she's an attorney or the DA. She's the AG. She's not prosecuting cases herself. In fact, most criminal cases are not at the state level. They're at the local level. You're either going to be at the town level or maybe the county. Very few actual cases are on the state level, and then even fewer are on the federal level, which eventually had nothing to do with. So when you're the AG, you're more of an administrator than anything else. You're there to set broad policy, and it's not your job to get involved with specific cases in most cases. And when people do, they're usually being political, and it's often a bad idea. I think it's people. And I remember, and I had the argument with Shayra, and she was like, "Well, she didn't know." I'm like, "Well, no, because that's not her fucking job to know the details of a specific cases." You're getting mad. It's like getting mad at the VP of McDonald's because the local franchisee served you a bad burger. I mean, it's not. It's just wrongheaded. Some people have pointed out, like one of the things that was one of the charges levied at her was that she was bad for the trans community. But then somebody else pointed out that she was enforcing a law that existed, but then she actually fought to help change the law. So she did her job, which had an unfortunate side effect, but then she did her best to try to make it so her job was different. And that to me says more about her than whether or not she, I don't expect people to ignore their responsibilities just because they don't like it.
Now there was the whole thing with Craigslist, the law that was passed that got rid of the personal ads on Craigslist, and how it hurt sex workers, and the law that so fundamentally changed Craigslist and all the services like it, was meant to protect children. Now, while I agree with their motivation for doing what they did, it did have a negative impact on sex workers and make their work more dangerous.
Right.
So that's one criticism of something that Kamala Harris has done on the national level, that I think there's some fairness to. On the other hand,
what was that, a federal law or state law?
It was an act of Congress.
Okay.
It was like 2 years ago. She had basically just gotten into her seat, and she and a few, I think it was some Republicans, they had passed something that made the personals on sites like Craigslist unworkable. So they ended up pulling them off.
So passionate about sex work, just like get them out of everyone's bedroom. You are like the definition of like a virtual social creeper. Why are you even thinking about it? You used to
it used to be how I paid my rent. So it's something that I don't do it anymore. But I mean, I used to do it, so it's something that I give a shit about. I mean, you need to live, and sometimes you got to do things. And they're not terrible. So I had a good time. But
Well, especially since a lot of the laws, if people want to feel that sex work is making that person a victim, why are the laws written that actually further victimize the person that they're saying is a victim? You know what I mean? So it's like, it makes, at least in Europe, I guess in France, they kind of outlawed prostitution now, but it only applies to the purveyor, to the client, not the provider. So it still makes it hard for the provider, but at least they're not going to lock the provider up. But yeah, I mean, it's just another way of controlling mostly women,
Yeah.
So I also heard that she locked up more black people for drug-related crimes than any other AG before or after. And when I hear that, in the context of we have a guy as president who did almost nothing when the coronavirus arrived and still has not made any national mandates about it, and just lets governors do as they may, half of them going one way, half of them going the other, and dooming us all. I would actually like somebody who knows how to do their job. And I'm looking at all the other AGs before and after her. I'm like, well, maybe they were just a little bit more inept at their job.
Right.
She didn't choose what the laws were. She just did her job very well.
This one about her and minorities, though, I heard that one and I thought, she's from California, right?
Yeah.
So it's not as if she gets to choose, right, the people that commit the crimes or whatever. They commit crimes on their own, But what is the actual population demographic of not white people in California? Hello. I mean, like a huge portion of that state is not white. Therefore, it probably stands to reason that a bunch of the people she prosecuted aren't white.
Right.
Well, and again, too, she was the AG. She was not arresting people. She was not prosecuting them either. So she didn't send anybody to jail. The local DAs did that, or ADAs usually, probably. And even on a state case, she probably wouldn't be involved in most cases. If there was like a district case, there would be the district, like the district DA was usually on a county level. So the county DA would take care of it. It wouldn't be the AGs are not locking up anybody, and she didn't write the laws. So it's just, and plus the fact that when they do that, it's so ridiculous because I'm like, she's black and Indian. So the idea that white, and it's only from white people that ever say this, that like she's like biased against black people is ludicrous in the extreme. And then when I see people that say stuff like that, again, they're always white. And so I just get so annoyed because I'm like, you know what? You need to shut the fuck up. Because if she didn't do that, then she would get, accused of not doing her job. And so there's always some excuse, there's always a reason to come down on you if you're a minority in a role of authority. It's either you do your job right and then people find a way to criticize that, or you don't do it right and you get attacked for that.
And the majority of the things that I've seen about her, most of the complaints that I've seen about her are exactly that. She did her job. They're mad that she did her job.
She did her job too well.
She did her job too well. She forced parents to make sure their kids go to school. How dare she? It's her job. She prosecuted people who were criminals. How dare she? It's her job. It's her job. And Shayra did make an argument of, that there's a certain amount of prioritizing that a person in her position could have done that she didn't do. And it's like, okay, fine, but now you're just getting into minutia. I mean, it's just
Well, yeah, I mean, who among us hasn't done a job that they could have done better with hindsight?
Right. Or prioritized differently. I mean, it's.
Well, it's just like the crime bill that people attack Biden for. If you look at first off, there's a lot of that crime bill is good, and even the provisions that aren't the best, they may have enabled bad things that happen later, but there's nothing inherently about them that caused that. Basically, what happens is open some doors, and people chose to go through at the state and local level. So, like for instance, more money for prisons. So, okay, but the thing is that what the real big problem was the private prisons, and there's nothing in that bill, about private prisons. So that was a separate thing. That was actually the an industry that created itself and then lobbied, to make money, and then towns looking to save money say, hey, well, we can slough off our responsibility on this private company and then provide no accountability whatsoever to what's actually happening, because people don't generally care about convicts. And that's not a problem of any one bill. That's our problem as a society, because we have this very puritanical attitude that if you did something wrong, then whatever happens to you doesn't matter. If you go in jail and you get beat up or raped or killed, it doesn't matter. So it doesn't, and whether you were a murderer, rapist, or you stole some, you stole what was that guy that's up for taking the Clippers? And, we don't give in Louisiana, we don't give a fuck. We don't care what happens to that guy. It doesn't matter. He stole some Clippers. He's a bad guy. And again, this is straight out of Puritanism, straight out of Calvinism. So that's us. If we actually had a more compassionate society and didn't deal with every problem with punitive measures and tried to do some curative measures, we wouldn't have a problem. It's us. And we want to blame, but it's easy to point out to politicians and blame them for it.
When I look at how she was willing to lock up these black people in the face of, at the time, there was actually people saying, hey, the rate at which you're doing your job very well is creating this problem that we have with you. And this is far left people arguing against what she's doing. She still did the right thing. right? Even though she knew that among some people it was going to be unpopular. Right now, we have a president who did not do the right thing and call for a national lockdown of everything until we had things under the control that we could just follow things with contact tracing. And now that's not even an option because he fucked it up that bad.
Right.
And he did it the way he did it because he was afraid of doing an unpopular thing to his base.
Right.
And so when I look at Biden being in the same position, I see him having the same conflict as Trump and maybe being 2 weeks faster than Trump, but I actually see Kamala Harris doing the right thing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
look,
Immediately locking shit down.
I'm pleased with the choice. I would have liked somebody more progressive. There's a whole list of things that I would have liked this, I would have liked that. She's competent. She's a prosecutor. She's going to beat the living fuck out of Pence in a debate, and then pick him up and do it again.
I hope she does.
So I mean, there's a lot of pluses. She's a little bit moderate for my taste, but such is life.
Can she make a whole sentence?
Yeah.
How's my vote?
Yeah. I mean,
Seriously,
Biden has his
I
own
feel like
problem with speaking, and it's not just the stutter. People make excuses for Biden. They're like, oh, but he has a stutter. No, it's not just the stutter. I mean, there are some things he says that are just batshit crazy. There are things he says that sound rather Trumpian in their nonsense. Maybe not in their evilness, but in their nonsense.
Corn
Like
pop and
Biden,
all
I
that.
don't. Yeah, I mean, Biden is not a bad person. Biden is a good man. He has his intentions are in the right place. He's definitely somebody who is familiar with the job and is able to do it. Just when he speaks, it's just like, dude, what?
And the thing is, I mean, we've talked about this off and on for months now, but now that we know who it is, it's become more pertinent. But I mean, obviously, it's worth saying out loud that it's every likelihood that Kamala Harris will be the president after Joe Biden. Assuming that they both get elected in the first place, which is nowhere near certain because of shenanigans, which I'm sure we'll get around to talking about in due course. But I mean, for the moment, I think that, like you're saying about the Michael, you said that calling her a cop is a right-wing talking point, and Phoenix Writer made the same thing. But isn't that kind of ironic in this whole, they're trying to pump themselves up as the law and order party and all this kind of thing. And so I think it kind of neuters that, because if you're going to say, on the one hand, this chick's the top cop and she's too tough as a cop, and then you're going to say, but we're the law and order party, that's a little incongruous, isn't it?
Absolutely. In fact, I think given the circumstances, I think it was actually probably the perfect selection, because right now, obviously the right wing is making hay over the fact of the protests and trying to paint, looting and rioting, even though we know a bunch of that was done by, agent provocateurs, as you pointed out, and we've actually found evidence to that effect. But so people are afraid, and also, since there's really no rioting going on, but people still think they are because right-wing media keeps pumping as if it's happening, every Tuesday. And of course, they were going to attack on, the whole defund the police thing. So basically, it neuters that, not only the talking point, but all of it, because basically they can't say that she's going to be weak, that she's going to let the country, fall into chaos and all this kind of stuff.
Here's the proof. Here's the proof that it was a good pick. The right knew just as well as the rest of us who was on the short list. They had months and months and months to do Oppo research on all of these people and to formulate a strategy to attack every one of them. And here's what they got for Kamala. She's foreign. She's not eligible.
Right.
Seriously? That's
racism.
What you got.
Patented racism.
That's it. That's what they got.
Actually,
I literally had an argument with somebody trying to tell me that Muslim Americans shouldn't be able to vote because they were Muslim. I couldn't believe it. I was like, if they're American citizens, they get a vote. End of story. But they're Muslim. So what? It was.
They could worship Satan for all I care if they're American citizens.
Right.
Vote.
That's right. Well,
It was crazy.
well, that's the thing. I mean, you know, when with her, the other thing I saw going around yesterday and today is, well, how black is she really? Because, you know, she's not all, you know, and I'm like, seriously. And I get irritated because, again, as somebody of mixed heritage, I've gotten that shit from people too. And it's like, and when if you remember when Obama was first running, first it was, well, is he too black?
Right.
And then later was he black enough? And again, it wasn't black people asking this either of these questions. It was fucking white people. And I'm like, why are you asking me these questions?
And Joe, you're Mexican. Stop with that.
Yeah, I know. But you know, it's so ludicrous, and it's like, so here's the thing that's funny about it. So if they want to discredit the idea of her being black, that actually hurts them, because the left doesn't care either way, and the right is the one that's obsessed with this shit. So if they convince everybody she's not black, they might actually consider voting for her.
I mean, their strategy against her is just so flaccid. I mean, it's just like, really, this is what you've got with all of this time.
I mean, this is just what they're opening with. You know, they're going to be coming with different stuff as time goes on. There's this. They've got this whole battle plan, obviously, that they're going to stick to. And I know you guys probably think, no, Paul, you're giving them too much credit.
You're giving them.
That's how we got here, by thinking that they're too stupid. They're not too stupid. You know, you don't rise to the presidency if you're a complete idiot. I don't think Trump's a genius, but he's shrewd for sure. You know, and he definitely has an understanding of the media that we should not underestimate.
He has animal instinct.
Dear God, whoever said that, you're fired from this show. Animal instinct.
Like most predators. Yeah, he's got animal instinct like most predators.
No.
So Michael Cohen's about to come out with a book where he supposedly tells all like about participating in the golden showers with Trump and all that kind of thing. I mean, considering that Michael Cohen is Michael Cohen, I mean, how much credibility do you think that is? Do you think it's too early or too close? Do you think it's going to affect the election in any measurable way?
I mean, sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying, I don't think it'll affect the election. I think that people, I think it's already baked in. There's no switching. There's no changing. You're not going to see any shifts in voting.
Well, there's no undecided voters, right? If you're going to vote at all, you already know. You could have the election tomorrow, you know?
It is what it is at this point.
Actually, I don't know if that's entirely true. I think that there are some significant other things going on, like what's happening with the post office right now radically affects, say, our military personnel, which have classically not like high up personnel, but like your boots on the ground military have been pretty strong supporters of him. But if this continues, and it is literally beyond deniable that this guy, I mean, come on, they're like taking out actual mailboxes off the roads. That's a real thing happening.
Let me clarify and correct my statement. There is no way in hell that Trump can gain support.
Right.
He can't gain. He can only lose. He will not rise any higher than he has now, but he can lose support.
I think
I'm reminded of a guy in the corner from me. He has had a Trump flag flying in front of his house for the last 4 years. A couple of weeks ago, it disappeared.
Rob, I think the suggestion that putting troops into cities and wrecking the postal service is not a winning strategy is pretty presumptuous on your part. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, when I watch the news, you know, I've been marveling. I come back and I haven't been exposed to the American news like directly for a long, long time. And I watch the news, and this thing that Sister Danger was just talking about the post office. They're removing post office boxes from the street. They're taking sorting machines out of busy post offices and stuff like that. And the fucking media, whether it's CNN or MSNBC, are like, I wonder if this has anything to do with the election coming up. Are you effing kidding me? It's like, what legitimate purpose are they actually trying to do this for? There isn't.
there's
can't
no
even make
There
one up.
could be a business purpose given who the new the grand, I don't know, the postmaster grand or whatever.
There's the climb-proof wall that's going up around the White House, and everybody's freaking out about that, saying, "Look what Trump is doing. He's basically making the White House into a bunker for protection." And I fell for that because of the timing, because it's obviously a massive wall that's going around the White House. But the plans for that wall predate Trump. So it was wrong. I actually shared some stuff that I went later, I had to go back and I had to edit it saying, actually, no. I mean, I did the research on it. I found the work order. It's available online. And it was like dated like 2015. It predates Trump. So this was going to happen no matter who was in office. Post office, though, that's different.
Yeah.
That's different. That came out of nowhere. Back in June is when they started it. And the earliest paperwork that they've discovered so far is from June.
Well, especially when you have Trump on the one hand saying, "Oh, voting by mail is fraudulent and all that," and then he applies. He just the other day put in for his mail-in ballot, and then he had to backtrack a little bit because somebody pointed out to him that seniors, who are obviously his biggest group of voters. Florida has the highest concentration of seniors in the country, and if you cut off the mail, you're going to cut off the senior vote, which means that he would lose Florida in a landslide. So then he had to come out and say, "Oh well, in Florida it's okay because they sorted their stuff out." They
They're so good.
I mean, this is exactly right. I mean, the bottom line is, I mean, if the election comes out close in the actual polling station ballots, Trump will be all about wanting to count that postal vote because he will need it to win, in his opinion. Or he'll say if he's ahead, but only by slightly, he'll try to not let the postal ballots be counted. I mean, he's as transparent as the air, right? But the thing about this whole thing that pisses me off with the post office is the post office is mentioned in the Constitution. It's one of the specific parts of government that they're supposed to pay for. It's not meant to be a business. It never was meant to be a business. It's never meant to make a profit any more than the army is meant to make a profit, right? That it's in the sort of category of government infrastructure as the military, right? It therefore requires the same kind of financial commitment that we give to the military in terms of making sure that it functions, because our society literally depends on the post office functioning. That's not just about prescriptions and paychecks, which it's also about, I grant you that. But I mean, like they made the point the other day, the post office predates America, in terms of how long we've been delivering mail by post in America as a dedicated part of society. Predates the Declaration of Independence.
Right.
So to allow an upstart like Trump, who's already proven his mendacity, to just come swaggering in and knock it over is obscene to me. It's absolutely wrong on every level. And the fact that they, on the news, that they even pose it as a question as to whether or not it's legitimate is fucking it's obscenely just disgusts me. If that's the level of discourse in the zeitgeist, it's no wonder people are stupid, you know?
The post office has an approval rating of like 91%. Right. It is like the most beloved institution that we have.
Well, the thing, I mean, the right wing's been trying to privatize it for, knock it down and privatize it for so long. And the thing is that no private delivery service can deliver a letter for 70 cents or $1.70 or even $2.70. In fact, what's kind of funny, what a lot of people don't realize is that a lot of times UPS, FedEx, and DHL actually use the post office to move their stuff for them.
To places like this where I live. Yeah.
So they're basically sending it. They're just sending it through the mail and then marking it up and making a profit off of it. But to your point about Trump losing support and can't win, I saw I forget who it was, but one of the talking heads talking about it. And that was the point he was making too, is that Trump has never tried to build a coalition. He never tried to build on what he had. All he was working on the whole time was keeping red meat to his base. And he has his base. I mean, he literally, at this point, he could rape a child on TV and they'd come up with a reason why it was valid. But But yeah, he can't get anybody else. No one's gonna, it's kind of like no one starts smoking when they're 50. No one's like, I've got my whole life with clean lungs, but now I want to start smoking.
Well, I think a couple of months ago we were all talking about how masks have been politicized, and it really did sort of come down to a right-left thing. And certain states were mandating them, and certain states weren't. And places where they weren't mandated, depending on the demographics we're talking about, you might get dirty looks for not wearing a mask. And in other places in the same state, you might get dirty looks for wearing a mask. And so it's been highly politicized. And at the time it was first starting out, I was thinking, well, this is really clearly idiotic. This is just bad policy. But now when I consider the mendacity of Trump, as I just mentioned, it's actually politically genius, because by politicizing masks, he had basically guaranteed that if we all know, we who care about our health and the health of those around us enough to wear a mask in public, we're going to be much more reticent to be touching voting machines and everything that hundreds and hundreds of other people are going to go and do. We're much more likely to want to vote by mail or by some other remote means, right? And then, so he's polarized the people by masks, and therefore behavior will follow that polarization. And he's trying, therefore, to undermine the whole thing by undermining the post office, because he pretty much thinks he's made us afraid to go to the polls and actually physically vote, right?
And
his people think it's a hoax anyway, so they're not going to be wearing masks, and they're not going to be afraid, and they're going to be putting their COVID germs all over the goddamn polls. It's true,
By the way,
what the solution to that is.
Phoenix Writer says in the chat, and they're absolutely correct, the post office was doing fine until Congress demanded that they have 75 years worth of retirement in advance. So they have to have the money put aside for retirement for postal workers who haven't even been born yet.
Something that no business actually does. So the whole thing of them running like a businesses don't do that.
Or government agency.
That's a good point.
In the country has to do that. Only the post office. And the only reason they did that was in the hopes of breaking the post office. And that effort has failed because the post office is so efficient, because it is so popular. And they've been operating as best they can on as little money as they possibly could, sometimes barely making it. What they're doing now, it'll make it impossible for the post office to continue to function much longer.
Well, what I can't comprehend is how this DeJoy fellow who's running the post office now, who is a Trump donor, is ethically allowed to be even in that position by whoever allowed him in that position in the first place. It's such a clear conflict of interest. How the hell did he get that job?
It's worse than
if it's an appointed position, then it wouldn't matter.
Well,
yeah.
Even worse.
I thought there were ethical laws against giving donors positions inside the government.
No, not just the donor. He literally owns
$30 million worth of stock in another
in shipping companies that are competitors to the post office. So if he is in charge of the post office and detrimenting its ability to do its job, that improves the business that it's basically like saying, oh, I have stock in UPS or FedEx. Therefore, if I detriment the USPS, then people will go to FedEx or UPS and use our services instead. Like, he's literally profiting off of what.
So it's not just a conflict of interest that he's a Trump donor. It's also a conflict of interest because he has business interests opposed to the post office.
100%.
That's another reason why the ethics laws should have kept him from getting that position. How come? Where's Congress on this?
Here's the problem, Paul. Is that normally, that position, there's, most positions have to be confirmed. See what Trump has now. He has almost nobody in confirmed positions. He has acting people.
Right.
So acting or interim people don't need approval. But the problem is that basically he's just not even nominating anybody for the permanent position. So now it's showing a huge hole in our laws that basically there should be some sort of something that compels the president.
Okay, I'm sorry, Rob. Let me. I don't know that there's a hole in the laws. What there is an inactivity within our government system. Congress has the right to do all sorts of investigations and probes into everything Trump's been doing, and they just haven't been fucking doing it. They could have impeached Trump 7 or 8 times quite legitimately on emoluments for various different things. They could be impeaching him for this right now as an abuse of power right now. And people say to me, well, they don't want to impeach Trump because they just know the Senate will acquit. Fine, let them acquit him 10, 11, 12 times in a row. Tie their asses to Trump, and then we'll go down at the same time.
There's currently several IG investigations that are going on at once. One into DeJoy Post Office. Another one is Homeland Security, because Ken Cuccinelli, who was the acting head of Homeland Security, and now Wolf, who is the acting head director of Homeland Security, neither of them were in their positions legally. So everything that they did while in office was illegal. Everything they did is illegal over the last few years. Since what's her name left? She was the last one that was confirmed. What was her name? Anyway, since she left, everything after that has been illegal because the people in those positions haven't been there legally. So
okay, I've got a question for the group. I mean, normally it's the tradition in the United States that we have a peaceful transition of power, and along with that understanding has always been that the incoming administration doesn't go after the previous administration. You know, clean slate, blah, blah, blah. That's why Obama didn't go after George W. Bush, even though he was a blatant war criminal, as was at least half a dozen people in his cabal, right? So I personally think that they have to go after these bastards. There's no excuse for it. If we don't say out loud and up front that corruption cannot be allowed to pass, then this is going to happen over and over and over again. We'll have more Trumps.
Yeah. Biden has already said. Biden has already said that he is going to allow the Justice Department to do whatever it is they're going to do. He is not going to pardon anybody. He's not going to get in the way. He's not going to stop anything. He's not going to publicly call for the prosecution of anyone. The Justice Department is going to do what it's going to do. And that means that they're going to prosecute whoever the fuck they can. And then that includes Trump, then it includes Trump. That's one. Most likely it'll end there. Most likely. But what should happen is there should be laws put in place to prevent a lot of the nonsense that has happened. There should be systems created. There should be laws created. There should be penalties that are put in place for future people who decide that they're going to cross the line. I don't see that happening. Hopefully it does. If they don't do it, they've only done half the job.
Yeah. You want to know? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, so I find it. This is actually one of the things I find quite distasteful about Donald Trump is that he just continues to do the thing. He has not. I mean, the not allowing or not attending, like the unveiling or the hanging of Obama's picture, like all of the things that are traditional, right? That are ultimately they're meaningless, right? But because it's not like that actually affects anything, right? But it is these are things that are yes, right. Yeah. I completely agree, and I find it beyond distasteful for a person in this office to have foregone doing some of the things that he has foregone. And so when we say, should we or should we not go after Donald Trump? Well, I think that he has waived any claim that he might have on not being gone after with his actions since he's taken office. The way that he has gone after the people before him, the way that he has disrespected them, he won't attend. I mean, what was it? He wouldn't even say anything good about John McCain when he died. All he had was crap to say about that guy. And I was like, are you kidding me? I mean,
John Lewis. He said something about John Lewis having done nothing for Black Americans.
Yeah, and then he said, hey, he didn't come to my inauguration, and he never attended any of my State of the Union speech.
Nobody did. It was CGI.
So I didn't feel like I needed to say anything when he died. And quite frankly, I think a lot of people were glad for Donald Trump keeping his mouth shut because anything he said in reverence towards John Lewis would have been so disingenuous, it wouldn't be worth him saying it. And quite frankly, I don't respect, but I'm glad that he read the room and knew, I think, that anything he said was just going to make him look bad, basically, and he didn't want to look bad.
How would he know John Lewis
Look as
wasn't there
bad.
in that huge crowd?
Well, I mean, and I agree. I mean, the thing too. Now, I will say, I will disagree on one part that people have gone after underlings of presidents and continued to prosecute them, but we've never gone after a president after they've gotten out. After they've gotten out, I don't think we have a choice. I mean, he has violated so many laws that if we let it be felt that, well, a president can basically flout the Constitution on an ongoing basis and there's no repercussions. Obviously, we couldn't get the proper repercussions in Congress, so we have to do something. And the thing is, the good part is he's broken enough laws in the state of New York, and New York State's already made it clear, hey, he can't be pardoned, and nothing he does, there's nothing on a federal level that can be done to stop them from going after him. He's between actually New York and Florida, although Florida, it's iffy if they'll actually prosecute because of a Republican governor. And again, how fucked up is that? It should never be that, well, you're from the Rod Blagojevich, he broke a bunch of laws. He was governor of Illinois. And Illinois is a heavily blue state. Rod Blagojevich is in jail. No one said, well, he's on our team, so we're not going to prosecute him. He went in fast, too.
He's out. Trump pardoned him.
Right. He's out, but Trump. That's the irony. Yeah, Trump pardoned him of all people. Because again, birds of a feather, right? But basically, the Democrats didn't hold back. Didn't say, well, let's think about whether or not we should prosecute this guy because he's dirty. They just said, you can go to jail because you're screwing us up.
Merely a fan. Biden strikes you as being a path of least resistance kind of guy. I get that. He's not going to involve himself. Like, it's not going to interfere with his presidential plans because he's hands off.
Right.
And that, I think, is what's good. It's good. The Justice Department. He has nothing to do with it. The executive branch will not be involved. It'll be just the Justice Department itself by itself. But
right.
Like him, the executive, he'll act like it's not even happening.
In fact, to that point, Rob, I've noticed. I don't know if you guys have picked up on this, but I don't know, and I'm not going to say there's necessary any kind of like talking between the groups or any coordination, but the Lincoln Project, Republican voters against Trump and veterans against Trump are running tons and tons of attack ads, and Biden's really not. And so he's letting them do the dirty work, and he can just be positive. I'm here and I'm going to make things right. And I'm going to be good and all that. And like you said, they're very hands off. Let the attack dogs do the attacking, and he can be the positive. I'm just Joe, and I'm going to fix America.
And I mean, Harris is going to do a lot of the talking. I think between now and Election Day, I think it'll do the party well to go short and sweet, and let Kamala go out on the attack. Let her be the prosecutor, and let Joe be the friendly old guy that we're going to vote for. That's the smartest move that they could make.
Yeah, I think she's so good at making any kind of an argument when she wants to. And we mentioned before, I think it was Joe that mentioned, the Mike Pence's toast on the debate stage, and that was one of the most popular things I saw on Twitter the day that Kamala was announced. And I have to say, there's also my very first thought, because I admit my bias. I loathe Mike Pence with a passion. I think he's bad for America. I wish he wasn't the vice president. The only reason I'm glad Trump is president is because if he was dead, Mike Pence would now be president.
But I feel like you haven't used actually enough swear words to describe the loathing of Mike Pence, because I'm so with you, but wow, that was
I lack the adjectives.
Here's what surprised me.
No, I don't think you do, sir.
Here's what surprised me about Mike Pence. He's a lot more spineless and gutless than I thought he was. Because when he was a senator, I mean, he did a lot of talking. He made a lot of very bold proclamations. As vice president, he's basically been like a lamprey eel. I mean, with his suckers, directly on Trump's ass. Totally spineless. The man doesn't have a bone in his body. And based on what he said about cutting meat and keeping Kamala away from his meat, I don't even think he has a bone in his pants. I mean, he's a jellyfish, total jellyfish.
His wife
I almost just choked on my food right there.
Rob, I bet just like Ben Shapiro, his wife doesn't have that strange vaginal issue of moistness.
I mean, you know what? I'm sensing a bumper sticker. Have sex with a Democrat, because Republicans apparently don't know much about it.
Well, here's the thing that that was good.
Can I just be like super shallow for a second? I'm dying to say it because I just want to be shallow, I mean, it's not what I'm supposed to do. Like, I'm a woman and we're just so shallow. Like, but Mike Pence's odds are so close together. Can't stand it.
Well, plus any person who calls his wife mother,
It's creepy.
Wait,
that's
what?
creepy.
What?
He
Calls his
refers
wife
to his
mother.
wife as mother.
What's her actual name? Does anybody know, or is it just Mother Pence?
It's probably Karen. And I think it is actually.
Right. Oh wow.
Yeah,
That'd be
Karen.
ironic.
Karen.
I would be weirded out if, like, my partner wanted to call me mom.
Well, especially mother, that very old school kind
Yes.
of.
Very psycho.
The matriarch or
Norman-
whatever. Like,
Norman
whoa.
Bates. Very Norman Bates.
Oh yeah.
Yes. Oh my God. And that was a good. I saw that. That was.
Well, that's why early in Trump's term, there were so many people like, "Oh, well, if we got rid of Trump, Pence would be in and he'd be worse." No, because Pence doesn't have a cult of personality. He's not liked on his own team. And as we found out right now, like you said, he has no backbone. I was never afraid of Pence, what he was going to do.
Well, I was kind of afraid of what Pence would do if he became president, but I think that whereas Rob was saying he's spineless and everything like that, I don't necessarily disagree, but I think there's a method to all that, because I don't know if you guys recall, but back along, it was the first publicly televised cabinet meeting that Trump had, and Mike Pence went into this great big 5-minute soliloquy about how great Donald Trump was and how glad we were to have him as president, how lucky we were, and blah blah blah. And it was literally like our dear leader type talk. I mean, it was literally like that. And he's done it several times over the years since then. And see, Mike Pence is in the unique position of being able to get rid of Trump if he wants to, because he could conspire with the cabinet and invoke the 25th Amendment. And so Trump has to keep Mike Pence sweet. Mike Pence, of course, knows for his own survival, he has to keep Trump sweet. So by putting his nose directly in his prostate, he knows that he's going to keep Trump, because that's all you have to do with Trump. Massage his ego, and you can pretty much do what you want. Look at Betsy DeVos. She's still there. Look at fucking Ben Carson. He's still there. Most people that came in with Trump are gone, but some people who know where to put their nose are not gone.
Right. Right. But I mean, that's the point, though. He's spineless. I mean, he can't stand up to him. He can't. Like that 5-minute, praising of the dear leader. He didn't have a choice. I mean, they went around the table. Everyone at that table gave their own little speech because they didn't have a choice. Before the cameras went on, they were told, "This is what you're going to do." There's a video clip showing them at a meeting at the table, and Trump has a bottle of water, and every so often he reaches for the bottle and he drinks. Every time he drinks, Pence grabs his bottle of water and he drinks at the same time Trump does. Look for it. I mean, they're like synchronized.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, it's actually that's an interesting thing that is an interesting thing that you have brought up. I have not noticed this, but then again, I haven't watched a lot of those sorts of things, at least within the last month. I kind of have only seen things that I've been super busy. Nevertheless, it's interesting that you bring it up, because that sort of activity is the way that people used to respond to royalty in court. When the queen picks her thing up to take a drink, everyone else may take a drink. When the queen takes the first bite, everyone else may now take a bite of their food. And that happens, like, whoever is the highest ranking noble or whatever it is, That is how that works. It's like you wait for that person to make whatever move it is, and then you do it. If they clap, you clap. If they stand up, you stand up. Like it's like
Clap
they're
your hands,
treating
you
him
clap.
like he's like King Trump or something.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's why it's right. That's what's so scary and spooky about it. It is very, very dear leader, because it's literally what happens in North Korea. You know.
It might have something to do with Marco Rubio being made fun of for drinking too much water. If there's two people drinking that much water, then it's not as weird as if there's one person drinking that much water.
Here's what's funny that's even brought up Marco Rubio. Phoenix writer says, hey, gay folks here, who thinks that Mike Pence is gay, right? Well, I think he is, right? I do believe that Mike Pence is gay. But what's funny that you brought up Marco Rubio is also gay. And before he was in government at all, he had been seen multiple times in Florida in a park that was known for gay cruising. So yeah, just throwing that out there. So
well, this is what breaks my head so much, is that we see there's so many deeply closeted gay people in like Republican circles, and they all do, for the most part, a lot of anti-gay policies and all this kind of stuff. And it's like, well, so why would you even join? Okay, if there was a party and they were like very anti-black, I wouldn't join that party. And
well, I mean, look at Lady Graham.
Yes, but my Bible doesn't say that it's a sin to be black. My Bible says that it is a sin to be gay. So you are now in a position where you must choose between these things. Like,
but I'm there and there.
This is why I blame religion for like 70%
hey,
of everything.
Those guys over there don't believe that. I'm going to go hang with them,
See, now, I mean, there was a time, and I still think publicly outing people against their will, I still think it's wrong. But, I mean.
But you just did it with Marco Rubio.
A number of years ago, well, I wasn't the first one to bring that up, so, but a number of years ago, there was a movie called Outrage that outed a lot of government officials and staffers who were.
Peter Tatchell, isn't it?
Yeah. That are gay or LGBT and are actively working against the LGBT community. And when I first heard about it, I was horrified. I'm like, that's terrible. When somebody comes out, it should be their choice. Your journey, right? Kazoom, you're with me on this, right? Your journey is your journey. But after giving it some thought, some of these people are actively hurting other gay people. Part of me is like, fuck them. Fuck them. I mean, they don't get to go through that journey because number one, they're never going to take it. Number two, other people have to pay the price for it.
Right.
And that shouldn't be. So fuck them.
I want to live in an age where we don't even have to use the terminology of coming out. I want to live in an age where those things are understood, that this is just part of being humanity. Like
every summer, except for this summer. Every summer except for this summer, I go to the Pride Parade in New York City. I love Pride. It's fun and it's crazy, and I go sometimes wearing nothing but but I mean, it's a good time. Love for a world where we didn't need it.
Yeah.
If there was a Pride Parade one year when they said, this is the last one, we did it. We're the field has been leveled.
Right.
We don't need to do this anymore. Yeah, I'll celebrate my ass off that year.
Well, I said the same thing about Black History Month. It's like, well, if history of Black people was in America was included in history of America, wouldn't need a Black History Month.
I really just had the worst thought right there. I don't know if I should say it. It was
too late for it.
Good. Like you said, if the history of Black America was included in the regular history, I'm like, it is. They were slaves. Doesn't everybody know that?
Not everybody even knows that.
That's true. Not even everybody knows that.
Or some people think it was just so long ago. It's funny. The people who think that it's so long ago and everyone should get over it are the same ones who are sniffing the Confederates and want to fly Confederate flags.
What? They weren't slaves. They were coerced workers.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
No kidding.
And I think I've said before, I don't know if it was in this hangout or another, but if you give people who try to make it out like it was so long ago, like I have living relatives now who knew people who were slaves. My cousin Carrie, who lives like a mile from me, she knew my great grandfathers and great grandfathers who were slaves. She knew them, and she's still alive. So it's like it's not that long ago.
My grandmother, not still alive, but also not that long dead in the grand scheme of things. Like, she grew up when she was a little girl. So my great grandmother, her family had, I don't know if we call them slaves, but we would say that they were, people of color who worked in the house. Yeah. Right? Like, I mean, we're not talking plantation, like not quite that old, but certainly, and they're from Tennessee. That's where my mom's side of the family is originally from. So it's like,
sounds like
yeah, sounds like, I don't know. That's bad, guys. Bad. That's bad. So
yeah.
It's not slavery, it's enhanced employment techniques.
Special, like special rendition or something.
I mean, I know. I'm sure Dev Show and Joe there at least, and probably Michael as well. Remember back in the old days, probably 10 or 11 years ago, Jesus Freak 777 did a video talking about how slavery in the Bible wasn't as bad as slavery was in the 19th century in America, for reasons X, Y, and Z. I mean, like, and as if you can put a spin on how it's okay to own someone. I mean, I just don't understand the disconnect. I mean, I know cognitive dissonance is a thing, but it never ceases to amaze me how far some people can stretch it.
So this is a weird topic, though. This is actually a weird topic because I feel like in ancient societies, ancient Rome, ancient Egypt, Greece, places like that, where definitely slavery was an integrated part of the society, right? But the world at the time was entirely not like the world today. And regardless of the fact that in biblical times, regardless of the fact that they had, I don't know, the rule of thumb or whatever damn rule they had, that dictates how you can beat your slave, you can still beat your slave. That's the part that's in there, right? And so I can understand how if your choices in life are become a slave to this household and loyal to this household, or we will murder you with the rest of your village, all of your family, and anything you've ever known in life, a person might choose, I will be a slave because that is a better option. This does not in any way, shape, or form make it a good thing.
Right. I mean, there's like all kinds of arguments about slavery in like ancient times, how it wasn't based on race. You were like so deep in debt that you ended up a slave, or you broke a law. You were a criminal and you ended up a slave.
You were a conquered Germanic tribe or something. Whatever.
Member of a conquered nation or tribe or whatever it was, and you became a slave. And that way you were like one of the spoils of victory.
That was one of the most common ways of becoming a slave. Yeah.
Like better than death, sure. Better than being just like so poor that you piss in a pot, probably.
But you make the argument that was better.
Good? No.
Than enslaving somebody based on their skin color. Yeah, I get that. But yes, you're still owning another person.
Right.
It's still slavery. But
especially too with religious people, what makes me laugh about him saying stuff like that, because I remember that video, Paul, is that those same people from the 19th century who he said were worse than the people from the Bible use that Bible as justification for what they did in the 1800s and earlier.
True enough.
So it's like, well, dude, you're talking out of your ass because you're basically saying that, well, these two types of slavery were different, and yet one used the prior one to justify the latter one. I'm like, well, But he of course he ignored it because he was a piece of shit anyway. But I hated that guy. But yeah, the thing that's and then of course the other one is that it'd be the people who try to make it out like, well, slavery wasn't that bad. Like some slave masters were nice, and like no, they could split families up and did, and then they would rape their slaves and then sell off their own children.
I think people who don't like being told to put a piece of cloth across their mouth because they might infect other people with a disease, if someone doesn't want to do that because it's too much of an affront to their freedom, says anything about how it couldn't have been so bad to be a slave because of reason X, Y, or Z, is hilarious to me. I mean, bottom line, it's the same with prison in the sense that, I mean, you don't have choices. Your choices are taken away from you, and when you have no choices, you're going to object to it because we all have a desire to make our own choices in life and to choose our own fate. And, even right down to, from what you wear to what you eat and little simple things like that, right up to what you're going to do with the future and blah, 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 what you want to do for a living, all that shit.
Hey, you want to hear something that's kind of trippy? I, in part, in concert with my siblings, own a piece of what was the plantation that our family were slaves on.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's actually kind of cool.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, it is actually.
Well, I mean, it's like because it's your family, it's your history, and you have a piece of that for yourselves, legit, real, and legal, right? Like, that's actually kind of cool.
Yeah.
Considering the source of that property, I hope you don't have to pay taxes on it.
Well, it's Alabama, so the taxes are extremely low.
Right.
And my brother Will covers those. But like my Aunt Viola's house is there, and then my grandmother's house, and then in between there's this. It's a small plot of land. It's like an acre or half an acre, I guess it is. But yeah, that was part of. So what happened is apparently my grandfather bought the land, from the family who had owned our family. They when slavery ended, they left. They basically moved. They sold the farm to another family, and then my family continued to work there, sharecroppers. And then I think the second owner, he didn't have children, and he ended up selling it to my grandfather, and it's been in the family ever since. In fact, they used to have like the entire thing. It was like 54 acres, but now most of that land's been sold off. But it's kind of wild. And then when I went to see, and I was driving, and I went to actually see Zelda when I left my aunt's place. I went to Zelda's house, and I hadn't seen it because it's not planted now where the family houses are. But then I drove and I saw the fields of cotton, and it was actually got kind of choked up. It was very emotional.
Can we have sub school for people that think that slavery was an enjoyable thing?
Actually, Mr. Danger, that is an idea I actually have. What I'd like to do with that land, because people do like these various like museum things, and some of the museum things are like things that are unpleasant, so you could experience what it was like. I want to have the slavery museum on my property, and then have white people come out and have them work cotton. And have them, beat the shit out of them, and so they could see what it's like. And like, hey, you want to see what slavery was really like? This is what it was like. Get out there.
With regular people, you wouldn't even have to go that far, right? If all they had to do was not do whatever it is that they wanted to do, and you could just literally tell them the easiest things, right? Like, pick up my shoes and go put them in my room, right? I want you to actually no reason at all, just random crap, just get on your hands and knees. I'm going to use you as a footstool.
What always boggles my mind. They did the argument like some slaves were treated pretty good. They had it pretty good. They were treated good by their masters, and it's just like people don't understand that the concept of like degrees of misery, and no matter what degree of misery you land on, it's still misery. I mean,
exactly.
The best treated slaves still had miserable existences.
Like these people, if they had to do even the things that are involved in like BDSM subbing, right? They would be beyond humiliated, right? They would just feel like their inner souls have been just ripped out of them because for God's sake, they can't even wear a mask, right? Like,
Can't wear a mask.
you know, to be nice to other people, let alone have to do what someone's telling you to do, right? Let alone be an actual slave.
At any time of the day or night, whether they're feeling sick or not, whether what condition they're in.
That's right.
Well, and especially for me, because because I'm doing the genealogy, like I actually know some of their names now. Because for a lot of us, it's just kind of generic. We kind of know, okay, we came from slaves, and that's kind of just generically we know that. But I actually know some of their names. I actually have a picture of a couple of them, and that was kind of trippy. So for me, it's not some abstract, kind of generic thing. It's like, here's some actual people with names and faces that were forced to work, against their will.
Did you ever wonder, with as quiet as Agent of Doubt is all the time, whether or not he's actually like collecting information from all of us in some kind of a PhD thesis study, right? Like we are his thesis and we don't even know that we're like the guinea pigs. He's just over there like, because he's so quiet, he has to be learning massive amounts of information about us at like every show.
I think that every single week.
Yeah,
it's not for a thesis or anything. He's actually writing down certain things and then researching it just for his own knowledge in case he needs to use it against us one day.
Officially, I have spoken more than Kazum in this show. And I was just
He's marking down the minutes.
The way that Paul said, oh, Agent of Doubt and Joe and Dev, you'll remember this. I was actually scared that I was going to be put in the group of old people when Kazum's older than me.
No, I don't think Kazumi was back on in 2009.
Well, the thing is, Mike was here though. That's the funny part. You didn't mention him.
I think I started on YouTube, and I created my channel in like 2006.
Oh wow, I didn't know that.
But I didn't do much with it until about 2009. So
Right, okay.
I'm not even sure what I was doing in 2006.
So
I found Kazum because I don't even know what the topic was, but you did a video. And immediately it was very polarizing. So like half the community was like loving the video and the other half was hating the video. And so of course that made me had to seek you out and figure out who the hell you were.
That's probably the video that Rob replied to back in the day, because Rob never even knew Kazum. And then you came out of the woodwork after being gone for like a year and a half because Kazum said something about EDM, electric dance music, that you were just like, you think that's a gay problem? We've got much bigger problems than that, or whatever. That's my recollection. Anyway, is that recollection, Kazum?
You. I mean,
I know I talked about that. So
I'm like, you guys were opponents over EDM? What?
all kinds of stuff. I actually have. I don't think I have all the videos still, but there's one video to Kazum I still have. The title is "Fowlers in the Attic."
As opposed to flowers in the attic. Oh,
it's Fowlers in the Attic. I've got a few of them that are little plays on his name and stuff, but yeah.
I think that's kind of cute.
Fowler on the roof.
going back to
Fowler on the roof.
back to the Kamala Harris topic, the day after she was picked, I was on TikTok and I was astounded at how many people in my feed on TikTok were making fun of Kamala Harris in a very horrible way, alleging that she slept her way to the top. And when I saw this, I actually thought, this is not going to change anyone's mind about who they're voting for, but it might actually energize feminists.
I mean, I'm just kind of like, if you manage to sleep your way to the top, it really says more about the dudes than it does about you. like I'm gonna coerce my way with sex, and it worked on you. It's like I used a Penn and Teller magic trick or something. Like, look at, I got the golden delta vagina, and you're just like, oh.
Sleeping your way to a promotion in Kmart. Sleeping your way to the vice presidency. I mean,
That takes some
that's
skill.
pretty good. That's impressive.
I mean, I feel like I'm in the wrong business, right? Because those people are able to buy high-class prostitutes on a private island that they fly you to on a jet, and they even have people that are handlers that will groom others for you if that's what you actually really want. I'm not trying to actually call anybody out here, but I'm pretty sure you all know what I mean. And there's people that can pay. They can pay for that. Why do you have to sleep your way to the top, right? Like, what is going on there? Like, I mean,
you made me think of you ever see the movie Harlem Nights?
no, I have not.
There's a scene in there where they basically trying to co-opt one of the mob, low level guys, and so they take one of the women who are working as a prostitute. The woman she's so good. If you threw her lady parts up in the air, would turn into sunshine.
That's a line from a Prince song.
Oh, really?
I'm so not surprised by that.
The amount of these memes that I've seen come out about Kamala Harris being sexually promiscuous and sleeping her way to the top is so huge, and there is no media coverage of it because they're above that, right? But they have this ability to pick and choose what they're going to dignify with a response or even coverage. Just like they're not going to cover what's happening in the post office as well as they should, they're completely ignoring the fact that Reddit, 4chan, TikTok, they're all alive with just a whole bunch of meme content about Kamala Harris sleeping her way to the top.
So, and do you think that's cyber terrorism, or is that regular people just going, "Hey, I've got my new phone. Let's be
Polish."
What I actually think is the guys on the right on TikTok were like, "What are we going to say about this new VP pick? She locked up too many black people," and then they're like, "Wait a second, we're actually in favor of that. So let's go."
Well, here's the thing, though. What gets me about that, like, to that, I have two words to say to them: Melania Trump. I mean,
I wish I knew more about that woman, to be perfectly honest. Like,
and I don't have a problem with her. That's the thing. I don't really care what she does or what she used to do or whatever. Because again,
she's just a model, right? She owns like a cosmetics company or something.
And when you look at the photographs of them together when they were first together, she seemed quite happy to be arm candy. I mean, she posed like seriously, like wow. You like forever. They had a picture together. It was her job to make him look as good as possible because he needs all the help he can get.
But no, she wasn't like a cosmetics model or a fashion model. She was a nude model. Right. She did a certain amount of might be considered softcore porn. I mean, she,
And so the right wing is perfectly fine. And again, I have no problem with her doing softcore porn or whatever. It doesn't matter to me. But they freaked out about Michelle Obama showing her forearms, and so now if they're going to attack Kamala Harris about this, even if it's true, whether it's true or not, it's like, you guys. I mean, they have no shame. They're so hypocritical.
I think it's completely ridiculous. Whether it's true or not doesn't matter. It's a way to attack her on her womanhood.
Yeah.
What it is.
I even saw RW on Facebook. I'm not going to say his name, but I'm just going to say RW posting messages on Facebook that were saying the same narrative. They had ding dongs with instead of showing the actual ding dongs of what I mean by that is the hostess ding dongs, right?
You mean literal actual ding dongs?
Yeah. They pasted Biden's face all over it, and then they had ho-hos and had Kamala Harris all over it, and I'm like, oh, come on.
Yeah.
Wow.
He makes me sad because he used to be a cool guy.
Wait, who?
He was invited. I personally invited him. I wanted to address some things with him, but
wait, who are we talking about?
Robert Wallace.
Oh, the person that you were saying on Facebook that you didn't want he who shall not be named, I guess. but I don't know who you're talking about. Like I am not catching the reference even. So I feel like
Oh, well, Dev Shell said it. I just didn't originally want to say his name because I wasn't trying to call him directly out.
but
So.
who is this person?
He used to be on the Breakfast Club
Oh,
as
okay.
as a guest host. He must have probably did like 5 or 6 videos over the
And
channel.
why is he not here now? Is like this is like all news to me. I have no clue what you guys are talking about.
I'll give you the clip. I'll give you the Cliff's notes, and then Michael can
Okay.
explain. I mean, basically, he was, you know, I've been acquainted with him for like 10 years online on my YouTube channel, and you know, I think he can make a pretty good argument a lot of the times. But then sometime after, probably sometime late 17, maybe early 18, he started to get into the whole QAnon thing. And he then went right down that rabbit hole, and now he's a basic Trump supporter, and like
Basic bitch.
like, but he's fully gone in. He's bought into all kinds of stuff. With apparently, to me, either that or he's seriously trolling. And if he's seriously trolling, it's the longest sustained trolling I've ever seen. You know,
Well, I've seen on different social media, I've seen him post a number of things that you just look online, Snopes or something, and immediately disprove him. But he continues to post this stuff and believes it, and it's kind of scary how much. And then when you point out that what was said isn't true, he's like, "Oh, well, I don't care." I'm like,
I really don't know the guy, so Sister Danger. So I mean, he's a dude who's a guy who's a dude. That's
yeah.
Dude,
I mean, as a person, I mean, I live kind of close to him, so you know, I mean, as a person, he's Robert Wallace is a good guy, but he's gone politically down this path that I'm just like, wow, you've really gone far down this path. I mean, he's really pushing white nationalist talking points at this point. I mean,
he's snorting the Kool-Aid dust off of Trump's ass.
Well, this is the thing is, maybe I'm wrong. Sorry, Michael. I'll just say real quick. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think anybody just like switches and becomes a white nationalist in their 40s. I think, you know, and so I think I have been previously wrong because I've been saying over on Breakfast Club videos in the past, I don't think that he's actually changed that much. And I'm kind of wondering if that's true, or if it's just that he's revealed himself now, or what. I'm not sure.
I don't know, man.
I was just going to say he feels that the left has left him and not the other way around.
I mean, the thing is that, yeah, has the left changed? Sure. But see, again, he's kind of doing the thing, though, that right-wingers tend to do, is like, let's pick the absolute worst left-wingers you could possibly find, the most extreme, the most, you know, whatever, and then pretend that that's the norm. The problem is I remember talking to somebody who used to be a friend not too long ago, and I was saying, look, this is because they were doing that, and you're like, well, you guys do it, you know, too. I'm like, I'm talking about elected fucking officials. These are not fringe people. These are the people you elected in government. You can't compare some wacko ultra lefty neo-communist who has no political power whatsoever to an elected official that people fucking voted for and put in office and say that the two sides are equal. It's beyond ridiculous. And that's, sorry, I'm not angry at you guys. I'm just so amped because it infuriates me. It's like, no, that what was the Republican fringe is now the Republican mainstream. And how we know that? Because longtime arch conservatives have left the party because they're disgusted by what's there now.
In all fairness, I think it's a good thing that the right keeps the fringe left at the tip of a lot of conversation, because that way it makes it easier for us to make sure that we don't become the fringe, that we don't allow them to take over the party. Because I mean, the Tea Party went ignored for the most part. And we they're nuts. They're nuts. They're nuts. But now
she claimed to see Russia from Alaska. Like I can see it from my house.
Well, it's like I said before, I knew it was going to be bad when they primaried out Dick Lugar, you know, arch conservative Dick Lugar from Indiana, who had been there for, you know, 20, 30 years. And again, The man's name is Penis Firearm. How does that get primaried out?
Well, I know you guys probably are already aware of this, but there's several pro QAnon candidates in the GOP who've actually made it through their primaries now, and they're going to be up for election in November.
I know of one.
Hey guys,
There's one in Georgia, and I think there's a couple more elsewhere, but I can't remember.
I have to go. So it is that time that I know it is that time that I must depart. And I'm sorry because I'm like having a great time, but I did make a time commitment here on my end, so I must uphold.
I should be going pretty soon as well. So we suppose we should wind the conversation down with where we started, which I think was cartoons. I don't know, but if you guys want to carry on talking about this other stuff for a minute, that's fine. I'm just kidding, huh?
Superman's black uniform.
Yeah, that's right. No, we don't have to go there again. We expended half an hour on that. I don't think we need to reiterate. Yeah. I bet you never thought it would get that much coverage, Michael, when you first suggested the topic.
No, especially not when I've been juggling a butt plug this entire time.
That's a butt plug? Oh man,
It's not a butt plug.
I was gonna say that'd be pretty. Whew.
That would be a really bad butt plug because
you need a way to be able to pull it back out. Otherwise,
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
It's kind of practical.
Yeah. We used to have catalogs for in my body piercing studio. The same company that makes body piercing jewelry makes a lot of stainless steel and glass and other such delightful toys. Some of them, you look at them and you actually feel pain just from looking at the picture. And that includes many of the butt plugs. I mean, Jesus Christ, y'all, what the fuck?
I remember seeing this thing. It was an 18-inch long dildo, and it was like somewhere between 4 and 5 inches. I'm like, you can't. That's not going in anywhere. If nobody's putting that into their body, they just can't. I mean,
yeah, they are.
Hold that thought.
I just want to hold the dildo.
Oh my goodness! I think this is going to be show and tell.
But wait, there's more. Now what would you say?
Yeah. Oh no. Here it goes back.
Well, see, the other thing, while Paul's gone, I was going to bring up one quick thing on Kamala Harris. One of the things that I saw again, a politician or an elected official said the Democrats had nominated Aunt Jemima. So I said, if anybody wanted to know why it was so all fired important for us to get rid of Aunt Jemima's image off the bottle, there you go.
Yep, I saw your post, and I totally agree. Yes.
Here it comes, Paul. We thought you were bringing a toy back with you or something. Ah, there you go.
Is that for piercing?
No.
Okay.
It's a relic from a bygone age, I'm afraid.
I know.
Rob missed it. You big. Yeah. Well, shall I show it again?
Yeah, show it again.
It's purely decorative.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Anyway, I think that's a really good place to end the video, guys. It can only go downhill from here. But I want to thank all the viewers for all their comments and for always being here every week and everything, and same for y'all. And I hope to see you again here next week. And guys, I'll see you on the after show in a minute. So say goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye, everybody.
Go ahead and end the broadcast. Peace and joy, y'all. Out. Or not. Oh, there we go. It's cycling around. It's doing something.
Still go?
Apparently,
Good night, John Boy.
We're stuck.
We're still live.
Apparently, my internet connection is a bit twitchy, so bear with me.
Yeah, because it's still live.
It's still not working. I might have to just literally dump off the internet to stop the show, and I don't even know if that will stop the show. It just means that nobody will be driving.
Yeah,
I mean, So I'll try ending it again on the button here. Hang on a second. Technical difficulties. No, my internet connection is giving me shit. So I'm gonna have to.
Encore.
I won't be here for the after show then.
Encore. Encore.
What can I say? Anyway, I'm at the mercy of my technological fallibility. Anyway, love y'all. See you next time. Take it easy.
We're still
my goodness.
live.
We're still live.
We are encore.
We control the audio. We control the
Wow.
video.
Well, that's wild.
What show was that from? Outer Limits, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah.
We control the audio. We control the video. Yeah, I've never seen this happen before. Yeah, Green Machine, are we still there?
Yeah, I'll have to wait about 30 seconds for that.
Yeah, there's a big delay. Which, it's surprising. When I expect a delay, it's surprising to me that the delays are as long as they are.
Yeah, you would think things would get better over time.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean,
wasn't this bad.
Well, I mean, if you're doing if you're using like OBS to do a stream of some sort, and you're using the interface that YouTube gives you, you can select for it to be for the latency to be almost nothing, but it has problems with the stream sometimes.
Oh, okay.
But there is an option to do that.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, see, it's a shame that YouTube's features, they're lacking like the ability here to be able to see the chat, the live chat. It's so weird. How come like a third party program can allow us to integrate the private chat, the public chat and see it, whereas if I'm on YouTube streaming, I can't see it. It's so ridiculous.
Well, you can see if you're doing the live stream, you can see it. I mean, you have to have it in a separate window somewhere. I've got more than one monitor, so I throw it on one of the other monitors.
Right, so. But you know what I mean? Like it's not integrated, which makes no sense.
The setup, I mean, the way it's set up to do the kind of a show that we're doing here, where there's not a whole lot of interaction with the audience.
Yeah.
I personally prefer interacting with the audience. It's one of the reasons I don't stream anymore. It's become very difficult. So, I mean, somebody will ask a question and 5 minutes later I'm answering it. Nobody knows what the hell I'm talking about anymore.
Right.
Because the conversation had moved on.
Not like the Blog TV days. Blog TV was awesome.
Yeah. I mean, that's where, Blog TV, I mean, not that I was ever a big channel. I was a well-known channel. But I mean, I was known because of Blog TV. I mean, that's where I got a lot of my subscribers from.
And that's how to the degree that I got known was mostly from Blog TV, because I'd be in your stream or be in Don's or Paul's or somebody's, and I would show up to all the streams and everybody knew me eventually.
It was DPR Jones that put me on the map. So.
Yeah. He's gone.
He's gone. He's joined the Choir Invisible. One of many.
Well, that's what made this year. This shows you how fucked up this year is. So we lost a friend, and so many shitty things have happened this year that I have to be like, oh yeah, a friend of mine died. Like, that's how bad it is.
Yeah, I was supposed to make a video for DPR Jones, like back in like February or March, I think it was, when they were asking people to submit videos, and I just kept nah, put it off. They sent me a message on Twitter, and I told them, I said, I'm not sure what to say, and they're like, oh, just waffle away and we'll edit it. I'm like, no.
Yeah, I mean, I thought about making a video, but part of it was, because at least I haven't heard anything officially about how he died. So I was gonna, depending on what happened, I was gonna potentially address that. But I don't know.
They've been calm on that.
And which kind of, I don't want to speculate, but it makes me the fact that no one's talking about it makes me speculate. So.
Yep. Understood.
Yeah, you know where I'm going. And that's the thing. I mean, it's funny that like, because he knew me, and I didn't think he did, and then
You knew everybody.
yeah, and there was one point
Like
where
that.
we ended up in a thing, and he's like, "Oh, hey, Joe," and I was like, "You know me?" He's like, "Oh yeah, of course I know you." I'm like, okay. And because I mean, because I remember obviously when they were doing the Magic Sandwich show, and I'm friends with RN, and I was friends with DPR. I met Thunderfoot that at the Reason rally, but he was Thunderfoot. Yeah, that was kind of cool, and the fact that he let me do he had me on for the Doctors Without Borders. You did it too, right? If I recall.
The Doctors Without Borders? No.
Yeah. You didn't? Oh, okay.
No. I didn't. I couldn't garner a large enough audience.
You don't think?
Yeah.
I thought you could have. I mean, you did great with the with your charity.
Yeah, well, I mean, DPR Jones relied on his name, and he relied on guests that were not part of the community. Where he had people that are actually doing something.
Right.
Managed Maven Charity relied on the names of the guests. So that's why it did well. I mean, it doing well had nothing to do with me. It was because of Jacqueline Glenn. It was because of Thunderfoot.
But you put it together though, and you got all those people.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but that's because I was again, I was very well known on YouTube. Didn't have a lot of subscribers, but I was very well known. I mean, the joke was for the longest time that I was the biggest small channel.
Right.
And yeah, I mean, I guess there's some accuracy to that, which is kind of funny and kind of sad. A lot of people who knew me that just didn't subscribe, and it's like, what the hell?
Yeah.
When we had the meetup in Washington D.C. in 2010, right? It was 2010, the D.C. meetup. Scott Clifton, when I introduced myself on Dev Shell 2, he's like, "Yeah, I know, I watch your videos." And if you're not subscribed, I know all my subscribers. There's like 6.
And I'm one of
them. And they're all here. But
funny things for me, the big channels were subscribed to me, and none of the small ones.
I lost my shit. I totally fangirled when Coughlin subscribed to me. And it's like looking back, it's like, really? I mean,
Hey, well, remember he had almost 20,000 subscribers back then.
Yeah. But he's somebody else, even still now. Like, he knows everyone. Like DPR Jones knew everybody. Yeah. Richard knows everyone because he spends the bulk of his time just glued to YouTube. I mean, he's watched, I think, more YouTube videos than any person on earth.
Yeah.
He knows.
And that's true because there's been times when I don't see him on as much anymore. But back when I was still occasionally making a video, I was talking about something and I referred to a video that I made, and he goes, "Yeah, I saw it." And then I was like, "Really?" And then he described something from the video, so I know he wasn't bullshitting me.
Yeah, no, it's the amount of YouTube that he consumes, because I believe he still does. Is a little frightening. I mean, it's a little like, dude, you really need a hobby,
It is his hobby.
I mean, something.
Well, I mean, especially since he has that neuropathy problem where he can't do a regular job anymore, at least because he was a cook, so he can't really cook anymore. So he doesn't really have a choice. It's just although he's been doing the art, and that's been helping.
In the art, and he's also been doing a lot of skateboarding.
Really?
getting injured. But yeah, posts about it on Facebook all the time.
I don't see his posts half the time. I'm friends with every one of his iterations on Facebook, and I never see his posts.
Yeah.
I wish Facebook didn't have this thing where they want to try to guess what you want to see first. I mean, you can sort it each time for chronological, but if you don't, there's a whole bunch of people that you won't see. They have this weird algorithm where if someone posts a lot, a whole bunch, all the time, you won't see their posts. But if someone rarely posts and they posted something that they haven't posted in months, you'll see that first. So it's just weird, the whole algorithm they use for that.
A friend of mine from college actually unfriended me for that reason, because for whatever reason my post showed up on his feed more than anybody, and he said like 3/4 of his feed was me, and I guess he didn't understand the unfollow feature, so he unfriended me. Yeah, it is annoying. And then there's some people I won't see for weeks, and all of a sudden I'll see them, and then I'll see them over and over, and I can tell the effect of the of the thing. But when there's certain people that I'm friends with that I know they post every day, but they'll respond to my posts like, I won't hear anything from them like a week, and then I'll hear from them like on like 10 posts. They'll be reacting and commenting, because I know the algorithm just gave them a dump of here's Joe, for the week.
Facebook says if you saw every post from everyone you're following, you'd be inundated. But
Good.
That's but then that gives you the freedom to decide who you want to see and how much you want to see of them. For them to take that away from you doesn't make any sense, because they have no basis to know what it is you want to see.
Right. It seems to me too that they should have a feature, like obviously you can unfollow somebody, but it's an all or none. Either you get them or you don't get them. There should be some way to throttle. Okay, I can only take so much of this person, kind of put them on a low burn where I see them occasionally. And this person, I love everything they say, so let me see everything they say.
I don't know anybody would really use that. I mean, some people might. I don't think I would use it though, because it's just too detail oriented.
Well, see, mostly
I'd use it too. I would definitely be using that.
Especially with family, because like one branch of my family is a bit more right wing. They're not like rabid right wing, but they're definitely at least they're like more old school Republican. But I would definitely put them on low, just so I would avoid the stuff that I see and irritates me, that I'm just going to not say anything because I just don't want to have disharmony in the family. So.
Okay, I'm about to bitch about something personal.
Sure.
Like, every summer, late summer, we get these little tiny fucking flies. You guys have this? Is this an annoyance to you? Is this?
Well, continue more details about the flies.
The little tiny little fucking flies. Always in the summer. And there's one driving me crazy right now. Would you go fuck?
Yeah, it's just like if you had a microscope, you could look at them and they look just like a regular fly for the most part, but they're minuscule, and they're not like hatchlings. They're fully grown flies, but they're tiny.
Kind of like a fruit fly. They're kind of triangular shaped. Their wings. Every August, it's always in August. Every August, and it's just like, what the hell? Where are they coming from?
I killed a couple today in the kitchen.
Huh? Yeah, I don't experience those here. I mean, I knew when I lived in Shamokin, there were just a lot of flies in general, but I didn't run across those.
Interesting.
Sorry, they're just annoying. Like I said, it's like every summer, and it's not all summer, only late summer. You get into August, they start showing up, and it's just like, what the fuck are these things?
Yeah.
The flies that are so small that window screens don't stop them. Yeah.
What do they hang around?
Nothing in particular. They're just
annoying.
You see them near the sink, always in the kitchen, and around screens where there's light.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, they're annoying. They're insidious.
They're fucking aggravating.
Yeah. Michael's very quiet over there.
It reminds me of love bugs in the southern part of Texas, how they're attracted to white and they always come out. About a month ago, they probably would have come out. And if you have a white car or if there's a white gas station, you'll just see this swarm stuck to everything.
Yeah. Have you ever seen a ladybug swarm?
Yes.
I was at a friend's house up in upstate New York, like lower upstate New York, like Dutchess County, and we're gonna have this is back in the days of network parties where you had to like drag your computer to somebody's house and hook up, and we noticed like on the one screen, because you had like a screen door, there was a bunch of ladybugs, and then there were more, and then there were more, and we started spraying them and killing them, and then like his whole roof was covered, and the sides of the house, like 3 sides of the house, were covered with ladybugs. I mean, there were hundreds of thousands. There had to be because they're literally covering this guy's house. And we're sitting there with a hose trying to spray them off. It was bizarre. And I normally like ladybugs. I hated ladybugs that day. Bugs that.
It just got me thinking about how in some greenhouses they will pay money to have ladybugs brought into the greenhouse so they can eat all of the aphids and such.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering if there were like I don't know, aphids on the guy's property, and then the ladybugs were like lunch.
Someone local spotted in their yard a spotted lanternfly, and everybody lost their shit. To basically like burn the tree down to kill it. But if you found one in your yard, there's others. So it's like great, wonderful. 2020, all the trees are going to start dying now.
Yeah, again, another way you can tell how bad this year is. We all forgot about the murder hornets.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah.
Not even in the news. Like, oh yeah, some hornets are going to come and kill us, whatever.
Locally, there's been a lot of cicada killers, and people are freaking out about those, posting pictures, asking them, is this a murder hornet? And it's just like, oh, that's tiny compared to a murder hornet.
Well, and to be honest, at this point, I feel like for a lot of people, they see murder hornets and they're like, oh, sweet release. Get me out of this fucking year already. Remember we thought 2015 was bad because a bunch of celebrities died?
Yeah.
Oh, the good old days.
Back then, they came in 3s.
Instead of 13s?
Yeah.
20s, 26s.
26s.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, you hear people talk about like certain times in history, and then people talk about like the 60s and stuff, and they talk about how it kind of felt like society was coming apart at the seams. Yeah, that's kind of what it feels like now. Yeah.
Well, the funny thing is, it's not even like it's kind of coming apart at the seams. It is coming apart at the seams.
Yeah.
And I think going back to the election, I think that's one of the reasons why Biden has the chance of winning that he has, because I think people are so tired of the like gut churning roller coaster of like, what the fuck is he going to do today, and what horrible things happening now, and what wacky thing, and what conspiracy theory is going to come out of the president's mouth, or his most ardent supporters.
The far, and not that they're really far left, because there is no real left in the U.S., but the far leftists that are still bashing Biden drive me up the fucking wall. Man, it's just like, seriously. I mean, yeah, he's not my first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh choice. But look at who's in the office now. I mean, seriously.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, shut the fuck up and let the old man win.
Well, and
I'm actually really glad that Kamala Harris was the choice, because she is moderate, and that might not sound that great, but it's the Serious Mind mentioned it earlier. is there's a lot of people that are worried about the far left taking over or whatever, and you get someone like Kamala Harris in, there's not really much of a chance of the far left really getting in there. She's too moderate.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, but progressives who aren't really far left, but the progressives are winning seats in local governments all over the country, and they are winning seats in Congress more frequently. So Kamala being a moderate is good as far as being partnered with Biden. As far as the government overall, it doesn't mean anything. I mean, it doesn't mean anything because the vice president isn't really a position of power.
Right. Well, that's the thing, and like you said, it's more of the fact that she will appeal as a stabilizing factor, particularly with a guy who's running for president is going to be 78 in like 10 days or whatever the hell it is. So it's yeah, I think that's really what it comes down to. Is like, hey, you will get back to normal, and once we've actually landed on stable ground, then we can worry about all the other stuff.
That's one of the things that I say to them is let's stabilize the ship first. And then we can start tinkering with things. And I mean, there's a lot of things that we need to do. But if you focus on those and don't stop the ship from sinking, we're still going to sink.
Right.
Let's patch the hole first. And then we'll start talking about fine tuning the engine.
Well, and there's an old business term, half of something is better than all of nothing. I mean, it's like, yeah, it might feel good to vote. That's why I tend to vote for the third party votes for people like Jill Stein and that ilk, voting for ice cream. It's like ice cream tastes delicious and it feels very satisfying, but it's not nourishing. And if you just try to live on ice cream, you're going to starve to death. And for right now, we're starving. I think that. And like you said, and really what's happening on the ground is the more important thing, because as the progressives get into positions around the country, the Overton window will slide and we'll get those things that we need to get. But if we allow, and look, when you have the sitting president basically coming out and admitting, I'm going to fuck with the mail so that people's votes don't get counted. I mean, blatant open voter fraud, when that's the other side, and when people try to tell me both sides are the same, I posted, and you guys probably saw it, I said, anyone who says that to me in my presence, I'm getting arrested because I'm giving them a punch in the fucking throat.
The thing, like you said about the Overton window, all these progressives getting in office, the Overton window is being moved to the left, and it is being moved to the left, thank God, after like over a decade of going to the right. But I mean, yeah, the Overton window is moving and we're going to get a lot of things that we want to get done. I agree. For the Kates of the world, and probably Mike, Michael will agree with this, a lot of them aren't going to get done in time. We're in a position that's very time sensitive. You start talking about like Green New Deal type of stuff. We're out of options. Things need to happen yesterday. So to wait for a lot of these positions to fill up with progressives, to wait for Joe Biden to retire because he's not going to finish his first term, and it's going to be too late for some of these things, and that's going to result in dead people.
Yeah.
And some of it's already baked in.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I don't disagree, but I think it's a fait accompli. That's just the reality. In fact, the reality is, even if, just say, Biden decides he gets in and, hey, we're going to totally embrace all the ideal, the ideal, because that's the thing too. Remember, the Green New Deal isn't a concrete plan. It's a series of here's some steps that we need to take, and it's kind of a roadmap. So
right.
He's going to embrace all that and put it into law. Even if we did everything day one, the certain amount of damage is already done.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Some of it's already baked in.
Yeah.
Hank Green did a great video. It was like last year or the year before about climate change and about, where we're at, and he's like, we can't stop. We're at a point really where we can't stop it. What we can do is mitigate the damage.
Right.
And if we don't do anything, as is the case so far, then we're not even mitigating. I mean, we're just, every day that we go on without doing something is more damage that's baked in.
Yeah.
And we're not going to feel the effects of that for 20, 25, 30 years or so when we start feeling effects. So it's like what we do now, we won't even notice that we've done something for another 30 years. And if we do nothing, it's only going to get worse.
See, the problem that I think I try to, I've tried and most often fail to get across to self-labeled progressives who they don't want to vote for Biden, is that right now it's not even a matter of saying, okay, Biden's not going to do enough to that, because you can make that argument and it may be true, but Trump's actually actively he's like taking steps in the wrong direction. So it's like, so one guy, maybe he's going to veer in the right direction. The other guy's hitting the accelerator in the wrong direction. And like, I mean, really? I mean, that, I don't know how that's even an argument. I mean, that's like, and like I said before, I've said in the past about the whole, people trying to pin him as Biden as a racist, which I do not accept. But even if I were to, if my choice is a minor league racist versus a unavowed, totally avowed, open, hostile, anti-black and anti-Muslim and anti-brown person racist, I'm gonna, then hell, even if they were equal on that, I'd have to say, okay, well, what else do you got for me? Because I got to look at something else.
Right. Well, I mean, the whole like lesser of the evils thing. When people complain about voting for the lesser of the evils, like, yes, I agree. I would like to vote for somebody instead of voting against somebody and going with the lesser of the evils. I would like that. I would really like that. Unfortunately, that is not the world we live in. And the world we live in, no one is perfect. Jesus Christ never lived. He's not running for office, even if he did. You're not going to find a perfect person. So no matter who you're voting for or against, it's always the lesser of the evils. Always. Somebody's going to fall short of your expectations.
Right. Plus the fact that because we live in a pluralistic society, there's not a single issue that everybody agrees on. And so you end up having to compromise at least a little bit.
Something somewhere.
Somewhere,
So you have to decide, how far am I willing to compromise?
Right.
And for people looking at Biden and saying that's just too far, it's like, are you insane? that compared to what we're facing and dealing with, that's too far of a compromise. That's nuts. It's nuts.
Did you think Obama was the lesser of two evils, or do you think that he was a really good candidate?
I thought Obama was a great candidate. I thought he was a great candidate. I think he fell short of what he could have done as president, but I think he was a good president.
Yeah.
Okay. I was just challenging a little bit your notion that it's always going to be the lesser of two evils, and I'm like, well, that's not always the case. But I do agree with your sentiment.
The thing for me though is I'm voting for Biden. I mean, again, he wasn't my first choice. He wasn't my primary choice, but I've always respected him. And I think he'll do good things, and because again, for me, it's not like I'm just going to always settle. I want to get as much progress as I can as soon as I can, but I will always vote in favor of progress to whatever degree I can get it. And the thing about him is he is a reasonable guy, and I do take a lot to heart the fact that he and Bernie signed that pact. I don't think that was window dressing for Biden. I think there are some politicians who would do that cynically and it would just be horseshit. I don't think so. I really believe that he's serious and that he will do to the best of his ability try to implement those things that he's agreed on.
And I could be wrong, but I get the impression that he understands that he's a 78-year-old man. And that the world that he is looking to be president in is not the world of his prime. I think he gets that. I think he gets he's a little out of touch. I do. Based on the choices that he's making, as far as his running mate, his willingness to sit with Bernie and to come up with that agreement. I think he does understand that this is not the world that he's used to, that it has drastically changed in the last several years.
Yeah.
And some might see that as a detriment. I think it's a strength. I think it's admirable to be able to look around and say, I'm not quite exactly sure of what's going on nowadays. I still think I can do a good job, and I will surround myself with the people that I would need to be able to do that.
Right.
I think that's admirable.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, because I don't think, I doubt that he will finish his term.
Yeah, I don't think he will either.
Whether he doesn't live long enough or simply decides, I'm old, I'm tired, I came in to stop Trump and to start several balls rolling in the right direction, and I've done that. And I'm like 79 or 80, and I'm just going to go home. I wouldn't be surprised at all. In fact, I expect that's likely to happen.
Yeah. And I think that's another reason why he might have chose Harris.
Yes.
I think he, at this point, he probably sees his place in history, especially if he wins, as the guy who saved the country and chose a running mate who can set it on a new path.
Right.
And if it works out that way, if it does play out that way, then mission accomplished, and he will deserve to be remembered for that, because I don't think the Republic can survive another year of Trump. 4 years. I don't think we can survive another year. I mean, part of me wonders if we'll make it to election day.
At this point, yeah, when he's actively trying to do things to sandbag the election, you're right. I'm more pessimistic about Trump now than I've ever been about what he would do, because I was, and now the whole thing of, like, Bill Maher was always saying, like, I don't think he's going to go. I think he's going to try to stay, no matter, even if he does lose.
Yeah, I agree.
I think he's going to be the first president that's going to be carried out by a White House, by Capitol Police.
Right. I agree.
Right. You can be right. Yeah.
And that doesn't give me, and I know there's some people who can't wait for that to happen. That gives me no joy. I just think it's a reality.
There's never in our history has ever been even a fear that would happen. I mean, for all of his faults, one of the smartest things that George Washington ever did was to give his speech when he left, and said, this is the right way to do this.
Yeah.
He basically started that tradition of the peaceful transfer of power. Yep. And until now, I mean, it's an unbroken chain.
Well, especially with Trump too, because I mean, if in the the sum of all fears that he actually gets reelected, whether it's legitimate or not, if he basically has the appearance of a mandate, we thought he was bad up till now. That will pale in comparison. We will be a full dictatorship. We will be. Yes. I have zero doubt of that, because he's trying to work.
I've lamented, for years about life in a dying empire. People, we're not an empire. Yeah, no. The U.S. is an empire, has been for many years. We've been an empire, a global empire, the most successful empire in the history of mankind. We didn't have to conquer anybody, to do it either. I mean, we talked about that, about the Yankee trader kind of a thing.
Right.
We bought and sold our way to our empire. Other countries are sovereign nations, yet they kneel to us. An American, up until recently, an American can go almost anywhere in the world, and I am an American, and you're treated differently and you're protected. I mean, some exceptions, of course, but, overall, that's what happens, with the ruling empire.
Right.
And the last couple of decades, I'd say, it's been clear that it's a dying empire.
Yeah.
Trump can easily just stomp it out.
Yeah. Well, the to your point about being able to go anywhere, I remember the first time I ever went to Toronto. I had some Canadian money with me because I was hanging out in Niagara Falls, but I ran out of cash, and so I was in the store. I wanted to buy something, and I said to the shop owner, because like Niagara Falls, everybody takes American money. They give you a crappy exchange rate, but you can use American money. So I said, hey, do you take American money? And the guy goes, buddy, if someone opens a store on the moon tomorrow, they will take American money.
I mean, like Green Machine said, like the shortest lived empire. Yeah, probably. Yeah, we're even now, even at this point, we're not an old country. And as far as like, America as an empire, what, 100 years? 90?
150.
About 150. Okay, 150 years. So, I mean, not a very, very short-lived empire, but no empire. And forget about the technology. Forget about the moon. Forget about, all that kind of stuff. Even without that, no other empire ever in the history of mankind has done what the U.S. has done. And I mean, there's a certain amount of pride in that. And there's a certain amount of, that's kind of fucked up in that. But the worst place to be a citizen, in my opinion, is to be a citizen in the death of an empire. Because you have this history, like this proud history, and this history of strength, and this history of achievement, the privileges that go with that. We were just talking about like going anywhere in the world, and to watch that get stripped away, that's worse than never having it to begin with.
Well, it's funny, Rob. To your point, that's the reason why Trump's slogan in 2016 resonated with a segment of the population, because the whole idea that because people can see it whether they want to admit it or not. In fact, I think the people who shout the most about, like, if you say anything bad about America, they're ready to pop off and be angry. It's not that they think you're wrong, it's because they're afraid you might be right.
Yeah.
And so they're angry about that. And that's why it resonated. But it made me think of, in the kind of the same vein, kind of life, life imitating art. In the series Babylon 5, one of the things that sets off the whole series is that the character, the ambassador from the Centauri Republic. The Centauri Republic is a declining empire. On the show, they're kind of represented, kind of a mixture of Restoration era British and kind of the downside of the Roman Empire. And so Londo Mollari, he's basically he's talking to somebody, and he's basically lamenting how far down the empire has fallen. And he said the Great Centauri Republic opened 9 to 5. He goes, my God, man, we've become a tourist attraction.
Yeah.
And his lamenting for the empire of his youth, those days of greatness that are long gone, causes him to make some choices that sends him and his people down a very dark road. Sound familiar? So
well, I mean, Green Machine said, I'd still rather be a U.S. citizen than subject to U.S. foreign policy. And as funny is, yeah. But that exact thinking, like our foreign policy is one of the reasons that our empire is dying. Like every other, or almost every other empire before us, it was our misdeeds to our neighbors and to our friends, and even more to our enemies, is what eventually has been doing us in.
Yeah.
You can't be respected forever around the world when you keep bombing brown people because, whatever their reasons are.
Well, that's right. When you try to make it, when you represent yourself as like the beacon of hope and freedom, and then you take it away from so many people, it's like there's something, it's incongruous. And to be honest with you, I've always told people, like Europeans who in years past used to tell me, like, well, how can you're a black man, how can you love your country? Your people were slaves. How can you do that? And I said, well, I separate the actions of Americans from the ideals and the values of the country. And I look at that document, and that's why my ancestors stopped being slaves at a certain point, because someone said, hey, it says right here all these wonderful, amazing things. This is incongruous. This can't survive this document. Same thing with women. You can't continue to disenfranchise women forever because you have this document that says you can't do that.
Right.
You know, it has these ideals you have to live up to. And so to me, so that's why, you know, as much as I support people's right to burn a flag, I would never ever do it as my form of protest, because I'm like, okay, that flag represents the values and the core of the country, not the actions of its citizens, which at times have been not so hot. But again, but because there's that documents there, I also think I need to defend the people who say, well, I feel like burning it, because again, that's what the document fucking says.
No, exactly. I feel the same way. I defended flag burning, and I got people like, you know, but you're a veteran and you're this. And yeah, exactly. Because of those things.
Right.
Yes. I mean, if I'm not willing to defend the First Amendment, you know, why the hell did I bother going into the service for then to begin with? Right. I mean, if you're going to disregard the values that are enshrined in all of those documents and in the Bill of Rights, if you're going to disregard all of that, what's left of the country to defend?
Right. Well, it's a thing. So, and I pointed out to some people, you know, I because of the type of work I do, I end up working with a lot of like more conservative right-wing people, and I remember a job I was working out in Long Island, and they would tend to be kind of right-wing, but they liked me, you know, we got along. And so as they got to know me better, so one guy, you know, he was asking me, well, what do I think about flag burning or this, that, the other thing? And I told him, I said, basically what you were saying, and I'm like, I can both simultaneously say, I don't like flag burning, and I think it's a poor form of protest, and defend people's right to do it. Those are not incongruous with one another. So I can say, I think your protest sucks, and damn it, get out there and do it because that's what you want to do.
Right. I mean, and so many people in this country have like lost sight of that. I mean, it's years and years and years of right-wing American exceptionalism, which I think is, I don't know if it is one of the causes of our empirical status or an outgrowth, you know, of our empirical status.
A little bit of both.
Possibly. And I mean, there's no escaping that the U.S. is an exceptional country. There's also no escaping that the U.S. has done some really heinous shit.
And always have.
At home and abroad. And the people who like refuse to accept the latter, it's just like, what fucking planet do you live on?
Yeah.
You know?
This right-wing thing of like, I don't want to apologize for my country. I'm like, well, because you know, if you do something wrong, the appropriate response is to apologize and make amends. And that doesn't mean that you're wrong forever and that you never could be good. See, that's the thing that they don't understand about so-called cancel culture. Because again, you can find extreme people who will drop somebody at the drop of a hat and never give them another chance. They exist. I'm not going to say they don't. But most people, if you do something wrong and you are contrite and you do your best to make amends and acknowledge you're wrong and do something about it, most people will accept that. It's, you know, at least give you the opportunity to rehabilitate yourself. But you know, the thing is that in order to do that, though, you have to take responsibility for what you did wrong. And if all you do is beat the drum, we're fucking great, and screw everybody else that, you know, anyone else that says otherwise, then it's kind of like, actually, I don't know if you remember Rand Campbell, that piece of shit.
Yes.
Oh yes,
Yeah.
yes I do.
So he you know, here he was supposed to be this big Christian, always telling me to get right with God, and he was constantly at odds with Lozoya, a fellow Christian, at least at the time. And and being mean to him, nasty. And then I remember him saying that, well, God had forgiven him for whatever his transgressions toward Losoyo. And I said, no, he hasn't. And he said, well, you don't believe in God. I said, no, I'm actually speaking now as a former believer I got my believer's hat on now. And that one thing I remember from when I was a Catholic is that in order to be forgiven for your sins, you had to acknowledge that they were wrong. You had to take responsibility for them without excuse and apologize and make amends. And if you didn't do any of that, there's no absolution without acknowledgement.
Right, without works.
Right. Exactly. So I said, so if there is a God, if the God you believe exists and the Bible is any way accurate, then no, because you haven't stopped doing what you do. You continue to do it. So even you can say you're sorry all you want, but if you continue to repeat the behavior, you're obviously not.
Joe, on the subject of forgiveness, do you think that President Trump has done something within his term of office that is worthy of the charge of treason?
I guess I'll say this, because I know like some people who are know a lot more about the law than me have said possibly maybe otherwise, but certainly in the colloquial sense, absolutely. In the legal sense, it's hard to say. Part of my issue with people who say no from the law perspective is they say, well, it only counts as treason if you're at war with that country. But giving aid and comfort to an enemy power who is actively trying to harm Americans, like maybe putting a bounty on American soldiers, for instance, whether or not you declare war, because the days of declared wars, that's long gone. World War II was the last declared war, and there will never be another. I'll make that declarative right now. No one's ever going to actually formally draft up war. They're just going to pass some resolution that says we can go bomb the shit out of the guy over there, and that's as far as it's going to go. So since we're not having declared wars, I think if someone's paying other mercenaries to kill your soldiers, you're at war with them. In which case, then that to me would qualify. In which case, yes, that actually would qualify Trump as guilty of treason.
Yes.
At the minimum, he's guilty of espionage and sabotage.
With a hyper focus on something that I just learned this week, I learned that Democrats in Congress tried to get information on the new database that HHS is using to handle all of the COVID-19 numbers after Trump ordered that the CDC give over control to HHS. The company that is running it is actually an outside company that is owned by Peter Thiel, former PayPal guy, and they denied Democrats in Congress access to this information about this database, saying that they signed a non-disclosure agreement with HHS.
Which they can't do.
Which, how do you keep a secret from Congress?
Right. I mean, basically, if the money is appropriated by Congress, Congress has absolute power to subpoena all information as how the money is being spent.
What I'm saying is, this to me smells like Trump is hiding how many people are dying and getting the virus in order to help his reelection chances.
Absolutely.
And because of his lie, more people on American soil are going to die.
Right.
Should he be charged for that?
Hell yes.
How?
Well, that's the part of the problem is that basically criminal charges you won't be able to charge him. You can charge him criminally, but he doesn't have to stand trial for it until after he's out of office.
Yeah.
And they could impeach him again, but unfortunately, we know. And again, I agree with Paul. If we have concrete evidence that this is happening, by all means, they should do it again. But we know that he's not going to get removed.
But we have a company that's being paid for by a governmental office, with a no bid contract to Peter Thiel, by the way.
Right, and it's too late by the time, like they could choke off the funding.
Yeah.
But because of where we are in Trump's term and where we are in the year, that wouldn't do any good until next year. so it wouldn't really matter. So like, but they would have that at their disposal. Like if it were 2 years ago, they could choke out, the funding from that department.
Right.
In the meantime, states are making their plans as to whether to reopen, and they're actually taking into consideration the numbers from other states that border them when they make this decision.
Right.
They're reopening and sending kids back to school. People are dying because of this. More people will die by the end of the year. Is he to blame?
Absolutely. Yes. Absolutely. I mean, here's the thing. Right now, at the rate we're dying right now, we're going to be about 300,000 by the end of the year. And that's what we know. And the reality is, when again, looking at excess deaths, it's probably double that. Yep. So, yeah, absolutely. Because again, it's not because somebody said, well, look, people are still going to die. It's not his fault. Like, because it's not even a matter of incompetence, because it wasn't just a matter of like not taking the right steps in time. Look, somebody could think they're doing the right thing and make a mistake, and fine. And but when someone actively sandbags the information and tries to hide it for purposes of just their election, because Trump cares more about looking good than doing good. So yeah, he absolutely should be held accountable one way or another.
And this accountability should be at the level of murder charges.
Yeah. I mean, people say all the time, "Oh, you can't blame him for the virus." Nobody's blaming Trump for the virus. They're blaming Trump for not reacting to the virus.
And in fact, when he did react, he reacted the wrong way.
Wrong way. And I mean, there's a certain amount of that is people in power sometimes fuck up. What makes a fuck up okay is when you realize and recognize that you fucked up and you fix it. But he's not capable of that.
Right.
Yeah, he just isn't capable.
He doesn't seem capable of ever admitting when he's wrong about anything.
Yeah.
Yeah. And unfortunately, the people in the right wing seem to think, and this is why they don't want to apologize for America. They don't want to apologize for slavery or what happened to Native Americans or how we treated LGBTQ people or any of that, because they see apology as weakness, which unfortunately, the inability to apologize is the sign of incredible weakness. It's a huge moral failing because look, we all make mistakes, and if we can't own up to that, that's a weakness of ourselves that we're more concerned about, again, looking good than actually being good.
Well, I mean, we live in a society that's been fueled on this idea of strength and masculinity being John Wayne, Rocky Balboa, and Top Gun.
Right.
Team America, fuck yeah. These people, so many of these people aren't capable of understanding that showing vulnerability actually is strength.
Right.
Right. And faking strength is actually a weakness.
Right.
They don't get that.
Right. That's why they think like crying, that's not manly. No, actually openly crying in a society where that's frowned upon takes strength. Because what do guys usually do? Instead, they go and they punch their wife or the kid or the dog or go out and shoot somebody because, I gotta prove I'm a man, or a gay guy smiled at them and they got to go out and beat somebody up because they got to prove they're a man. Like, oh my God, I might. That gay guy smiled at me and I liked it.
Yeah, and one of the problems is that kind of masculinity, not beating people up because somebody smiled at you, but that kind of that masculine strong guy. It's attractive. It is, from somebody LGBT who is attracted to men, that kind of thing. Yeah, that's attractive. But I say that knowing that I live in a society that's brainwashed me to believe that that's attractive. So, I mean, as people ask like women why they like guys that end up beating them up. Well, the types of guys that do that are attractive.
Well, and look, there is a certain amount of biological imperative, I'll say, from days past when life was rougher. That having somebody who had the ability to protect you.
I lift rock.
Yes, exactly. A tuk matcha. Yeah. So that there's something about that. In fact, I've known some women that basically said that, like, part of why, because I don't know why I've always ended up with women that were like much shorter than me, and some of them have told me, like, because I'm so big and tall, they feel so safe and protected because I'm gigantic and they're tiny.
That's not relegated to women. I mean, when I was with Ozzy, one of the things that I liked about him, even though I was taller than him, he was still like physically larger than me. I was always very skinny, and I felt safe with him, and that was one of the things that I liked about him. I mean, like a lot of the guys that make their partner feel safe just because of their physical size or the way they act and talk. Like a lot of those guys, turned out he was an asshole and a douchebag, but it's a whole other story.
Oh yeah. Well, that's the other part of the problem too, because there is that drive toward people like that. What I've noticed is that people, look, if everyone's kissing your asshole, it's just like the super attractive, the whole trope about the super attractive woman who's terrible to people. Because if everyone's kissing your ass all the time and everyone's pursuing you, like 75% of the population pursues 5% of the people. Well, then it tends to lead people to kind of get full of themselves. But it's just like the jock quarterback who skates through school because everyone's going to like open the doors for them, and so they tend to be bullies and brutal because they can get away with it.
Yeah, and at 35 years old, he's in a bar somewhere, drunk out of his mind because his entire life fell apart, and he has no social skills to fall back on to be able to do anything with his life.
Right.
Other than be that guy that used to play football.
Well, and that's actually what's kind of funny, why the whole geek chic thing happened, because at some point it started with straight women. They were like, hey, wait a minute, the big burly guys that I like because they were tough, they beat me up and they have shitty jobs, but those geeks that I laughed at in high school, they're all well paid. Maybe I was wrong about that.
I was, how much joy it gives me to have lived through the rise of the nerds. That's awesome. That is amazing. Hank Green is a hero. John Green, love him. Just nerd culture in general becoming the mainstream, becoming the cool kids.
Yeah.
To witness that, I mean, unfortunately, as an adult, I didn't get to see it in school. All of us here are fairly close in age, I think.
Yeah.
I don't know how old you are, but I think we're all fairly close in age. We were in school when the nerds were the ones getting wedgies and beat up in gym, and so to see them being the cool kids now, that's awesome.
You're in year 46?
Who? Michael?
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
47.
I'm 47.
Okay, Mike, how old are you?
42.
What?
42.
42.
Close. 49.
And I'll be 52 in October. So yeah, we're all pretty close. But see, the thing is, one thing that does bug me though about, I'm glad because I think it's great, because I remember people treating me like shit because I've always been a geek, But the one thing that bothers me is I've heard gay people say the same thing about the co-opting of your culture by people who aren't part of it, because now it's cool. Like, well, where the fuck were you when we were getting beat up and all this kind of stuff? And now all of a sudden, because it's cool, now you're on board. Now and it's the same thing with geek. Now look, some people legitimately don't like the Big Bang Theory. That's fine. It's personal choice, whatever. But I've heard people say that they don't like it because of the way it represents nerds. And they're like, I'm a nerd. I'm not like that. I'm like, fuck you. You're not a nerd. Get out of here, you fucking poser.
I was like the king of the nerds in school. Like I was like too cool for the nerds. And I was too nerdy for the cool kids.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
It was kind of like my YouTube career, where I kind of like walked in the middle. I kind of homeless,
Yeah. And that's the thing. Same thing. I was kind of in that weird thing. In fact, that's my friend group of friends. What I always call we're the misfits because we didn't quite fit in any of the. We kind of were on the shoulder of a bunch of different communities in school, but never quite totally fit completely in them. But I'm like, look, if you because they're like, well, these guys are all socially inept. I'm like, that's why they're nerds.
That's why
Being smart does not make you a nerd. You have to be at least to some degree socially inept. And like things that the mainstream doesn't like in order to be a nerd, or it doesn't count.
I was again like Hank Green being probably one of the most famous nerds today. Watching a video of his a few years back where he was talking about how he makes lots of money. He is not ashamed of it. He makes lots of money, he has. He and John refer to all of their channels as different businesses. They're all separate businesses. They have a very intelligent way of going about everything they've done on YouTube. So they deserve every penny they get. But he was talking about how when he goes to meetings with his staff, he brings an extra pair of pants because he might poop. And I was just like, you have no idea how awesome that makes you. I mean, I feel your pain, and it's terrible, and I get it that you have these bowel issues. Of course, you have some kind of a health issue like that because, of course, you do. You're a nerd. I mean, it just kind of goes with the haircut and the glasses, that you might accidentally poop your pants at 30-something years old. But the fact that you made this video talking about it and so visibly in the face, so embarrassed about it, but yet brave enough to talk about it. And I'm watching the video, dude, you have no idea how awesome this makes you.
Exactly. Well, here's another thing I always use as a nerd test. I'm like, do you know what this is? If you never held one of these, you're not a nerd. Shut the hell up.
Dude, when I was in 8th grade, God, okay, here's my nerd credentials. When I was in 8th grade, me and a couple of other nerd friends, we invented a game like Dungeons and Dragons with the dice and everything, and we had to draw. It was Robotron, we called it.
Oh, cool.
And we had to draw pictures of. We had to invent our own characters. I broke the rules a little bit because what I did, I drew a cyborg alligator. Everybody else did straight on robots. But yeah, we had the whole dice and the hit points and all that shit. In 8th grade, we're such nerds.
Yeah. That's what you qualify, man. Anyone who's well, just like when people who play console games started calling themselves gamers. Like I remember, again, I'm OG, Atari 2600, 5200, 7800, Television Coleco, and PC games and Dungeons and Dragons and stuff like that. And I remember we had a gamers club. And now again, I went to an engineering school, so everyone's a little bit of a nerd to some degree.
Right.
And we were like the gamers club was considered kind of like, ew, in a fucking engineering school. That's how nerdy we were. So so I'm like, so that's why when I hear people, again, if people don't like Big Bang, that's cool. But when they complain about how they're represented, I'm like, I know people like every one of those characters.
Yeah. And one of the guys that I knew in 8th grade, he now works for the FBI. Another one is a big shot at Scotch 3M. Nerds get shit done.
Exactly. We build shit and we get stuff done. Yeah.
My friend at the FBI, actually, I told you this story. Election night 2016, after Trump won, he sent me a private message, and he said, "Are you okay?" He said, "I'm angry. I'm upset, but I'm okay." And he goes, "We're working on it." I was like, "Oh shit!" He said, "We're working on it." Yeah. So,
well, that's the thing.
We got ahead. There's something to get done, but this has been cool, and I'll probably see you next Saturday.
Awesome. Good seeing you again, man.
Bye.
I have a friend who follows a bunch of people in the intelligence community on Twitter, and yeah, they were saying a lot of the same things. So I'm thinking there's going to be an October spot. I think the P tape's going to come out. I really do.
Oh, I don't know if it would make much of a difference. It might.
See, I think it might, because it's one thing when it's taught, when it's okay, it's just talked about. They can say it's fake news and it doesn't really, it was paid for dossier and the whole thing. But if there's actual video that people can see of like people pissing on, him or him pissing on people, yeah, it's going to affect a few people anyway. And again, like Paul said, it's not going to gain him any votes for sure.
Now, yeah, that's the thing. I mean, as I was saying earlier, I mean, there's no votes to be gained. I mean, the only place he can go is down. I mean, he can go down and go back up again to where he's at now.
Right.
But there's no way he's going to build. No way. I mean, the kind of stuff that would have to come out about Biden that would do anything to help Trump would have come out already.
You'd think.
He was, 8 years, he was the vice president.
Right.
And he's been attacked by Trump for the last 4. So.
Yeah, exactly. That, I think that, there's nothing new. And that thing, and Biden's been in government for 30 some odd years. There's nothing new on Joe Biden.
They would have to find something earth-shattering against Biden in order for Trump to get any numbers. And it's just not going to happen.
Well, even there's that one allegation of sexual misconduct or whatever, and again, you notice that didn't fly. Basically, people were like, yeah, fuck, we don't give a fuck, because basically it's like, okay, and I think even Republicans stopped beating that drum, because they're like, if they want to go down that road with that one allegation versus 21 against Trump, like let's go, let's play.
It also wasn't getting much traction. Again, I don't know if it's true or not. I kind of think that it might not be true, might be something to it. You know what I mean? I mean, it's not an open kind of a thing. Right. Was he in a room and he said something or did something that was maybe inappropriate? That's more likely. Wow.
Dirty console peasant. Do you watch the Mighty Jingles?
No.
He does those all the time. So,
What happened to Jeff? Oh, his brain froze. It wasn't the camera.
Yeah. Well, see, and that's basically where I'm at with Trump at this point with the election. The only way Trump can win is if he cheats.
Yeah.
At this point, I'm convinced he will lose badly unless his efforts to cheat are successful.
Well, I mean, there was a poll on the news the other night. They were saying, basically, like if the election was held today, the split is like 52-42 or something like that. It was actually, there's 11 points between them is what it was. Yeah. And I was like, 42? How the fuck is it even that high?
Yeah.
Well, because there are many people who don't get news from the same source as you. They only hear positive. They're only listening to AM radio while they're building.
Yeah.
There are those people.
Just seems outrageous that it could be that high.
I just booted a friend from high school earlier today because basically I posted an article about what's going on with the mail, and this person basically co-signing all the bullshit, and I was just like, yeah, no, you're not doing this shit on my wall. Get the fuck out of here.
I've got one in particular that follows every post I do about COVID-19. And this time I was basically just making the observation that if the CDC is saying if you get COVID-19 and you recover from it, you're good for 3 months. That means everyone who got it in the first wave is now at risk to get it again in the second. Oh my goodness, that one friend I got just has to show up to every post I make like that. And Joe's met him online at least. And he's at it again. And he says that he's a Democrat. But I swear there are some people that are very confused about who they are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This world.
People who had gotten it and then are at risk of getting it again, The second time will kill them.
Yeah, more than likely.
I mean, there's permanent damage done the first time you get it. You're not going to survive.
People.
Yeah.
You know, and that's the other thing too that drives me nuts to the people that they want to discount comorbidity. Like, well, they had something else, so they're like, well, we always count them. That's all. That's why it's called comorbidity. Neither one on their own were killing you, but the two together killed you. So both things count.
So Trump's right. It's like the flu.
So the thing that you're pointing at there's actual cases of this where they call it a cytokine storm, right? The people who were on the ventilators were having this. Sometimes it doesn't take twice to get it. But if your immune system is already primed from having it once, and then you get it again, and your immune system goes completely apeshit and tears apart your lungs, yes, you're going to die.
Yeah.
And that's not everyone who gets it the second time. Some people will have it the first time lightly and the second time lightly because their immune system sucks. But this thing is faking out immune systems.
Yeah. You know, and that's the thing that gets me about that friend you're talking about, Mike, because here I've been watching your posts, and you're very careful to just post data. You're not getting political about it. I know. And yet he still keeps coming in to try to dude, if you got better numbers, then you bring them. Otherwise, shut the fuck up.
So under my post, the same post that I'm talking about this morning, I see somebody had posted, well, if you follow virology, you'd know that actually, people can have longer immunity. And I'm like, basically, I'm like, cite your sources. Do you have any source that refutes this King's College London study that shows that what you're saying is bullshit?
Well, one thing
she throws a link to a news article, which is complete political commentary, and I'm like, you started this thread by saying, if you follow virology.
Right.
I throw at you a study and ask for you to have some study to refute it, and you have a news article from some off source, and I'm like, do you follow virology? Because you started this accusing me of not following virology. And seriously, this cunt is a realtor, right? I am a psychotherapist. Neither of us are virologists. But everyone has a stake in this, and everyone has been reading a whole shit ton. Just some of us read grade A stuff directly from the source, and some of us just get told what to think.
Yeah. Well, the funny thing is, my only comment to you is that I did read an article that said that the loss of, if antibodies go away, doesn't necessarily mean that you're vulnerable again. It just because it matters whether or not your body is capable of reproducing the antibodies it did before. Because apparently, in most cases, the antibodies don't last forever. But even there, it still doesn't mean that you're, not. It doesn't mean that someone's not susceptible either. So they could be susceptible, and if we are actually finding people that are getting it twice, well, then that proves it right there that it can happen.
And when people cite the other sort of vaccinations where your antibodies will drop considerably in the first few months, those other vaccinations that they're talking about are for things that are not like coronaviruses. If we look at every other thing that is like a flu or a coronavirus, you can get it multiple times in the year. It is not outside of the realm of possibilities.
True.
This is going to operate just like the common cold, and you can get it multiple times. And there are people who are so invested in going back to the way things were that they will not hear me out and saying, "Oh no, this is going to work just like these other things that are the closer family." They'll reach out and say, "No, but look at how measles works." I'm like,
it's a different kind of thing.
Look at everything that is closer to it. Look at the fact that we don't even have a vaccine for the common cold because
there's no such
tried for so fucking long.
Yeah, because it mutates so easily.
There's no such thing as a common cold. And that's the thing. It's like that. What people call the common cold is a whole bunch of different viruses. About 25% of the viruses that cause the common cold are coronaviruses.
Right.
Like, people think like a coronavirus is like, oh my God, it's some new thing. It's like if you go and grab a can of Lysol from like 5 years ago, it says right on the label, kills 90% of all coronaviruses.
Right.
I mean,
right. Because it's a classification of virus, not a
right. And about 25% of the colds that you get a year are coronaviruses. So it's like people take the common cold as if it's one thing, the common cold as if it's one illness.
Right.
No, it's one set of symptoms. Symptoms are caused by different things.
SARS-1, take the closest thing. They created a vaccine for it. Works just as well as the studies that they're showing with people just losing their immunities after getting it, the real thing. Works for about 3 months, fades away, and then you're susceptible again. For SARS-1. Now we're talking about SARS-2, a little bit different, right? Why do we think that it's going to be wildly different, the results, just like measles, and not more like SARS-1? It's because people are so invested in getting back to going to the movies.
What it would take would be a nationwide, every person vaccination routine where every 3 months you would have to get vaccinated for like a year before the virus is gone. You would have to literally starve it out.
Yeah. I mean, the thing that's what's kind of particularly scary about this, because it is true that, that it's going to be that reproducible in people over and over again. I mean, this could be a planet killer. This could literally be the planet killer that we worried about. Because if it's something where no one can really be immune to it, and it's going to keep coming back, and I'm not saying too. They keep talking about, oh, it's no worse than the flu. It's way worse than the fucking flu. So if we have basically something that's several times worse than the flu, that's actually more virulent than the flu, and has worse symptoms and kills more people and has more long-term damage than the flu could ever cause. What happens if no one's immune? Eventually, we could kill everybody.
No, I mean,
well, and here's the thing:
odds are there's going to be people who build some kind of an immunity or already have a natural immunity. We need to identify those people.
Right.
That's hard when you're not testing.
No, that's easy when you're not testing. You just wait 5 years and other people left.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's true. It's kind of like what happened with the Black Plague, right? It killed a third of everyone in Europe, and so the survivors were the ones that, because probably 2/3 of the survivors did get exposed and just either survived it or didn't get sick at all. And interestingly, apparently the gene that made people resistant to the Black Plague makes people resistant to HIV. Same gene.
Yep. I don't remember the name of the gene. I normally have it right on the tip of my tongue. I don't remember right now, but Delta 5 something.
Yeah, it's something complicated. Yeah,
but,
it's Delta 5 something. Yeah.
Yeah, it's an HIV immunity. If you get the gene from both parents, you're basically immune to HIV. If you get it from one parent, you're resistant. And so there are people with a natural immunity or a natural resistance to HIV. And there is no relationship between HIV and the plague as far as viruses go, because HIV is a retrovirus. I mean,
right. And the Black Plague is a bacteria.
Yeah, I mean, they're just completely, unrelated. Yet, for whatever reason, so there are people walking around out there that have a resistance or an immunity to COVID. It would be nice to know where they are, because there's the key, to stopping it.
Well, that's what you do, because if there is a gene, for instance, that does it, then you have something like CRISPR that could that would probably be what you'd need is not that way. You need vaccinations in the short term, but you need CRISPR to actually implant that gene into everybody.
So there's also the opposite, and this is something that I have to be careful about speaking about. I'm not directly involved, but I still have to follow like confidentiality and things. But I do know of long haulers, and there are stories in the news of this, but I personally know of long haulers who got it, and you know how you get tested a little bit later to see if it's completely gone, have had it for months.
Mm-hmm.
And they are the tough people who, like, they're not suffering that much from it, but they don't seem to get rid of it, and they can spread it this entire time. And some of the people who this happened to, they're probably out in public and associating with a lot of other people publicly. And one of the cases I know is just like this, where because of the person he is, he's going to be in contact with 100 people, daily. And so he's always going to be spreading it. Always. It's basically not leaving his body.
And there's for a lot of I'm not going to say all because I have no idea, but there are a lot of viruses where there are some people who, when they get it, they might get sick and then they get better, but they never ever clear the virus for whatever reason. HPV was one of the ways that HPV spreads the way it does, because there are some people, for whatever reason, they can't clear it. And yeah, it happens for whatever reason. Something about their immune system and that particular virus just kind of hangs out.
Well, one thing, and I don't remember if I said it last week or not, but it had to do with like the mortality rate. This is something I keep trying to drum into these people that they want to say, oh, the mortality rate's like 1%. Which first off, like if you're going to say you're fine with 1% of the population getting flushed away, you kind of fucked up. But the other part about it is that people are measuring right now. If you took the number of dead versus the total cases measured, it's like 3 and change, like 3.8%. But not all of those cases have cleared. There's still like 20 million people who have gotten contracted the virus. Well, only about half of those are cleared, meaning they had the virus and now the virus is no longer in their body. So we don't know what the real rate will be, because those other 10 million people, they might still die. So you have to look at how many. So if you look at cleared cases, either survived the virus or died from the virus, then you have a rate of about 8%.
The good counter to that point is actually we don't know all of the cases. So that takes the number back down the other way.
It does.
But we're playing this game that's just like when you're taught in school, would you rather have a penny that doubles every day or $1 million in a bank account? Let's see what happens at the end of the month. Well, if you can get it 3 or 4 times a year, we're playing a game of, let's say it had a case fatality rate of 1%. Take 1% of people, then take another 1% of people, and take another 1% of people, because each time you get it, it's another chance you're rolling the dice.
And that's actually, since you're losing a percent each time, that's actually more about 4.5% in a time of the year.
Then just take it every wave and every cycle that it goes, losing 1%. A continuous 1% is a lot worse than one wave that spreads across and just kills a case fatality rate of like 3%, like the WHO originally predicted, because it's another 1% and another 1% and another 1%.
It's basically compound interest, same thing.
Yeah. But I do think that Rob's right, that it's going to take 3 or 4 vaccines, within the year, that everyone does it in a mandatory way. That's going to be really difficult to get those anti-vaxxers to do. But then we'll be able to get the numbers down to where we can contact trace.
Right.
Because where they are right now, contact tracing is useless. But when we get the numbers but then we're going to have to deal with people who are going to jailbreak their phones and get rid of any tracing app. And there are going to be people who go without phones and switch to walkie-talkies just to get away from being tracked, because they really believe in the mark of the beast.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Well, and that's the other thing too, because we on the one hand, we're all looking for this year to get over, But yeah, COVID's going to be a major issue for us for at least another year.
I would say so. When I see the National Football League still being optimistic about having a season, I'm just like, what the fuck are you thinking?
Oh yeah, the baseball season's been a disaster.
Yeah, I'm like, you're just in denial,
Yeah.
and it's because a large portion of their fan base is in that denial that they even have to go through this rigmarole and try to have a season with no fans in the stadiums. But really, they shouldn't.
Yeah, it's just so foolish. And look, I know, but, you know, the thing that pisses me off is the people that are like, well, we have to get back to work because the economy and people are hurt. Certainly, people are hurting because of what's going on. There's no doubt. You know, no one's saying that it's not. But if everyone had listened in the beginning, and everyone who could isolated way back in April, the disease would have burned out because everyone who had sick would either gotten better or died, and it would have spread it to anybody else, and we'd be fine.
And if there were super spreaders that were long haulers, we would have identified them with contact tracing.
The people
We're so far beyond contact tracing that we can't handle it.
the
We
people
have to get back down.
are the people who say that, oh, Democrats just want to shut everything down, keep everything shut down. They piss me off. They piss me off more than the people who say, oh, let's open up. They piss me off more than the people who don't want to wear masks. The ones that say Democrats just want everything just to be shut down.
Yeah.
They piss me off. It's like, no, motherfucker, I want to go to a movie.
The people who piss me off are the ones who say, do you even follow virology? And they don't know what a cytokine storm is.
Yeah.
And they don't know how to cite research. And they want to put themselves on this middle pedestal where they think they know. They're magically somehow in the know. And it reminds me of when I was filming the Occupy movement. I would ask someone what a derivative was. And almost none of the people protesting knew what a derivative was.
Right. Well, I always ask people, like, do you understand what was going on at the end of Trading Places, and how they outsmarted the Dukes, what they actually, you know, functionally what they were actually doing? And most people say, yeah, and they go, okay, well, explain it to me. You know, because people don't know what margin is and selling on margin and margin call. They don't know what any of that shit means. It just looked good. Hey, they bought and sold a bunch of stuff and they win. Yay. You know?
I'll go on record right now and say I have two things that are the equivalent of being on margin with EFT funds that I have right now, where you know what? I wish I was wrong, but I have an EFT fund that I'm in for 1,000 on gold finally having that bubble that it's on right now that's rising, bursting.
Right.
And on the day that it does, I'll be a little bit richer. It'll probably be a whole year worth of my salary.
Yeah.
And the other one I have is for housing. And I don't know how that's going to be because, frankly, housing prices are divorced from reality.
Yeah.
Right now. I've been waiting for it to burst since the end of 2020.
Right now, it's a reaction to the protests and to COVID. As soon as that fear in the cities slows down, that's when it's going to burst.
Well, and especially once evictions, like Paul said this before, once evictions start happening for real in numbers, and people become kicked out of their places, and then there's tons of empty rentals, housing and rental spaces, the market's has to crash.
Right. People don't want them, and people can't afford them.
Right.
Kind of a dual problem, because the people who can afford to get out are getting out.
Yeah. Well, that's why right now I'm thinking about I'm going to wait probably about a month and a half or two, but I'm going to be putting on stop orders on my everything in my 401k, because I'm expecting a crash, and that will insulate me. But I mean, I think I told you my one portfolio went up 50% since April, or no, since February, for no fucking reason. So I'm gonna try, so I'll put the stop orders in and I'll prevent the loss from building, but I'll still be way ahead. But yeah, I mean, most people are going to be screwed. So because it's gonna happen, and I want to be able to get out.
We're fortunate to live in Vernon. We're actually fortunate to live here. We had seen years of decline in our town and the county had seen years of decline. People moving closer to the city, moving into the cities, the tax base eroded, left a lot of problems. And now, I mean, people are putting a house on the market within 2 days. It sold for more than they were asking. When everything pops, these people are here. I mean, they're here, and they can afford to be here, which means they're going to hang on. So we're fortunate to live in a community that's probably going to fare pretty well. I would hate to live near a city because that's just going to be a hellscape. People are already, you see all online all the time, articles about, New York City going down the tubes. I wouldn't want to live down there.
There's at the first of this month, there were a lot of people leaving their apartments in LA because it was even with Trump, signing, we're going to not have evictions to the end of the year. People are like, you know what? This bill that I am not paying is just getting too big, and I need out. So they're on the first of the month, they were just like taking video cameras and just looking at all the U-Hauls flying down the street.
Yeah.
People moving out.
Another grist for the both sides of the same mill. So Lawrence Kudlow, economic advisor to Trump, said today, and this is MSNBC. I know they have a little bit of a slant, but we're not talking, Salon or one of the, the far left, people. Kudlow, voting rights are part of a liberal wish list. Wish list? No, it's the fucking Constitution, asshole. It's not a wish list. It's guaranteed in the fucking Constitution.
Yeah.
I mean, so that's fucking junta shit.
I saw him say that. Like I saw the clip where he said it. Like I know, it's being repeated on Twitter and on Facebook a lot. And you're just seeing the text. And I don't know if you saw the video clip. I mean, if you see the video clip, it's easy to make the argument that what it sounds like he said isn't really what he meant. Like It was kind of like he was going back and forth with somebody who was asking the questions, and he said, there's liberal wish list and voting rights, and okay, so there was this pause where an argument can be made that he didn't really say that, that it was just two different thoughts that kind of came out around the same time. It's just as easy to believe that that's exactly what he meant.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't know what's in the guy's head. I haven't seen the clarification. So,
right. But again, this is the whole thing, all right? Because the fact that it's credible to believe that he might have meant it that way is bad enough.
Yep.
And I keep challenging the so-called progressives. Find for me any example, even in the same ballpark as that from the Democrats. Any Democrat, even the wacky ones. I defy you, and if you can, I'll say you were right. But they all crickets, they don't want to have nothing to say then.
Look up the video clip and check it out, and you'll see exactly what I mean. I mean, it's like,
okay,
he said it, but yeah, that can really go either way. I mean, it could be a,
okay, well, here's your quote. Okay. So the President Donald Trump will not support a coronavirus relief deal that includes voting rights provisions backed by Democrats. White House economic advisor Lawrence Kudlow said Thursday, so much of Democratic asks are really liberal, left wish lists, voting rights, and aid to aliens and so forth. Well, that's the thing. He's saying in the context of that, this is all liberal shit.
Right, and he reads it like a list, like the one part where he said voting rights isn't directly connected to wish list, because there's a pause in between. But does that pause indicate that everything he says after is part of a list, or is it a separate thought?
Well, that's the thing, because the voting rights is in between aid
Right.
to aliens, which is stuff that their administration is definitely against, and
Right.
really liberal and left wish list. So it's sandwiched between two things, but it's definitely, so it's like, if you didn't mean that, you really said it badly.
And you really need to clarify, and no clarification. So it's just like, okay, so but the argument can be made that, because you really have to listen to what he says, like hear him say it, because when people are talking and they're talking over each other, and you get halfway through a sentence and you change what you're saying because of what the other person said, and if you take those two little pieces of what you said and squeeze it together, you could have a sentence that makes no sense, or can change completely what you were saying.
That's true.
So when you listen to it, it's like, well, what does he mean?
Well, and that's the thing. And look, to me, the most benign thing he could have possibly meant, because again, I don't think that it was just a jumble. I think he's saying, hey, look, we're not willing to consider voting rights as part of this bill. This doesn't belong in this bill. It needs to be somewhere else. That's an argument someone can make. Although, again, I would argue that if the whole point is coronavirus and voting rights are in peril because of the ability to get out and vote, then yes, it does belong in that bill. But again, he could make that argument or try to make that argument. But it was said in a way that's really suspicious.
Right.
And given what else Trump's administration is trying to do, and again,
it's not said in a vacuum.
Right, it's not said in a vacuum. Right. Well, and that's the thing too that I get, and this is something that I argued with Kate about a few times on this stream, where she's talking about like the voter suppression and disenfranchisement. And I'm like, look, those are true things. Those are real things. I'm not saying they're not. My point is that people that some people that label themselves as progressives blame the DNC for those things when those things are not in the purview of the DNC. Just like we're talking about Kamala Harris, like people holding her account for things she's not in her purview. The DNC doesn't control the polling locations or the polling dates or who gets perks in the voter rolls. Those are handled by the state's state's attorneys general, and also the state's boards of elections. Has nothing to do with anything to the DNC at all. In fact, even on the ground level, those things are run by the party that's the Democratic Party of the individual states. Each of them have their own thing and their own way of doing things, which is why some states have caucuses and some have primaries, and some are open and some are closed and some are semi-open. Because, and again, the DNC doesn't dictate that; the local people in the state do. So
there's plenty of stuff. Green Machine. There's plenty of stuff to throw at the DNC. But they get the blame for the things that they are.
Yeah, blame them for what they're on the hook for.
Yeah,
just like we were talking about, the U.S. blame us for what we're on the hook for, and although that's a little bit of departure. One thing we were talking before about slavery and all that. One thing I do get annoyed with Europeans who attack America for the history of slavery is, first off, they have the same history.
Yep.
And most of them only beat us by 30 years in outlawing slavery. And once they had outlawed slavery in their own countries and was happening here, their citizens continued to engage in the slave trade with the Americas. So they had already recognized this is an evil and it's immoral. We can't have this in the home countries, but our citizens will go out there and do it. So because most of the smugglers that were bringing slaves in illegally were Portuguese, Dutch, and Spanish, and some French.
So, Joe, I have another question for you. This is like a really deep one. I'm estimating that the Senate is going to flip 5 seats for the Democrats.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Okay. In that situation, if Trump were still president and we had the majority in the House and Senate being Democrats, should they impeach him again?
Oh, in early January?
Same charges. and then have the vote.
That'd be fun.
Yeah.
But yeah, it'd be fun. But what it gives me pause is ethically the difference between whether or not he's guilty or whether or not we should vote on it is what party you're in.
Well, I guess I'd say this, Mike. Probably not the same charges, because then that kind of brings up the whole double jeopardy. Even though the impeachment thing is not exactly analogous to a trial in a criminal trial. However, he's done so many fucking horrible things that they didn't even bring up that, for impeachment, that they could bring up 19. So I think I remember seeing somewhere somebody said they counted 19 additional things that they could have charged with and still could.
For me, it's kind of like, if he were to win again, how did he win? Like, did he win a popular vote? Was it another electoral victory where he lost the popular vote? If he won the popular vote, impeaching him, in my opinion, would be going directly against the will of the people. The people have spoken. They decided they wanted him. I would like to see him gone, and I would like, yeah, sure, impeach him. But at the same time, I would feel like, yeah, this is kind of fucked up because he was duly elected.
Well, true, but
if it's an electoral victory, I'm kind of less feeling that way and more like, no, we only got him again because of a flawed system. Get rid of this motherfucker.
Well, here's the other thing to remember along those same lines, though, is that if by some bizarre thing he won the popular vote, but the Democrats still ended up taking the House and Senate, which would actually mean the Democrats would have to win about a 9% majority of their overall votes, was a weird confluence that would have to happen. Well, by the same token, they were elected to uphold the laws. And so whether or not people want him is irrelevant. If he violated his oath of office, he needs to be gone. But like I said, the ability for that to happen is like, to me, it would only happen if the Republicans held on to the Senate and maybe made gains in the House. That would probably be the only way that weird confluence would happen. In which case, then there wouldn't be a trial. But if the Democrats actually won the Senate, I can't imagine the scenario where, again, unless he cheated, where he would actually end up with the most votes.
If the Democrats win the Senate and he is won, do you think that Republicans will finally flip on him, knowing that it doesn't matter how they vote anyway? They don't have the majority. Will they finally show where their conscience lies versus...
A small number of them will.
Yeah.
Mitt Romney, it's very clear. Mitt Romney, I mean, he came out against Trump again today. It's very clear to me that Mitt Romney cares about America. I don't like most of Mitt Romney's policies, but again, like I said about George W. Bush, as horrible of a president as he was, I never felt that George W. Bush didn't care about America or was willing to use America, to feather his own nest or any of those horrible things that Trump has done. So I think there's a few others. Murkowski in Alaska, might flip. There's probably about 4 that I could think of that would flip. But yeah, one thing I was looking at that makes me feel. What's right?
That to me is sad. Like when they're finally free and they can just vote their conscience because it doesn't really matter anyway. Still, only 4 flipping.
Yeah,
that's gonna be.
Yeah, because I think there's too many Tea Party types that ultimately see no problem with him. There, maybe a couple others that would be on the fence and might consider it. Now, that said, if there had been a secret vote, if the vote to remove was in secret, and you wouldn't know who had actually voted, I think he would have been out already.
We need an amendment.
That
amendment needs to include the secret vote.
Can't remember the name of it. But there is a law, algorithm that happens in nature, and applies to everything. It's like the law of everything, but it's named after somebody, and I can't remember can't remember his name. I'm looking for it and I can't find it now. But the IRS uses it to make sure that you're not cheating on your taxes. It applies to anything you can imagine. The notes in music when they're played, the frequency of certain notes, it applies to that. It applies to the number of animals that will gather in a gathering. It applies to everything. It's like this universal coincidence where there's this frequency where like the most common number that you're ever going to come across is the number 1. 30% of the time when you see numbers, the first number is going to be number 1. 17% of the time is the number 2. And it goes down from there and it creates this slope. And it's, I can't remember the name of it, I can't find it. But anyway, it also applies to elections. And every election, when you look at the numbers and when they pan out, they follow that slope, that algorithm. It follows that law. If somebody is cheating in an election, the numbers no longer follow that law. And I think for 2020, somebody needs to apply the results to see if they follow the and we'll know if you cheated.
Right. I mean, one thing that's good as far as the Senate goes, I mean, there's a few races that were expected to be tight that are looking like overall like McSally is getting beat. Kelly is going to beat McSally in Arizona, and he's got a huge lead now. I've seen his lead anywhere between 7. The least has been 7 and as high as 11%.
Put money on Hickenlooper beating Corey Gardner. That shit's happening.
Nice. And there's Georgia's not looking quite as promising as it was a few weeks ago. But who knows if more people, if they continue to have like the clusterfuck that they're having with their school system, it gets worse. Who knows?
I know that the most in play, the one that's the gambling websites are really playing around with is Montana.
Bensford Law. Looked it up, found it. So
okay.
Sorry. Anyway.
Rob, message me that on Facebook so I'll remember it because I'll want to look into that more afterward.
All right.
Oh, on a something that didn't come up during the stream, I thought might have, but I wanted to kind of say real quick, kind of going back to the racial stuff real fast. So there's this meme I reposted. It said, "I'm outraged. This young white boy was killed by a black man for no reason. The media isn't covering it all. We should all demand justice." And then somebody else says, "They immediately went on a statewide manhunt, found him within 24 hours, charged him with first-degree murder, and denied him bail." And then the guy's like, "I don't want justice. I want black people to shut up about being murdered by police," because that's really what it comes down to. Like, and this is going on for years. The last several years, so people keep showing me these examples. Like, oh, there's three black guys beat up a white guy or killed a white guy. Where's their parade? The perpetrated. You know who the perpetrators are because they got arrested and put in jail.
I believe this week it's some kid named Cannon.
Cannon, right? The kid Cannon. I feel really bad for him. I feel really bad for his family. I think what happened is terrible. I would like to know why this guy, a 27-year-old guy, 25-year-old guy, whatever he was, shot this kid in the head point blank.
Right.
I personally want an answer.
Yeah.
I don't know this kid, but what this guy did is so fucked up. I want an answer.
Right.
And I'll be one of those people who will be like, I'll slam my fist demanding an answer, but I won't demand justice. They already got that.
Right.
The guy was arrested within 24 hours. He was locked up. We know who he is. He's in jail. He's going to go to trial. That's it. Well, answers I want. I want to know why.
Right. Because the whole thing. Yeah, because that's the thing. Because I've told people, I've been trying to tell people for years, it's not about, white person hurt black person or a white police officer hurt black person. That's part of it, but that's not the main part. The main part is that happened and there was no accountability at all in most cases. Like Breonna Taylor. What fucking excuse is there? She wasn't a thug. She wasn't even the person they were looking for. They busted in her house, in the wrong house, looking for someone who was already in custody for like 24 hours and killed a sleeping person. Now, I got to say, you know, sometimes the excuse is, oh, they weren't compliant. I got to think a sleeping person is fairly compliant.
Her boyfriend lived, right? I mean, he was shot, but he lived.
He lived, and they charged him initially with attempted murder, defending his own house against a no-knock raid where the police, it's suspect whether or not they actually identified themselves. And I'm like, you people are pining over Ruby Ridge and Waco, and where are you for this fucking guy who clearly was defending? Because basically they were there illegally. That was not, it wasn't even a right house. That's the thing. The house they wanted was like 7 miles away or something like this, or at least a mile away, some distance away. So they're in the wrong house, looking for the wrong person, for somebody they already had. So in some, like in Ohio actually has a law that says if the police breach your house and they don't have a legal right to be there, that you can legally kill them, and you know, no harm, no foul. So. And now this wasn't in Ohio that it happened, but still, you know, there are states that have laws like this. So, where are the Second Amendment defenders to say, hey, this guy's getting a raw deal because his Second Amendment rights was he could have that weapon to defend his home against a tyrannical government.
The NRA, silence.
Same thing with John Crawford III, the guy killed with a toy gun in a store where it would have been legal to carry a real gun. Philando Castile. Where's this NRA to defend his Second Amendment rights? You would think he had the gun legally. He was following the law, which said he had to inform the officer that he had a weapon and he had to show his card, and he was shot trying to comply. Nothing, and that tells me everything you need to know about the NRA. They're not for Second Amendment freedoms. They're a white supremacist organization and always have been.
Yep.
From their ledgers, it looks more like they're all about the empowerment of their president.
Well, yeah, and really, they're more of an advocate for the arms industries, you know, the gun manufacturers than they are gun owners.
They also, you know, launder money.
That too. Russian
money.
Now, here's a question I have for you, because this is something that didn't come up either, because there's so many things to cover. Somebody on Mitch's Facebook feed, or maybe it was mine. It was mine. It's a friend of mine, said to me he would like to see the NRA go down for all their misdeeds, but he felt that we should have waited, that the prosecutor should have waited until after the election, just so there's no backlash. What do you guys think of that?
I think when something's wrong, you call it out right when it's wrong and let the chips fall where they may. And to me, that includes all 19 of whatever Trump is guilty of. Our Congress is not doing their job by impeaching him for everything that he should be impeached for.
Congress had spent the last few decades shedding itself of its responsibilities and power. And now here we are in a position where we need Congress to do what it's supposed to do, and it doesn't know what the fuck to do.
Yeah, and this is why we're a dying empire. You know, and in the sad part of the way, we're actually kind of going the same way as the Romans, not only in the decaying empire, but they went from being a republic, and then ended up giving up the legislative body, giving up more and more of its power to the leader, and basically allowing a dictatorship to arise. And then you've got a series of incompetent dictators. Well, that sounds familiar.
I mean, luckily we're in a place now where we have the benefit of history, and we have an opportunity to stop going down the path that we're on. The problem is we don't have a whole lot of time before it's too late. So
yeah, it took a long time for the Roman Empire to decay. It won't take us anywhere near as long.
no.
Yeah, the Green Machine. You're right. The Senators didn't gang stab him. They had the opportunity back in March, but they passed on it, unfortunately. Yeah, that's what's. I mean, that's why this is like such a horrible time for depressive people, because there's just any. I mean, you can obviously depression isn't necessarily dependent on any triggers from what's going on in the outside world, but they're often harmed by them. And there's just literally so many things to legitimately be depressed about.
Deal with it every day.
Yeah, me too. From the other side of the couch.
Just because you brought that up, one of my friends has this campaign to normalize therapy.
That's a great idea.
I'll say that I actually have a therapist myself too, and I recommend them to everyone. Like, I was recommending them, and then I went and got one. Not just a member of the Hair Club for Men.
You're also a client, yeah.
Also a client.
Well, and that's true.
Normalized therapy.
There's such a stigma about even saying that you see a therapist. It's getting less than it used to be, but yeah. We either see people that are in therapy either as scary, crazy people or neurotic, self-absorbed people that are just, they're just so into themselves and they can't see their own flaws, kind of thing. But yeah, no, there's
both of those are true though.
Well, they exist, but they're not the only things that exist.
Yeah, of course. But I mean,
And I'll even say that the issues that I was dealing with, I had a bunch of my clients die while I worked in detox. I lost a friend of many years, and that friendship just went down the shitter. I lost my supervisor for my practicum and internship because she quit because of ethical problems that I brought up on the job. She was like, you know what, you're right. I quit. I'm going to go work in Wyoming in private practice now. And she just moved up out of the state because she was tired of our job shit. And so then I was out a supervisor for my internship. I thought I was going to have to postpone my schooling. I broke my legs. The first one was in the summertime. I was out of work for like 2 months, and a bunch of my clients died that wouldn't have if I was there. Broke my other leg in December, and thought that was going to affect my internship. And while I was in the emergency room, I turned over to the nurse. I was like, "Can you make me an appointment for a therapist?" Because this is
therapist briefly.
The thought of me losing my internship because of another broken leg, I was like, I cannot face this.
Wow.
This shit, And then I've stuck around. There's benefits to it.
Yeah, no, and the Green Machine said, that they can't afford it. I mean, that's another problem is that not every healthcare. Well, first of all, not everybody has a healthcare plan, and even those who have them, they don't all cover it, or they're very limited. And some of them have lifetime ceilings. It's like, well, what if you have a lot of fucking problems? It's like, well, we fixed you as much as we can. Get the fuck out there and try not to hurt anybody.
If anyone was listening to this and they were in Colorado and they needed a quick way to get on Medicaid, I know how to get it rubber stamped. We have managed Medicaid plans here in Colorado where it's the equivalent of Medicaid for all, where it's very easy to get on that. But people don't know how, and so that's why there's still people out there with no insurance. But I can't help people in other states. But
do you guys remember the guy? He used to he wore glasses and was very frenetic about free government money, and he had the books of how to get money. Yeah, it's like that because it's true though. I mean, the funny thing is, I actually did buy one of that guy's books, and
he had dollar signs all over his.
Yes, that's the guy. And the funny thing is, it's true. There's actually tons of money that's available that most people, and because they purposely don't promote it. It's there if you know. And a certain amount of that is, patronage, like, they'll let their friends know, but they won't let the general populace know. But yeah, it's true. In fact, that was when I lived another town I used to live in, before we left there. The mayor there, he was actually very young. He got elected at like 27 or 28 years old, and he was a big devotee of Clinton. He kind of looked like a fatter Clinton, and he kind of modeled his speaking approach to Clintons and everything. But I'll tell you what, man, this guy was amazing at finding every penny that he could get from the state and from the feds for development in the town. And we I've been back since we moved, and we've been gone since 2006. And the drive through was like, oh my God, like they totally like remade the town in like 10, 15 years, because he's like, so he got this major transportation project done. And then that allowed, because the town was already kind of like a trucking hub, but because they did this major infrastructure project that mostly the feds paid for, and then some from the rest from the state, and the county had to kick in like 5% or something ridiculous like that. And then that allowed the local trucking places to actually expand their operation rather than shrink or move out of town, and that pumped more money in. And it's like, and that's just on a federal, that's just on a government level, but for individuals too. Even with pharma, most people don't know that most pharmaceutical companies have what they call compassionate dispensation, where basically if you are sick and you can't afford their medicine, because of course it's America and you can't afford their medicine, you just apply, and they're pretty generous for the most part.
Yeah.
My insurance got screwed up. It was a few months back. My insurance got screwed up. It was last year is when it was. And I went to refill my HIV meds, and I couldn't get them. Insurance wouldn't cover them. They said it's not covered under my plan. I'm like, I've been taking these meds for almost a decade. All of a sudden, it's no good. The manufacturer gave me, through the pharmacist, gave me a month's supply for free. So,
yeah. Because ultimately, what it comes down to is obviously they want to make money, but they already make a ton, a metric fuck ton of money, and they don't want their clients to die. Because if you're dead, that's why I laugh when people, conspiracy people say like, oh, the pharmaceutical companies don't want to, make anything that actually helps you. Like, that's how they make money. They literally.
They also would like the status quo to keep existing because they're making a ton of money.
Right.
And whenever one of these cases comes up, they're quick to jump on it, because it's very few people that actually reach out to them.
Right.
And there's a lot more people hurting, but only the people who are squeaky wheels are going to get help.
Right.
Well, they figured out that it's cheaper for them to keep the status quo and just help a few squeaky wheels along the way.
Exactly.
I actually didn't even reach out to them too. I mean, for me, it was I had said to the pharmacist, when she's like, their insurance company isn't going to cover it. There's a problem with the insurance somewhere, something with the state. And I was like, are you kidding me? She's like, well, I'm going to call them and see what I can do, blah, 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 blah. She called me later that day. She goes, I decided to call the manufacturer, and they're giving you a month for free. So come on back in and get it. And I was just like, holy shit. I was like, wow.
Well, Mike said, if too many people die from things like that, it's bad PR.
Yeah.
So it's like, hey,
that's a couple $1,000 for a month.
Yeah, it's better to give away a few prescriptions here and there than have people actually have a big push to change things. Well, that's one thing. A friend of mine who he's kind of conservative, but he's not a Trump person. But he and I have talked about politics a lot. We used to do all the time, and his point was that like part of like FDR did, he put to whatever degree that the New Deal was socialist, was there because basically there was a real serious chance of the United States going communist. So the idea was like, hey, let's have a little bit of, let's have some some basic socialist stuff just to kind of stave off a communist wave.
I get that. In the same way that I'm in it for the money, and I will probably go into private practice. Probably start my own. But also, my way of giving back. I swear to you, I will be the clinical supervisor for anyone who wants to go through school, because it was so hard for me to find them. You know, if somebody's got an internship they need to do, come talk to me. You know, right now I'm only allowed to sign off on CAC 1 and 2 and 3 people just as addiction counselors. But if anyone said, hey, I can't find someone to sign off on my clinical hours, I'd be like, show me where you work, and let's set up this regular hour a month, 3 hours a month, and we'll talk.
Right.
I'm going to make a group just for it. I'm going to dedicate like 3 hours a week just to having that for people, because it's a great way to give back to the world. But at the same time,
Still makes money.
I'm going to the for-profit.
Oh yeah, well, and that's the thing. That's why when I get annoyed when people want to blame everything, every single problem on the planet. Oh, it's capitalism. I'm like, well, all capitalism means is that the means of production and distribution are largely held in private hands. That's it. All the heinous stuff we see is allowable under capitalism, but it's not part and parcel. It's not like baked in. It doesn't have to exist. We just allow it because we don't fight it.
The possibility is kind of baked in.
I mean, basically, anything you don't regulate, right? If people can abuse it,
Right.
It's obviously if you have a private thing and okay, I've got employees. If there's no, I'm a liberal person and I try to run my company with my values. I don't just because they come in inconvenient and I make a little bit less money, but if someone decides, well, I'm going to pay my work. If there was no law that said you had to pay people at least this much, there's lots of people who get paid less than that. So that's where the regulation comes in. You have to have that balance, and I don't think any system. Well, plus, capitalism is not a political system, and we keep treating it in this country like it is. I'm from both sides, which is part of the problem. But private industry is not a problem in and of itself. It's when you don't put limits on it and you don't use the system to protect the rights of everybody, then it's a problem. And that's where some policies, which I'm not even sure they're necessarily socialist, but if we can call them that if you want, though some of those policies there are to balance out the aspect, because there's things that a market-based economy doesn't do better, like getting healthcare, like being healthcare providers and being pharmaceutical companies, that works better in private hands. But paying for it is better if we just have a single payer. We just go here, we all pay taxes or to some degree, and
it's not better for the practitioners, and that's one of the problems in changing how things are done. Because if I were to charge Medicaid, if I were to bill Medicaid for some of my practices, it would be like $25 a claim. Some of the others would be like $63.
Right.
Insurance is between $52 and $72 for the same thing, and private pay is like $300. So they're not as good at reimbursing the practitioners.
Right.
So doctors are going to fight all Medicaid for all. Any doctor that's in it for profit, any doctor that became a doctor because he wanted a job that was going to pay him enough to get a Bentley, he's going to fight it.
Part of the irony of the whole thing, and you're right, Mike, and part of the irony of it is that part of the reason why so many of them want to do, because it costs so damn much to become a doctor in the first place. So if our education system wasn't so damn expensive, doctors wouldn't need to charge so much to be able to live a very comfortable life.
Well, in the same vein, it's so intersectional that if doctors couldn't make as much money, med school couldn't charge as much,
right,
and couldn't be as choosy as to who they're letting in. They'd have to reject a lot less people. We'd have more doctors.
And again, to see that, and that's where the market-based thing doesn't work. Market-based education doesn't serve the community as a whole. It's very selective. And you're right. If more people could go, then it would end up costing less per doctor to educate them, and they could charge less and would charge less overall for what they do.
What I'm going through right now is I call it gatekeeping, but it's probably got other words in finance. I don't understand the world of finance, but I call it gatekeeping. I've jumped through a whole bunch of hoops to get to the licenses that I do have, and I'm going to get a couple more next year. It's kind of like the medallions that
Taxi
cabs had, in that I'm going to be protected in the way that I can perform the service, but other people are not allowed to. And it's getting stricter with each year. They just revamped my field in my state just this past month, and we're still kind of finding out what's going to go forward. And I'm very glad that I'm continuing my education, because a lot of the abilities that I had in the past are kind of getting stripped from the lower level people.
Right.
So they're going to require these master's degrees. But what I see in the pay world is, if you go work for a nonprofit or a community-based healthcare system that works with a lot of clients on Medicaid, they're paying less than minimum wage plus what your student loan debt would be to pay it.
Wow.
So you see like $15 an hour for a master's degree.
That's crazy.
And I'm like, that's not right. When just private practice, these same people can be making 52 to 72 by taking insurance. If they were billing Medicaid directly, they would be making more. But these community providers, it seems like they have more programs that don't make money, and so they use the programs that do make money to pay for those other services that they provide.
Right. Well,
that's why they pay such shit pay.
Well, that's why one thing that Clinton had gotten pushed through, and unfortunately Bush dismantled it when he came in, was I forget what it was, a civilian something corps, and I forget exactly what it was. It was supposed to be analogous to the Peace Corps, but in the United States. And the idea was that, yes, if you go to get med school, and obviously you're going to be mired in debt and all this, if you do that, so if you work for the nonprofit, you work for the community office where you're not going to be able to bill as much as if you worked in Manhattan or something, that the government would effectively pay off your loan for you because you're serving the community. So this way you're not mired in debt, because you basically paid your debt through sweat equity as opposed to paying back cash. And that, which was great. And unfortunately the program got killed.
There are still programs like that. And I plan to apply for one once I have, roots in an organization. But also, it's not just working for a nonprofit. They actually have programs. The same programs have these other loopholes where you can just move to a rural location.
Well, that's what I was saying. Like community, being in like these little communities. Yeah.
Yeah, you just move out to the mountains,
right,
in Colorado, and all of a sudden you qualify again because you're not living in the city.
Right.
Because they don't have per capita as many practitioners.
Yeah.
So you can still bill insurance the same amount that you would have in the city for the people out there, and you'll probably have just as many clients. If you're choosy about where you move, there's not a lot of competition.
Right. And the funny thing is that the people that would say, "Oh, socialism," I'd say no. That's a market thing, because basically what you're doing is you're providing a market-based incentive to get people to go live someplace that's less desirable.
And, I would say that education, paying off debts for me, it actually has not been worth it for me to stay in certain places. I could have had my bachelor's degree debt wiped by continuing to work in the detox for another 7 years. But by advancing my career,
right,
I'm going to step up my pay where the advantage would be gone in a year.
Right.
And so why, stick it out for 7 years? Well, if you're the kind of person who's decided that that's as far as you're going, then it's a good deal.
Right. So that tells you that one, the benefit's too low, and two, well, and certainly the minimum wage is too low.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's
And working in community health is the difference between that and the market is such a big difference that wiping out like $30,000-$40,000 worth of debt from someone is not worth it, because
and for that matter,
a bunch more in the private market.
You know, maybe instead of a 7-year term, maybe if they load it to like 2 or 3, because then it's a closer offset. You know, it's not, you're still giving them more than you would get you're giving up more than you would have if you went for private practice, but at least it's not so onerous. The difference of a 1 year versus 7 years, that's a huge difference. I can see why you wouldn't want to stick it out another 6 years. I mean, I probably wouldn't either.
And what basically ends up happening is they're rewarding the people who are there, who would have been there anyway.
Right.
And they're not enticing new people to stay.
Well, and that's what I've told a number of people, you know, again, they're all these right-wingers who want to do like the whole school choice, you know, voucher system thing. And I'm like, well, all those things end up being basically welfare for wealthy and upper middle class people. Because first off, the amount that most of these vouchers are for is not enough to a poor person or even a lower middle class or average middle class person to pay. Like most of these are like they've offered like $2,000, $2,500. You can't even go to a religious based school in this area. I had a friend who sent three girls. They were triplets. They went to Catholic school, and it was like $14,000 a year each. And they got like a little bit of a discount because they had three girls. They got like a bargain discount. I think they brought the total down to like $40,000. But you know, there's you know, so it ends up being only like a stipend for rich people who are going to go to rich people to private school anyway.
Hear me out, Joe. The structure of school, people are really biased with their idea of what traditionally it looks like. In order to keep what's about to happen with this pandemic from happening again, we're going to have to restructure school because the population of the planet is too big. We need to segregate our classrooms apart from each other, not have them in the same building. And it would be cheaper to have one teacher, like especially in the elementary levels, to teach one classroom where the cohort is kids around the same age, have an Uber pick each one of them up from their homes from a trusted driver, have DoorDash deliver their lunch to them at the school, and have the school be basically a one-room office with restrooms, right? I'm just saying, if we want to keep the spread of COVID down, we have to downsize all of these major activities where we have thousands of people bumping into each other. And this would involve scrapping the idea of having high schools the way we have, right? And so I'm the opposite of where you're at with this school voucher thing. Instead, I'm all in. And I'm saying take all the teachers we have now and put them in that same voucher market against all of those fucktard schools that are just trying to fucktard kids.
Well, if the vouchers actually covered the full cost of a school, I would agree with you. But right now, none of the proposals I've seen so far to date were anywhere close enough to afford a school, at least not in New York and New Jersey. You know, maybe out in Colorado, but not out here.
This is more than 20 years ago, but I finished my high school on vouchers, and they covered the whole thing.
Well, how much was the school though?
I believe my voucher was like $14,000 for the year.
Really?
Yeah.
I've never heard of any voucher program that paid that much.
And I got the end of my last year of high school paid by the state just by applying.
Hey! If the program actually covered everything, that's different. And again, because I actually had an argument with a friend of mine who's from Colorado, because And again, this was probably this is like late 90s. And he was like, "Oh, but Joe, wouldn't it be great to be able to have poor people to go to private school?" I'm like, "Well, on paper." But yeah, I said, "Chuck, at the time, most of the proposals out there at the time were about $2,500." And I'm like, "You can't send a kid to school for $2,500." He goes, "You can't?" I'm like, "No." I said, "You can." And where he lived in Colorado, there was like 2 or 3 schools near him that he could send his son for $2,500. I'm like, "Dude, you can't pay to have a kid stand in a closet in Manhattan for $2,500."
So the first quarter of school in the district I'm in is going to be online. And those kids who can't hang with the online schooling are going to have to go to in-person. Maybe they'll be retrained so that they can finally get to the point. Or maybe they'll just get remedial schooling in person and risk getting the coronavirus at school. Even with them going all to the same school, all of the behind kids, it's too much of a risk. And going forward into the future, 50 years, double the population, 10 times the risk.
With or without COVID, everything about our education system is wrong anyway.
Yes.
And the entire system needs to be scrapped and rebuilt.
You need a system where people can graduate ahead of their cohort to sort into gifted classes and into remedial classes. And you need the ability for people to matriculate out of the system before a predetermined age.
Well, 2 things happened that really messed that up. Is one, because I remember we used to have the gifted programs. In fact, I was supposed to go into one, but then, like nepotism and all that kind of crap, and that ended up not happening. But so a lot of those went away. And then you said about the kids that are on the other end of the spectrum, is when they mainstreamed kids that really cannot handle the same level of education that the average kid can. And I know it felt good, and this is something that happened on our side of the fence, that it felt really good to everyone's all together and everything. Like, yeah, that's not good because some people.
But even like the lower grades, I mean, the entire way, like primary school is far too structured the way we do it now for young children. Their brains don't work that way. And it ends up being a detriment to their ability to learn in the higher grades because we have forced them into this regimen that they're just not built for. So, I mean, like a Montessori approach for the younger kids is by far superior. And it's just something that most of the country doesn't have any public Montessori schools. There are a few out in Oregon. I think there are a few in Washington State, but most of the country doesn't have them.
That's where I finished my last year of high school. It was a Montessori school. And my brother followed me, and he graduated at the age of 16. And then he went on to college.
Yeah.
And didn't waste his time in that traditional high school, which is right now, pejoratively, I will call it just babysitting.
Yeah.
And keeping people from joining the workforce.
I agree with that.
Education.
Because the other thing too, because it can happen for kids that are on the who are very, very intelligent who learn quickly, having them in an unchallenging school is detrimental for a bunch of reasons, including like even work ethic. Like when I was in high school, I did nothing. I didn't study for one fucking thing the entire time I was in school. I never did homework, and I graduated in the top 10% of my class. I was out of 358. I was 36. I was the dead last person in the top 10%. But that was with zero effort whatsoever. If I actually pushed, I could have been better than that. But none of it was challenging. I mean, if you guys literally walk in never looking at anything and you pass the test, obviously it wasn't that hard to me. And that hurt me when I went to college and even the first semester freshman year, I pulled down a 3.1, again, getting drunk every day. That was, but then when the real shit hit, I was not prepared.
And a lot of that stuff and a lot of the strategies needed for that and a lot of all that stuff starts when you're 4 and 5 years old and even younger. If you give kids the tools, they'll do shit with them that you wouldn't even imagine they could do. Like we're all kind of brainwashed to think that you need a lined up chairs and somebody giving a lecture like the old the British model, which is mostly what American schools are based on. But like Montessori, they just like throw that away completely. I mean, it's just like, there's a station here and a station there and a station there, and there's no desks and chairs. The teacher isn't a teacher, the teacher is a guide. And it's just like, hey, kids, go. And they do. They do. You give them the right tools and then the freedom to use them. They'll teach themselves how to count, how to add, subtract, how to read. They will teach themselves. We know, just being part of the atheist community, we hear over and over and over and over again that our brains are designed or have evolved to pick out patterns. That alone, Damon, he doesn't speak conversationally, but he reads. He reads cover to cover, taught himself. You give the kids the tools and sometimes maybe show them how to do something once or twice and let them run. They'll blow your fucking mind.
And that's the one sad thing that's about this country too, with the system, is that with the way it is now, it's like, okay, in most cases, or in many cases, to go to a Montessori type school, you have to show an aptitude that you already have that was basically you wouldn't have unless somebody already did the right thing when you were 2 and 3 and 4. So for a lot of kids, they probably could, it's not that so the kids that are gifted, it wasn't that they were born with some magical ability. It's just that they were given the right tools at the ages prior to going to regular school that allowed them to be able to do that stuff. And like you said, if you don't do that until the kid's 5 or 6, it's too late. It's already too late.
Yeah.
And I think I have no doubt that that's one of the things that happened with me, because I learned to read at a very young age. I spoke at a very young age, and it was basically, even though my grandparents and my aunts weren't brilliant people, but they read, they helped. They would read and they would show me the words, and I knew numbers very quickly, and so I was exposed to all this stuff at a very young age, and most of it comes easy to me.
It was funny, before we decided to enroll Damon in Montessori school, we did some research, and there was a video on YouTube of he's a teacher at a Montessori school. He kind of like a spokesperson for the Montessori method, and he had this video out where they showed an infant lying a couple of feet away from a toy, and it's like a 5-minute video, maybe a little bit longer, watching this baby infant trying to get the toy. And the whole time you're watching, he's saying, you want to reach out and give the baby the toy, right? You want to. That's your instinct. That's what you want to do. And you're sitting there watching, and it's a painful video to watch because you see the kid struggling and you see the kid trying to reach it. Eventually the kid gets it, and the kid is happy and unharmed and not crying and not upset. And it's just like, if you give even infants, give them the freedom to do it, they'll do it.
Right.
They won't look to you for help. They won't cry. We teach them how to cry. We teach them how to look for help. We teach them that they can't do things.
Right.
But they can. They can. You just have to let them. And it's like, wow, as a parent who already raised 2 kids to adulthood, I'm like, holy shit, I'm like learning this whole new thing that I had no idea I didn't know.
Oh, yeah. Well, the funny thing is, even beyond humans, I mean, dogs, given the right stimulus, can learn way more than we give them credit for. Well,
sometimes the right stimulus with the kids, the right stimulus sometimes is just keeping your hands off, backing away, not doing anything. That's sometimes that's the right thing to do, is to do nothing. Even when it looks like, oh man, they need help. It would be so much easier if I just give them. No, don't give it to them. They're learning.
Right.
They're learning. That's the whole point of what they're doing, is that they're learning. And you take that away from them when you just hand them whatever it is that they want.
Right. Well, I think, with Blitzen, I mean, now, obviously, the smartest dog is dumber than the dumbest kid,
Right.
And yet she learned at a very early age that, because we named the toys. So she learned the names. So if I said, go get Red Dog, she went and got the Red Dog. If I said, go get Man, Bear, Pig, there was a toy that was called Man, Bear, Pig. But if I told her, get a toy, she understood that all of those were toys, which is a kind of an abstract concept. And that was just from the little bit of communication, just from hearing the words and getting the association. She's a dog, she's smart as a dog, but she wasn't as smart as a 2-year-old. And just to see that. So if a dog can build those kind of abstract associations, imagine what a human child can do.
Right. I mean, especially if you let them.
Yeah.
And that's one of the problems with our school systems, and just the way that we do education in this country, is we don't let kids learn.
Right.
We shove a bunch of bullshit in their heads about how we expect them to behave day to day, and to react to the bell, and to raise their hand, and to do all of this other stuff. But they're not doing any actual learning. They're just memorizing.
Yeah. Well, and that's something that just straight memorization I was never all that good at. And that's why I guess engineering appealed to me when I got into it, because engineering is what they teach you is don't memorize, derive. Don't memorize, derive. If you understand the concepts, you don't need to memorize anything. You can derive the formulas if you understand what they mean and how they work. So like when I was in high school and prior, I hated history. I really hated history because it was always regurgitating dates and names and without really much in the way of context or anything like that. It really wasn't until I got to college that I had a great professor that, the school I went to, they wanted engineers to be well-rounded. They didn't want just geeks that they were going to just lock in a room and have them do calculations. So you had to take a humanities or a history every semester. So freshman year, first semester, I took a history of science class. That was I'm thinking a cop-out way. Well, it's history, but it's science, so it won't be so bad. And this professor was awesome at not just regurgitating names and dates and stuff like that, but relating history in a way that you could understand and made sense, and then you could see the application of it and why it was important. He totally turned me around on history. So I basically knew dick of history prior to that class.
I have a similar story for my third year of high school.
Yeah.
My history teacher was very animated. I mean, he was just, he was all over the classroom, and it was just like, he would it was almost as if he was acting out the things he was talking about.
Yeah, same thing.
And then he would relate it to why it's important now. And it was just like, now it's no longer history. Now it's his show and current events. And it was just like, wow, okay, it completely turned me around too. I mean, I'm not I don't know a whole shit ton about history, but I'm a little bit of a history buff. We talk about history, and it's because because otherwise, it's just when was the War of 1812? I don't care. So.
Well, and that really good, and you're right, because that's what it comes down to a lot of times, is just they just spit facts at you, and you hear most kids, well, why do we need to know this?
Yeah.
And if you help them understand why they need to know that,
and like the whole being animated part is it shows why it was a big deal. To say when European settlers came to the New World, and they interacted with the natives and this happened. Oh, okay, whatever, who cares? But they came off their horses, off the boats on these horses, and the natives, thought they were gods, and it was just like, okay, now see, this is interesting.
Yeah.
It's the same story.
Right.
You know, I mean, it's just the way that it's relayed, and it's just like it makes a difference. It really matters. It makes a difference.
Yeah. Well, even the War of 1812, brought up like the idea that, hey, well, America became independent, but Britain still had designs on like getting us back, and they were messing with our shipping and all this kind of stuff, and then eventually came to blows. And and by the way, did you know the White House got burned down by Canadians? And
Blame Canada.
In my high school, I had my first traditional high school. I had a history teacher named Mr. Hicks, and that was the first time that I heard the line that the Civil War was about states' rights. And he was my only history teacher who put it that way.
Mm.
And I actually kept that with me for years until I heard it refuted on YouTube. I'm talking like 12 years of my life. I thought that was probably an appropriate way of looking at it.
Wow.
And so I've seen the opposite
Sure.
in the regular school system where some people get tenure and then start spouting out their other beliefs and they can't get fired. And then
that's a problem.
I think if we had voucher schools that didn't do that were just about the facts and not about agendas.
You know why the states' rights line of thinking as far as history when teaching about the Civil War, why it's so insidious? Because it's true. From a very broad perspective.
But actually in reverse, because
I mean, it's the states' rights. Yeah, the states' rights to what though? I mean, it removes all the nuance and the context and the details.
Yeah.
I mean, sure, it was about states' rights. Yeah, states' rights to own people.
Right. Well, and also, and on the flip side, the fact that one of the gripes of the Confederate breakaways was that the Supreme Court had upheld the Fugitive Slave Act, which said that free states who found escaped slaves had to repatriate them and send them back to their owners in the South. And most of the northern states were like, fuck that, we're not sending, they get here, they're free. So basically, their gripe was that those states were using their own sovereignty to flout the federal law. in not sending fugitive slaves back home.
We have killed the audience down to one person watching.
Who is it?
Who knows?
Me.
They're not
Me.
talking. Oh, it's you.
Me.
Yeah.
We're in this thing just talking to ourselves.
Yep.
No one's going to listen this far.
No.
Yeah.
It's 5
That's
hours.
Right.
Nobody's gonna.
That was for us anyway. I don't care. That's all. For me, the audience is nice. Say hi, guys, but I don't care. I'm having a good conversation with good people, but it is late, and we're making croissants in the morning. We made the dough, and the laminated dough this evening or yesterday, and in the morning when we get up, we're making croissants.
Nice.
I should be out exploring with Misty tomorrow, probably something abandoned, but there are fires, and I don't know how smoky the air is going to be. She's been having allergies, so I might be staying home and thinking about what to DoorDash for breakfast that'll make her happy.
I think I might sleep
Sounds
until
like
noon.
you.
What's that, Rob?
I think I might sleep until noon.
That sounds like fun. I wish I could do that. Take care, guys.
Later.
All right. By the way, I have an account now. Donations will be possible soon, just so you know.
That's awesome.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Is
Still
that-
broadcasting, too.
Is that a choker?
No, it's just a necklace. I guess you could call it a choker. It's a tight necklace, yeah.
Yeah, well,
Yeah. I was wearing it earlier. I just tried to watch the video and I couldn't find it, so I came onto my other computer here and found the chat still going, and I'm like, wow.
If you stay on the show for long enough, you're going to see a naked Paul.
Yeah, right.
Like, seriously, we were about to leave. I'm so glad we made it past 5 hours and 17 minutes. That's when you get to see naked Paul.
Yeah, right. Well, I'll tell you what, right? It's going to eat up our. We only get so many hours per month. We get like 20 hours per month. So yeah, that's the thing. So I think I'm going to end the broadcast, guys.
Do you have an end button?
I'm going to try. Let's try.
Here we go.